2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Bear with me if I get a little bit of my equipment right here. We certainly don't want any NFL copyrights. I was just watching actually not but I had a little bit of money on the Vikings to win that game, and the Vikings who the hell was I just watching them win? I'm not a Vikings fan. I can't even remember. I just watched them barely pull off a victory. But the Minnesota Vikings just won, and I put a few bucks on them at a time when they were down because I expected them to win, and they paid me a little bit more than double my money. So I just watched the Vikings win a game and had to silence the television. Anyway, we're gonna get into the actual topics of the show. Number one being Trump is targeting sanctuary cities. I want to get your opinion on that. Obviously, you know what a sanctuary city is. That is a city, but it could be a county. It could also be a whole damn state that does not adhere to Trump's tough on immigration policies. You know, Trump is talking about targeting, going after immigrants that are here illegally, immigrants that are here undocumented. But he's also talking about going after the Haitian migrants, and they're here legally as well. So Trump is not exactly what you'd call immigrant friendly. I get it. Folks are saying it's okay to come to America, just come the legal way. But make no mistake about it, Trump has made statements that he is targeting folks that are here legally as well. So, you know, I hate to quote the old Public Enemy song, but don't believe the hype. He is talking about going after legal migrants as well. So we'll see how that goes. But he is talking about targeting sanctuary cities. And I want to get your opinion on that because there's no way to lie about this. If you are here illegally or undocumented, you're not measuring up to what is required by law. So you are in violation. And Trump is talking about going after those folks. Now, I get it. There's a lot of folks here that do jobs they say no American wants or no American can live off to pay for it. But at the end of the day, they are not here legally. So we can go back and forth. And bear with me for a minute on TikTok while I switch over to Wi-Fi. We can go back and forth in regards to, whether farmers need these folks, whether factory workers need these folks as employees. But the law is kind of the law. If they're not here legally, do you ignore the law and listen to the pleas of factory workers, farmers, hotel folks, construction sites? Do you give American businesses, because that's essentially what it is, American businesses, American farmers, do you give them what they want, which is cheap labor that is officially against the law? I was going to say technically, but officially, if you don't have legal documentation, you're not supposed to have work rights. You're not supposed to have work rights if you are not here legally. I say that as someone who has once migrated overseas myself, and it took a while before I had the right to earn an income. You can visit a host of countries all over the world as an American. You'll get a visitor's visa generally. Visitor's visa allows you to stay in that country for a certain period of time. Generally, they're assuming you are a tourist. Some countries even call it a tourist visa, but you're not supposed to be there earning income. So even if you're like a musician or an athlete, if you go to a country and you want to, let's say for instance, you are the Toronto Raptors. That is a NBA team that plays, obviously they are based out of Canada, the Toronto Raptors. When they come to America to play NBA games, their players have to have obviously the permission to get in this country, but they're not coming on visitors visas because they are earning money while they're in the United States. And the same goes for our players, that when they go to Toronto to play, they're earning money in the country of Canada. So you can't do that on a visitor's visa. So you have to have some kind of other deal in place. I don't know exactly what visa the players work with, but they're not coming back and forth on visitors visas. Like you or I, if we were to go visit Canada or some of these countries that require visas, you have a visitors visa. So allowing immigrants to work is breaking the law. There's no other way around it. But should Trump target these folks? That is what we're going to discuss. In addition to that, there's a couple other things that are going on. Obviously, Trump's picks continue to be controversial. He's now picking Kash Patel to head the FBI. Wow. Wow. Now, Kash Patel has no law enforcement experience at all. He's a lawyer. That's it. He is an attorney. He didn't climb through the ranks of the FBI or any of that. He is a lawyer, so he has no experience for the gig other than he's likely to do what Trump says. So we'll certainly talk about that. But Kash Patel as the head of the FBI, some are saying that, once again, very similar to Matt Gaetz, he may not get through Senate confirmation. Even though Trump is in control of the Senate, there may be Republicans. DJ Julio, yeah, appreciate that. By the way, folks, if any of you would on TikTok, share the live. A lot of times you start talking about Republican issues, particularly MAGA related shit and Trump. They want to have these little shadow bans and things like that. And that's certainly been happening to me on TikTok as of late. So I would appreciate any of you folks that want to share the live. It would help with the numbers because we used to have 10 times, 20 times as many people on a regular basis, but it is what it is. We're talking to Trump supporters. We're talking about Trump issues, sometimes favorably, not always critical. And I do believe that is an issue with TikTok. I do believe that. But we're going to talk about Kash Patel, head of the FBI. And last but not least, do you believe America and Mexico will remain allies? Will the two nations that go back, I don't know how long as allies, will America and Mexico remain allies? Because Trump is sure threatening the hell out of Mexico on a number of occasions, including the 25% tariffs he's talking about. Now, he recently, and I'll go to the comments and the box after this conclusion here on the monologue, he just recently spoke with the female that is the current president of Mexico. Her name is Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Sheinbaum. She must be part something else for a name like Sheinbaum is obviously not a Hispanic name, but her name is Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. He stated, just had a wonderful conversation with the new president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. This is coming from Trump on his Truth Social. He states, she has agreed to stop migration through Mexico and into the United States, effectively closing our southern border. We also talked about what can be done to stop massive drug inflow into the United States and also consumption of these drugs. It was a very productive conversation. What can the president of Mexico do to stop Americans from consuming drugs? I don't know what Trump was talking about there, but it sounded very positive for the conversation they had. But here, less than 24 hours after Trump said that, less than 24 hours after Trump gave out this really positive statement about his encounter with the president of Mexico, the president of Mexico took to social media, and here's what she stated. In our conversation with President Trump, I explained to him the comprehensive strategy that Mexico has followed to address the migration phenomenon, respecting human rights. Now, Trump has never talked about human rights in his deportation process, so that alone raises some eyebrows. But she continues, thanks to this, migrants and caravans are assisted before they arrive at the border. We iterate that Mexico's position is not to close borders. Wow. But build bridges between governments and between peoples. That sounds completely different than what Trump is saying came out of the conversation he had. She made it clear our policy is not to close borders. So obviously, Trump heard something that apparently she didn't say. I want to hear from you folks. So what do you think? Do you think we're going to remain allies with Mexico with Trump already making some of the statements he's made so far? Good afternoon, Stick. Welcome to the program. Stick, what do you think? You think we're going to remain allies?
Um, well, he said a lot of stuff last time, and Mexico just still looked at him like a little kid and was like, you know what, we ain't even gonna pay attention to his ass. So yeah.
Yeah, but this time this time he's talking about tariffs and shit. He didn't do that he didn't do that last time in Mexico.
Hey, good point, because he did not run on anything other than the war in the wall, which really wasn't a big thing. It was more eggs and bread and grocery prices. Right. But that's a good thing that you realize that he's not the same Trump.
I've said that numerous times. I mean, you got to think Trump 2016 and 2020 did not have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court where he could possibly walk away with a 7-2 if Sotomayor or not Alito but Roberts, if one of them stepped down, he could end up with a 7-2 majority. Obviously, Roe v. Wade, we can talk about him in control of all houses of Congress. He is far more powerful this time than he was last time. So no, it's not the same Trump. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's not the same Trump. It's not the same policies up and down the board. He switched it up a lot. And I'm going to be honest with you. I can't wait for these 4 years to be over. But what I really want to know, I'm just being honest.
Okay.
What I really want to know is, are they gonna give him credit for this fixed economy now? The economy's back on board. It's been back on board for a while. They just didn't want to admit it. So I just want to know, are they going to give this man credit for what Biden did? And then if he tears it all up, are they going to actually blame him?
Well,
I just really need to know.
I can answer your first question. Your question about are they going to give him credit for it? Right now, most Americans don't see the economy as fixed. So there's nothing to give credit to Trump for. Now, the economy may be on the trajectory to getting better, where Trump may not have to do anything at all, which is sound like what you're indicating is that Biden has left the economy on a trajectory to just keep going up and up. But it's going to go up and up under Trump's watch. So yes, Trump will get credit for a good economy if that's what happens.
And see, that's your cousin coming over snitching on you after everybody done ate the snacks, and the cousin said, "Well, it wasn't me." You know, that's what we finna have.
Well, I'm going to tell you, whatever the case. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but Biden did not do a good enough job to leave people feeling like they were doing good under him. People felt like they were doing really bad financially under him.
Yeah, Biden didn't go out there and lie enough. I heard you.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but at the end,
and really, he didn't have to lie. He didn't just go out there and tell the truth enough. He always came with, "Oh, by the way."
Yeah,
by the way, and it was too late. By the time it's "oh, by the way," that means they already forgot. Just like Allen Iverson said.
Well, I hear the way you're wording it, but my simple point would be Biden did not speak to the people enough, and that hurt him. Trump is speaking to the people every other week, twice, every other week, even while he's president, he's holding rallies. Biden did not speak to the people enough, and it cost the Democrats dearly.
Well, see, I ain't even talking about the Democrats. I'm talking about America as a whole. When you have a situation to where you come in and everything's already discombobulated and unorganized, then you reorganize the deck. You get the deck back on the upward trajectory that me and you were just talking about. And then on your way out, even though everything is going a lot better than when you came in.
You really believe that, though?
Will be a lot.
You really believe that on Biden's exit, things are going a lot better than they were when he came in?
Oh yeah. I mean, 69 black judges, all.
They don't care about the promotion of the black race, though. Stick. That's something that minorities are concerned with.
But listen, though, the one thing that when we play devil advocate, right? The one thing that you always do is you always give the positive for the people who actually voted for Trump. The evangelicals, he stopped Roe v. Wade.
He did.
That's a lot of this stuff is not positive for all Americans, but the economy is.
Well, wait, hold on. There is nothing. Hold on. There is nothing you could do under the sun that is positive for all Americans. But what Trump did, America perceives as being positive for more Americans than it is than not. I mean, even rolling back Roe v. Wade, I can't even tell you how many women I've talked to that don't want that right to be returned. I talked to a lot of women that are pro-life. So what Trump has done, America favors.
Tim, you got that hat in the back, man. That aggravating ass hat in the back, and the majority of those women love that hat. So of course you're gonna hear a lot of those women saying that they don't mind and don't want it back, and blah blah. Okay, that's fine. They support their side.
That ain't what I'm saying. No. I get a lot of independent and women that even lean left that are saying they shouldn't be used as birth control and all of this stuff. There's a lot of women that are not MAGA that are fine with controlling when a woman can and cannot. They're not all, a pro-choice, my body, my choice. They're not all like that.
Well, I mean, you can't save everybody. I mean, some of them gonna go down with the ship. They thinking, oh well, the cabinet gonna fix it, and they gonna ride the ship. It's a lot of people, they didn't ride that shit with Biden when they started saying that he was, going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and all that good stuff. We didn't just say, okay, you know what? We're not stubborn. We're not stubborn like MAGA. If we see something, we try to speak on it. If somebody did something wrong, we try to put them in jail. We're not like MAGA. We're not like Trump. Trump is trying to get all of these people that don't know what the hell they're doing and put them in all these different positions. And off rip, he ain't even in the office in this turmoil already. You already got those Republicans that don't even like him already saying, oh, we're not putting that guy in. Oh, we're not putting that guy in.
How do you respond to folks that might say, no, it's not turmoil. There are just people who don't want to give Trump a chance from day one that are causing all the drama?
I would say go back to the election and have the same feelings towards these people as y'all did with Mrs. Harris. They're DEI hires. If they don't have any experience,
that's a great point.
Hire them for? Because they're billionaires.
That's a really good point, Dad. Because we said that about Kamala Harris. She's a DEI. People were saying that she's a DEI hire because she didn't have experience. That's a really good point that Trump is appointing a lot of folks that even Republicans are saying, how the hell did this person qualify for this job? That's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, Mrs. McMahon, what's she gonna come out and referee the goddamn Congress and the Senate? I mean, she gonna come from the bleachers on the rope? I don't know. But it's just weird to me. And then Matt Gaetz of all people, like I know he's a one and done. They tried it that one time, and now they're not even gonna do it anymore. He's not even trying to get any more seats. They're already gonna replace him in the House or whatever he was in. So that's a great thing. But at the end of the day, this is the point that we're trying to make. He still tried to put the man in office. Yeah. Like he's still that guy that knows he's like me. I want him on my side. He's got the same charge I do. I think I can trust him.
So you think Trump is not appointing people because of experience, but because maybe they have the same or similar criminal charges as him?
I mean, that's what it seems like, my man.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's that Trump is seeking loyalists, and these are people that have been ride or die with him from day one. And it's like, if this person I know, because that's his biggest perceived issue, is that during his first term, he felt he could have taken America in a certain direction that he was prohibited from doing because there were so many members of his administration that were resisting and pushing back. I think he is putting people in based on their level of how likely they are not to push back. I think that's his primary concern when appointing somebody is, what is their level of resistance going to be? I want somebody who is close to zero as possible. And then he can go down a list of whatever perceived qualifications they have. But I think first and foremost is, show me somebody that has zero resistance to what I'm trying to implement on America. And that's the first thing he's going by. I think that's how he's picking them.
Well, I don't think that's true. Now, I was going to say I think he's picking them because of their pockets. A lot of them because of their pockets. But then at the same time, You got J.D. Vance, who initially Trump would have never said he's a loyalist.
No,
he would have never said that.
Yeah, that's
now,
true.
maybe he picked him because like he's done seen every American gangster movie ever and knows you pick the young guy because you can control him. I mean,
you think he's going to control J.D. Vance? You think that was the goal?
I mean, J.D. Vance is in a seat where, just like Kamala Harris, where you really don't do shit anyway.
True.
So it's that the control is easy. The control is easy. Now it's winning them over to say what I say, which he already did. He's saying exactly what Trump is saying. He's done fell in line. So now it's not only that, it's loyalty. And I believe with the Elon Musk and anybody else that's billionaires, that's the number one. You rich like me, you're not asking for nothing really because actually you're richer than me.
Yeah.
So, and you're richer than all the donors that I got probably.
Well, Elon is richer than everybody in the world. So yeah, I mean,
you're richer than all my.
I mean, let's be clear. The Democrats have a big issue with Elon Musk, but if he donated 145 mil to Kamala Harris, he would be an ally to the Democrats as well. I don't want to jump in the hypocrisy bandwagon, but people can hate on him, but knowing damn well that if he did for them what he did for Trump, they would like him too.
But Tim, let's be honest, man. The main reason that Trump does everything that he does, whether it's in the lines or out of the lines or tightrope in the line, he does it because that's him. And he knows, just like as when we found out that the president has immunity, right?
Right.
My boy Biden could have did a lot of different stuff. He could have got a SEAL Team 6. He could have really weaponized the DOJ. He could have went to the
I don't believe that.
But listen what I'm saying. He didn't do it. Regardless of what the Supreme Court said he could do or what Trump could do, because it's out there now. It's in the ether. You can't change it. You can't fix it. They already done put it out there. Biden is not that guy. He knew Biden wouldn't do nothing that he would do.
Nobody is that fucking. Wait, hold on. Nobody is that fucking guy. I don't think George W. Bush, Barack Obama, hell, I don't think Ronald Reagan. Nobody is that fucking guy. Nobody's going to push the envelope like Trump.
So that's the point. That's the point I'm saying. Like they know they're safe only because independents and Democrats will not push the envelope. They will stay traditional. They will stay conservative in the sense of politics, and they will try to.
I don't agree with you when you say independents and Democrats. I don't think Ted Cruz, who ran for president, Marco Rubio ran for president, Chris Christie, I don't think any of them would have pushed the envelope like Trump. Trump is his own unique dude. I don't think any of the conservatives we've seen over the last lifetime would have pushed the envelope in ways Trump has. Nobody. I can't think of anybody on the horizon.
And I agree until they found out that they had immunity.
Oh, yeah.
all of these ideas, I'm just going to be honest. Trump is not smart enough for a lot of these ideas. The thing that Elon Musk did with giving away $1 million, that was not Trump's idea. First of all, Trump ain't giving nobody $1 million. That's first of all. I don't give a damn if he's the richest person in the world himself. He's not going to do it.
You think Trump is giving out jobs and shit. You think he that stingy?
A job means you got to work for your shit. So he going to give you a job. But what I'm trying to say is he will not just give you $1 million. He's not that dude. Well,
wait, hold on. Elon Musk didn't just give out $1 million. They were required to sign a petition that would have benefited the Trump campaign. He didn't just hand out free money.
So basically what you're saying is I go take the SAT. I get 400 points just for signing my name. Don't sign my name? No, I'm going to get them 400 points. So, yeah, he didn't ask anybody really to do anything. And then you're on TV with a big-ass check. Like, everybody, to me, when they got that damn check.
All of that's buying, but stick, all of that. And I see in the comments, Quinn is asking also about Hegseth. That's another one that needs to be brought up too. Goodness gracious. Is it Hegseth? How's his name pronounced? The guy with the tattoos, and they were saying that he's a Christian nationalist. That is, we'll talk about that one in a minute. But I disagree with you, Stick, in regards to what Elon Musk did. Having MAGA Trump supporters on TV holding up $1 million check, and all of that shit's buying votes. I mean, it just makes it look like the Republican Party is doing for people, or at the best, you have a better chance of becoming wealthy by getting on the Trump train. That is, the images of it alone is valuable.
And that's, again, it's not Trump's money. So hell yeah, give $1 million away, get me more votes. Again, these are things that Democrats and independents will not do. They just won't do it.
I think that Democrats could have got George Soros to do that. He got plenty of money, and I think he would. I think there are plenty of Democrats. They just didn't think of the idea. They probably didn't think it was legal. They probably thought it was crossing a moral line and would not have done it.
That's the point.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Point I'm trying to make. They will not cross the moral line. Majority will not, unless they're doing some what's your boy name, Epstein type stuff. Like, just being honest, and that's the upper echelon. The Diddy stuff, because I think all across the board, if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're independent, conservative, Republican, Democrat, whatever. You once you get up there and you start doing it, you just start doing it. So I'm not going to put that on either side. But what I will say is, you have a lot more people scared on the left to commit heinous acts than you do on the right. And I'll just start that off by saying January 6th, the day of love.
I don't know about that, because they're going to throw in Antifa, they're going to throw in Black Lives Matter, they're going to throw in Menendez. I mean, there's plenty of people on the left that break the law. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I don't know. I look at what Trump has done and the way people perceive that as something that is not necessarily representative of the right. He's created his own party, and that's some new shit. I'll give you the last. I got to move it on, no Stick.
Well, I'll just say this. The only reason that those people that you named are on the left or considered to be on the left is because of the color of their skin. That's about it. There has never been anybody to run up to any of those rioters and say, are you a Democrat? Or you're an independent?
Right.
Are you a Republican? They just assume because of the color of their skin. For all we know, those folks are Black Panthers and they do social. They believe in socialism. We don't know what they actually believe in or what side they even.
Well, just if you're a Black Lives Matter and you believe the cops are mistreating people and you believe that racial injustice, that alone is enough to guarantee. I mean, with almost absolute certainty, you're not voting for Trump, because Trump is on the other side of all those issues. It don't matter what color their skin is, because there are plenty of people that are not Black that are out and know some of those BLM marches and shit. If you believe what BLM believes, you're not voting for Trump, because Trump has already called that group a terrorist outfit. So I think it's a decent assumption to assume BLM is not voting MAGA.
Well, I still say it's a bad assumption, because you still got Blagger, you still got
they ain't BLM.
So again though, they could still be those people that have something happen to them and get out there and start marching.
Okay.
I mean, we're all American. That's our right. We got a right to go out there, freedom of speech. We got our right to do whatever. So again, just because you're in BLM, just because you're in Antifa, it does not mean that you ride on the left.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but to me, if you're playing the odds, I'm saying if you see somebody representing BLM, there's probably over a 90% chance they're not voting for Trump. I get there's some people out there like you're talking about, but that is the incredible small minority. I mean, the guy is not representing anything they stand for and referring to them as a terrorist outfit. Trump believes BLM is nothing but a bunch of rioters and looters that should be in jail. There's no way in hell there's a lot of Trump supporters among a BLM crowd.
Well, he's finna pardon them. So, I mean, and that's who he said that was. I mean, yeah, you.
I know what you're talking about.
You confusing me, Tim. I mean, I'm just being honest.
Really?
Is he? See again? Yeah, you confusing me. You
just
said that BLM and Tifa and all of them, they not for Trump. Blah blah whatever. Trump said that BLM, Antifa, and
no, that is not true. That is not true. Trump is not on record as ever saying that what happened on January 6th was due to BLM or Antifa. That's his supporters that are saying it. Trump has never claimed that crowd was Antifa or BLM, because he said it was a love fest, and he represented them as patriots. So if he was to admit that BLM or Antifa was in that crowd, it would go against what he said. He's never claimed that.
Oh, so basically what you're saying is now that his supporters,
yes,
the same ones that had made up, what's the guy that actually led them in there? That they
Ray Epps, who just lost a big case. I'll talk about it after you and I talk about Ray Epps.
Yeah, Ray Epps. So now it's Ray Epps' fault and Antifa's fault and everybody's fault. And his supporters are saying that, right?
Yes.
But he's still saying, I'm gonna pardon them.
Well, he's indicating that his supporters are wrong.
Well, maybe so maybe it's an argument between him and his supporters, but regardless of the fact, somebody don't have the right facts. Whether it's the supporters, it's obvious.
I think the argument would be that none of them had the right facts. I got to move it on.
Exactly.
Certainly, if you see the January 6th hearing stick, appreciate you coming through as always, man.
All right, have a good one, Tim.
You too, definitely. All right, moving on with the program. And he brought up Ray Epps. Interesting he did that. I'm going to ask you folks to tap the screen, certainly get up my likes. I'm trying to keep it on this profile. Otherwise, I may have to bring up the main page. We're on the backup page, and I don't know. They got the numbers so damn low. I know people are watching the game, but not that many. Not this fucking many people. We're in the 4:00 game. So tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000. Let's see if we can make that happen. Share it live, if you will. Now, he mentioned Ray Epps real quick. I don't know if many of you are aware. I think most of you are aware who Ray Epps is. That's the one they suggested that when Trump said go peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol building, Ray Epps was single-handedly able to convince the peaceful protesters to just destroy the Capitol building. Never made any sense to me, but it did destroy the legacy and life of Ray Epps to the point where he sued Fox News because just like with the Dominion voting machines, Fox News commentators jumped on the bandwagon to defend Trump, and they too started blaming Ray Epps. Well, he sued Fox News, suggesting they destroyed his life and has caused him all kinds of misery. He's had to relocate several times. His lawsuit just got tossed out last week. I think on Friday, I think a couple days ago, last week, his lawsuit against Fox News just got tossed out. So unlike Dominion voting machines, he's not going to be getting anything. I'd be curious to know what judge tossed it out. I'd be curious to know what evidence he produced suggesting that Fox News trashed his name. Be curious to know, but he's not going to prevail against Fox News, apparently. And unlike Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who really have prevailed against Rudolph Giuliani. They've done very well. Will they get all the money? Likely not, but when you factor in how much they probably were earning, you don't need to seize a whole lot from Giuliani to live a decent life. I mean, those ladies probably, lucky to be earning $20-25 an hour. So even if they only get, a tiny fraction of the, I don't know how many millions Giuliani was ordered to pay. Hell, even if they only get 1 million of it, that's probably going to give them a considerably better life than they were going to get on their own. So we'll see how that works. Anyhow, going back to the box and looking in the comment section, someone talked about Margaret Sanger and that whole black babies. We talked about the whole pro-choice, pro-life thing. I don't know why that comes up, that so many babies were lost due to pro-choice decisions of black women. I don't think when Margaret Sanger came around with that shit, people had an issue with it. All of a sudden now they're pro-life and they want to bring that up. I don't know where to go with that. Cash will educate you about Ray Epps very soon. Bubble hits. It will be glorious, says Norm Durkin. You're saying that Trump's head of the FBI, I always forget his first name, Cash, that's why I forget it, odd name. Cash Patel, Trump is nominated for head of the FBI. Well, I will tell you this, Norm, in the comments. You're saying that Cash is going to educate us about Ray Epps. You refer to us as bubble heads. I don't block banners, so I don't mind. I got thick skin. But many are saying that Cash Patel is not likely to be nominated by even the Republican Senate. So before you start saying he is going to educate us, let's first make sure he gets the damn job. So you might be educated yourself if he doesn't get past Senate confirmation. But we'll talk about that, and I don't know what he's going to possibly say. I don't know what he's gonna say on Ray Epps, because I have a hard time believing that you could drive thousands of miles. In some cases, some people drove at least a few hundred, if not 1,000 miles. I'll go to the box, but people drove to help Trump stop the steal on January 6th. Flew, took planes, all of this shit, got in buses, paid their own money, rented hotel rooms, and all of this stuff. And you come out there and listen to Trump speak for 2, 3 hours, and not only Trump, but you're hearing Giuliani, you're hearing Bannon and Flynn and all these people speak. And then the commencement speaker was Trump, who says, okay, now we're going to go to the Capitol building. I'll be there with you, and to go peacefully and patriotically. Now, you don't flew out to see these folks. You didn't fly to see Ray Epps. You don't even know who the hell this dude is. So you walk to the Capitol building at Trump's request, because he said we're going to go to the Capitol building. So he requested you go to the Capitol building, and he would accompany you, is what he said. In a 2-mile walk, it's only like 2 miles or so from where the speech was given to where the Capitol building is. In only 2 miles, some dude you don't know from fucking Adam convinced you to go against the guy you actually flew here to see? He said go peacefully and patriotically. Why are you listening to this dude? You don't even know who he is. To me, even if all of that Ray Epps shit is actually factual, if all of that is true, it makes MAGA look like the biggest group of sheep I've ever seen. In fact, I normally hold up my MAGA hat, but for Ray Epps, he should have been wearing this one. This is the hat Ray Epps should have been wearing if he was able to convince a whole bunch of people that did not know him to go against Trump's go peacefully and patriotic instructions and just cause mayhem. He should have been wearing that hat. Why would you listen to this dude? It doesn't make any sense at all, in my opinion. Heads on pikes. That did come up, fellow with a, does that say Celtics or cello? That all of that came up, but he said peacefully and patriotically. I know that, Giuliani said, let's have trial by combat. There was a lot of violent terms used, but we're going to ignore every violent term that was said there that day. And we're just going to go with the one peacefully and patriotically and assume it just erases all of that. That's kind of what we've been doing. Looking in the comments, fog of war, look at you now. That ain't fog of war. You don't follow some stranger in the fog of war when you got clear-cut instructions from the president in a 2-mile walk. It's not fog of war. That's cult shit. Let me go back to the box. Fog of war. Make any excuse that you want. Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program. When Trump,
what's going on, man?
Not much at all, man. Did you hear about any of that Ray Epps stuff that I was talking about? Have you heard about any of that before?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Does that make sense?
What part?
The part about they went to help Trump and defend Trump that day, but some dude they never met, don't even know who the hell he is, was able to convince them to do exactly the opposite.
Well, what's the opposite? Because I kept hearing you saying go down there peacefully, but he also did say fight like hell, right? He did say that.
They said a lot of violence. Let's have trial by combat. They said a lot of violent terms.
I said Trump said fight like hell.
Yeah.
You got to fight like hell.
Yeah, he did say that.
Oh, okay. Well, but you keep quoting. You keep saying
I'm being nice. Work with me.
But you can't be nice to these cult members because they're going to believe that he didn't say that, and that's the only part they ever quote. He did say go down and peacefully, but they never quote the fact that he said fight like hell. You got to fight like hell, if you're not, else you're not going to have a country. Did he or did he not say that?
Well, he said fight like hell, but I guess the defense of that could be interpreted. You took him out of context, as they always say.
Come on. Yeah, well, they always say that. They always say everything's taken out of context, right? Grabbing everything he says is taken out of context to fit a narrative. But you know that, Tim. Stop it, man. Stop it. Quit feeding. This is why Tim and Julio and these fools come listen to you. Because you be doing that shit. Tell the whole matter of fact, let's go back to the president of Mexico. Did you read? You didn't read the whole letter.
I read the pertinent quote. Statement. I read the quote, which is, in our conversation with President Trump, I explained to him the comprehensive strategy that Mexico has followed to address the migration phenomenon respecting human rights. Now, Trump isn't talking about human rights at all. And I did read the part where she said, thanks to this, migrants in caravans are assisted before they arrive at the border. I don't know, how are they assisting them? Now that's it.
Well,
that's it.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. But she does have a letter, and I need to find it because I was listening to it last night. Her statement. She actually read her letter in a press conference. Did you see that? Where she read the entire letter?
No, how long is it though?
It was like 2 minutes.
Okay, because I mean I got 2 solid paragraphs. I don't know how much more she said, but I mean
no, well, because she went into tariffs. She went into basically she went into tariffs. She went into not only since basically I'm paraphrasing here. Since you're talking about the flow of immigrants into your country, we need to also talk about the flow of guns from the U.S. into Mexico because they don't make any of these weapons that they have.
That's wow. Yeah, I didn't see that.
She sure the hell did. Yeah, you got to read the whole thing. She sure the hell did. She basically told him, maybe you're not aware of how this works. You got to read the whole letter. She wasn't playing. And the thing about it is, these tariffs, she spelled out how that's not going to work. They put tariffs on us, we're going to put tariffs on them.
That's a great point. Now, I definitely want to hear that because we often talk about how much death they are causing us because fentanyl and hard drugs are coming into our country. But that's a great point. If they're not making guns and we got guns coming into their country that are being smuggled in, that would be a great counter argument. Like, you don't realize how much of your shit is killing our citizens too.
Well, right, and in that same statement, you got to go find it. I'm sure there's people in here that have saw it. She also said, we don't use synthetic drugs over here. You're pissed at us because we are providing a supply. We're providing a supply for demand in the U.S. They don't have that issue there. Again, that's not my opinion. That's just what she said.
That's a great point because we tend to be pro-gun in this country. We view loss of life by firearm as just collateral damage of having a Second Amendment right. But a lot of other countries are like, this doesn't have to happen. I mean, if you don't have guns everywhere, these deaths don't have to happen. In America, we just tend to believe, look, we're going to defend the Second Amendment. If people die because of our gun rights, that's kind of what just happens because people have the right to have access to firearms. But in other countries, like what she's saying, that is a good point. I didn't hear that part.
You've got to. Matter of fact, when I jump off, I'll go find it. And I'm a direct message it to you. It's the whole interview. And she also brought up how the tariffs, if he wants to apply them, they're just going to apply them on us. With all of the car exports that come out of Mexico, for example, 1.4 million cars were exported from January to July of this year. Mm-hmm. Right? Total from Mexico out. 90% came to the U.S. 90% of the 1.4 million cars came to the U.S.
Wow, so that's well over 1 million cars. And
90%, right? 1.29 million.
Yeah, but in defense of Trump, if they're going to do that, he's going to say, well, because those are American cars. Those aren't Mexican cars. Correct. They're just made in Mexico.
Correct. So, which is my point, which is her point. You apply a tariff on us, we're going to apply a tariff on a vehicle that's coming right back to you. What's the point? That was her whole point. What are we doing? What's the whole point? So, again, you got to read the whole letter because here's the thing. Back to what you were saying about January 6th, which we know everyone that was on that stage knew what the mission was. The whole Stop the Steal, Operation Pence. They knew what it was. This is why reading the detail of these indictments is so important because they knew that there would be violence. They knew that there would be violence. Trump knew that there would be violence. Just read it. These are direct emails and text messages that they ended up getting during their investigation. And the J6 committee saw all of it.
I definitely believe that. It was I definitely believe what they did on January 6th. It doesn't take a rocket science to predict that. You're telling these people that democracy, their votes didn't count. You're telling them all of these. It's not rocket science to predict this could be a violent event. I mean, and then you're sending these folks to the Capitol building. They're literally in the crowd calling for the death of Mike Pence and all this. I mean, the idea that they're all going to march there and just be peaceful, he got away with one, in my opinion. I mean, I think it's predictable they're going to be violent.
But here's the thing. He did. You were talking about Rudy Giuliani earlier, and now he begging, talking about he ain't got no money, he can't. But see, they all did the same thing. They're all, and I don't feel for them, but they're all victims, if you will, to following Trump. That hat you picked up, that's what Trump is always wearing. They just don't see it that way.
Well, I don't think they're necessarily. I don't think they're in Austin Johnson. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that, friend of the program, Austin. I don't think that Giuliani and the rest of them are going to be victims of following Trump anymore. I think they're going to do fairly well. My guess is money will flow to Giuliani in ways that can't be touched by Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Most of the folks that are charged with crimes under Trump will probably be pardoned. I think they probably will end up doing pretty well.
Well, maybe, because you never know. All I know is this. It would have been easy to help Giuliani out from this point. With all the people in Donald Trump's orbit, Elon Musk could have helped him out a long time ago. So to even watch him go through what he's going through, I don't know about that. But that would be par for the course because everyone around Donald Trump is disposable. Everybody.
Wow. I don't think you think Elon is disposable?
Maybe. Well, it depends. It depends on what goes down. It won't be for finances. But let me ask you this: what do you think that Elon meant when he said to when he was on Tucker Carlson's show and he said to Tucker, boy, he was talking to Don Jr. He said, boy, I hope your dad wins. If not, I'm going to end up in fucking prison. Do you remember that interview?
I'm trying to think, but
that was right before the election.
It came up on the show here, but what are you trying to say? What did Elon do that you believe might have been criminal?
Right. And my point is, if there is something and it does come to light, Trump won't do anything to help him. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if it's not, because who has he helped in that situation? Name me one person that got charged with something where he stood up and supported them to the point where he helped them.
That's a good question. I don't have any offhand.
Yeah, because everybody you named, he didn't. Not while they ended up in prison. All of them.
Yeah, he didn't even offer to pay any legal fees or anything.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's my point. So at the end of the day, it's unfortunately. Oh, and he named his daughter Tiffany's father-in-law.
Father-in-law, yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Listen, this is where they have no integrity at all. When they talk about DEI, when they talk about qualified, this is what I'm talking about. It's never been about any of that stuff. Because if it was, we wouldn't be seeing what we're watching right now. Yeah. Because most of that cabinet, could you imagine if the left was nominating those same people, the right would be losing their damn shit.
I can't disagree with that. I got to move it on, Mike, but I can't disagree with you at all that when we talk about DEI suggesting that people are getting jobs based on something else other than them actually being qualified, Trump is appointing people that it would be hard to make a case on how they're actually qualified. You just like what this dude is saying or how he favors Trump. But if we talk about Kamala Harris's resume, because, by the way, I thought her resume showed she was qualified. I thought what she was saying wasn't that great. But what Trump's hires are doing that is making them qualify for these gigs is simply what's coming out of their mouth. Their resumes do not show where they're qualified for these jobs. And you're right, MAGA's not having a problem with it.
Are you asking them when they come up?
We've asked a few, but maybe we'll ask a few more now that you brought it up.
Well, just put a 1 in the chat before you ask DJ Julio if I'm on here, because I don't even want to hear that bullshit.
All right, Mike. Don't hate on my guest. DJ Julio's a friend of the program too. Thank you.
I know he is.
All right, Mike. Appreciate it. I see DJ Julio with the Elvis. Julio, by the way, DJ Julio is MAGA. We go back. DJ Julio's one of the longer viewers of the show. He's been viewing the show for a while. He's MAGA, and I don't get enough MAGA because you really upset my audience, Julio. I need more of you. I enjoy talking to you, Julio, but my audience don't enjoy hearing you. Let me look in the comments. Steve Bannon just got out of prison for doing something that everyone beforehand did the same thing too, and no one else got prosecuted for it. I hate to say this, but man, I hate to say that. MAGA's coming off as a bunch of snitches. Like, You know, every American that's ever been charged and convicted of a crime, charged and convicted of something that someone else did and got away with it. I don't care if you went out and murdered 5 people. Somebody else out there has done that and got away with that shit. We would not have a functioning judicial system if everybody that went to court stood there and brought up how many other people got away with this. I mean, you seem to hear that every time somebody on the Trump side get charged with a crime. Well, somebody else did it and they got away with it. There's liberals that get charged with crimes, you know. How many liberals are using that as an excuse? No matter who you are, I don't care if you got charged with speeding up to and including straight up homicide. Somebody else has done what you've done and got away with it. That is not a defense in a court of law. Yet it keeps coming up from MAGA, from Trump supporters, is that this person got charged with something that everybody else does this, or everybody. Either they are innocent of the crime or they're guilty. Bringing up that somebody else did it and got away with it is not saying I'm innocent. It's just saying I'm the one you charged. Where are the complaints that you're charging me for something I didn't do? Let's go with that. Let's go with I'm actually innocent. Not, well, you're charging me, you let him get away with it. That just sounds like you're trying to snitch to say you're high. They didn't get away with it. They weren't punished. They were literally found guilty of the same thing as Bannon, but given a slap on the wrist. Jay Krog's, now Bannon went down for 4 months. Was it contempt of Congress? Wasn't that what he was found guilty of, or was it lying to Congress? Because people have went down for that. I don't know if I would say that nobody else went. Casey Roberts, Mayor Pete, what was his expertise other than getting trains? Let me go back to the box. But you know, I always say I don't block benefits or anyone. I believe in free speech. This is wild. I'm probably wrong for laughing at it, but I got a sick-ass sense of humor. But, oh my God. What was that comment again? Casey Robles says, you're talking about Pete Buttigieg. He was the, what was he? Was he the Secretary of Transportation or something? Now, he does make a good point, though, albeit very, very dirty, very derogatory. He says, Mayor Pete, who was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, he says, what was his expertise other than getting trains run on him? Oh, my God. Now, because Mayor Pete is gay and he's suggesting that people were running trains on him, it made me laugh because it caught me off guard. But I will say this, he is correct. Mayor Pete Buttigieg was not qualified for that position. So that is a decent pushback. I will give you, with a fair bit of hesitance because of how you stated it, but I'll give you the point that you make a good point that Mayor Pete Buttigieg had no resume for that job either. So it's a decent point, but man, were you awful in how you made it. Jeez, let me go back to the box. Casey, you crazy. Transportation. Yeah, Casey says transportation. Man, you crazy for that one. Let me go back to DenCal. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Oh, I brought up MAGA. Sorry about that. MAGA Reacts. Good evening.
How are you, man? How's everything?
I'm doing good, man. Good to have you back on the program. So.
Yeah, I've been taking vacation.
Oh, hey. Sometimes you got to do that. Especially in this political environment where it's so damn hostile. I need to take one my damn self. But since you are here, Sanctuary City War. Now, Trump is talking about going after sanctuary cities, targeting them, stating he would withhold funding from those if they're not down with the legislation or the aims of the Trump administration in getting rid of immigrants. He's talking about holding federal funding from sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Would you agree with that?
It depends. Again, it depends on how much they're not cooperating, how much they're getting in the way of what the people want, who they're protecting. If they're protecting like regular people, then yeah, I would be against it. But if they're trying to protect criminals from being deported, I would definitely be with Trump on this one.
Okay, so now some would argue that simply being in this country illegally makes you a criminal.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about actual like criminals doing other things.
Are you certain? Now your name is Magari X. Are you certain of that? Because he's talking about getting rid of the Haitian migrants. They're not over there raping and murdering people in Springfield.
No, but they're getting involved in all kinds of weird stuff, into like car crashes and all kinds. I really don't want to comment on that because I don't know.
You go wait, hold on. If
this is all I'm saying.
If I'm a legal migrant to America and I get involved in a car accident, you're going to deport me?
I don't know. That's not the car accident. It's driving without a license.
They're not driving without licenses in Springfield. They're giving licenses without qualifications. But that's the problem of the DMV. That's not their fault. They have licenses. They just don't know how to drive.
If they have licenses, then they're not committing a crime. But if they don't have licenses and they're driving, then that's another story.
Okay.
But I don't know. There's too many like factors, and in the end, he's gonna need a judge to sign off on most deportations anyway. I really don't think it's going to be this huge deportation wave that the media is making out to be.
What
holding him back.
What the hell do you mean the media? He's the one that's talking about the largest deportation in U.S. history. That's not the media.
I don't think it's going to be that. I think he's exaggerating like he does with everything else. But I could be proven wrong. I'm like 50-50 on this.
Okay. So you do believe it is Trump that may be lying. It's not the media. The media is not making him go from rally to rally talking about the largest deportation in U.S. history. That's not one to blame on the media. He's the one that is orchestrating the entire conversation around this.
Like honestly, I hate when you guys use the word lying. It's not an accurate description. It's just exaggerating.
Okay, so let me ask you.
It would be like saying he's going to do it, and instead he imports more immigrants instead of gets rid of them.
Okay,
that would be lying.
So he's not.
I'm going to deport these people and then brings in more people. That's lying.
Okay, so he's not.
He's going to deport 100 and deports 10. That's just exaggerating.
So he's not lying. He's exaggerating. So if I say my Ford Expedition is the fastest car in America, is that a lie or is that an exaggeration?
That is a huge exaggeration.
What's the difference between a lie and an exaggeration?
Well, if it's not running and. I mean,
take your time.
You gotta look at every case differently. The car thing is a little different than, like I said, if he says he's gonna deport a bunch of people and ends up deporting 20 instead of 1,000, he's still deporting. It's not the same as importing. It's just the intention. Is your intention to like deceive, or are you just bragging?
If you're exaggerating, isn't your intention to deceive?
No, you're just exaggerating. You're embellishing. When you're deceiving is when you intend to not do it at all. If you drive your Ford Expedition like a grandpa 1 mile an hour and talk about how fast it is, then you're just lying. But if you put like 1,000 horsepower engine in your Ford Expedition and it goes fast, then you're exaggerating.
Wow.
Every case is different. Like you gotta, look at the intention, look at the.
I can't believe you just said all. No, hold on. Let me just say this to clear it up, Maga Reacts. If you say something that you are 100% certain is not true at the time you said it, it's a lie. It doesn't matter. It can be exaggeration and a lie are essentially synonyms. They're not different terms. When you're exaggerating, you're overstating something and you know you are overstating it. That's a lie.
I agree with you. It's technically a lie.
Technically,
calling it a lie is
the truth.
It's not precise enough. There's different levels of lying. There's white lies. There's just deceiving. Exaggerate. Just call it exaggerating. Call it he's embellishing. Call it hyperbole. You call it whatever you want. But when you call it a lie, it's also calling it a lie is also a lie because he has the intention to deport as many people as he can. He deports a ton or deports a little bit. We'll see what happens. I think it's not a straight out lie.
I think back to the time when I was a young lad and I had a Marine forefather, and he always stressed that I keep my room clean, and I imagine him telling me to clean my room, and I swept everything in the closet. And he comes in the room to check and see if the room is clean and asks, "Did you clean up your room?" And I say, "Yes." And he opens up the closet and all this shit falls out. And when he said, "No, I'm just embellishing. I wasn't lying to you, Dad. I was embellishing." Do you realize how bad that sounds?
You still cleaned your room. You just dirtied your closet.
You're awesome, man. perfect for me to test out my. Oh my God! You said.
They always get me on these holes that stuff I don't even. I came on here to talk about the January 6th stuff, and when you guys keep talking about his speech and him saying "fight like hell," you know, like the
wait.
January 6th stuff.
Okay, I'll let you get into that. Hold on, I'll let you get into that. You said you did clean your room. You just dirtied your closet. Wow.
I just threw everything in the closet. Yeah.
All right, go ahead. What did you? What? That is really good, though. By the way, I think even my dad, as tough as he was as a Vietnam vet, he would have probably broke out laughing at that. I mean, that was funny. Go ahead.
Oh man.
What you would have? You said J6. What you have on that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, Trump's speech starts like 12. These people were already breaking into the Capitol and fighting with cops at like 12:53. A lot of the people that were breaking into the Capitol were nowhere near the speech. So to blame the speech for the violence is a little crazy. You're talking about these people heard the speech and then immediately teleported to the Capitol, which is like a mile or two down the road, and started breaking barricades and stuff.
So you're saying that the people who were fighting with the police were not there on behalf of MAGA, and they were just other people that just decided to go to the Capitol building and beat police up?
I didn't go that far. All I'm saying is that they didn't hear the speech because they were at the Capitol. You're in front of the line of the Capitol. If you're hearing the speech, there's like a million people in front of you. You're not like immediately leaving the speech and going to the Capitol and going through a million people to the front to break into the Capitol. All I'm saying is the ones that were there at the Capitol were there early. They were, they didn't hear the speech is all I'm saying, because they were far away from the speech. And
then why
if a lot of people in their way?
So then why the hell if they didn't even hear the damn speech, why is Trump offering to pardon them?
What do you mean? Because they were there because they thought they were cheated. They weren't there to overthrow the country. They were there to make sure, the election was honest.
So why would they fight with police? What is that going to do?
I mean, we were, at the time, I hate bringing up BLM, but at the time we saw BLM fight with police and protest for 2 years straight. We were just following their example.
So
they were able to do all this stuff.
So they were there on
we thought it would be okay, but we didn't get away with any of it.
They were there on January 6th, and they decided, now let's all pretend like we're BLM. They went there to stop the steal, and on their mind was BLM.
No, that's you're missing my point.
I definitely am.
When you watch, it's like watching your big brother get away with a bunch of shit, and then you try to get away with the same shit, and you just get in trouble for it. That's what happened. We saw BLM get away with so much stuff, burning cities, fighting cops, doing all this, like taking over a whole block of the city, destroying federal courthouses. We saw them do all this stuff, so we figured we could get away with some stuff, but we found out really quick that we couldn't get away with anything.
So what you're saying is the people that you've been calling rioters and looters and thugs and people who are burning cities, because they got away with it, you decided, well, I'm going to be a rioter and looter and burn people out of their businesses too. I'm going to pattern myself after them.
We didn't go that far, but we did some of the stuff they did, and they did it because, injustices. We did it because we thought we were cheated out of an election. And I'm not saying it was the right thing to do, but I understand it. Like, you see someone do something for 2 years straight, you figure you can get away with the same shit.
So then you're nothing more than a common criminal like the people you're complaining. You're only worried. You're right. Yeah. So why the hell would you pardon somebody like that?
Because they weren't there trying to destroy the Capitol. They were there because they felt cheated. They felt the election was stolen. I mean, even the people that think the election was won fair and square, they still felt it was rigged. Against with COVID and with all the things they changed and with all the things they censored, they all felt the election was at the least rigged. No one's saying it wasn't rigged. But whether it was actually stolen or not is a different question. So it was a very unusual election.
Here's what I don't understand. It's been 4 years since that happened. And there has been no demand by those same people that put their freedom and everything, their legacy, their family name and everything on the line, including Ashley Babbitt losing it all. There's been no demand by them for Trump to show, okay, we came here to defend you, sir. Can you show us why you told us you won by a landslide? There's been no demand that he proved that he won by a landslide. Why is that?
Because every time someone tried, they got in more trouble. I mean, look at the people that try to look into the voting machines that got charged with crimes for looking into them. I mean, it just
wait. They tried to.
Every time we try to look into it, we end up getting mocked and ridiculed, and we end up going nowhere.
Do you believe publicly saying that they're switching votes from Trump to Biden? Is that trying to look into it? They're making accusations. They're not trying to look into it. They're accusing these machines of being compromised. That's not looking into it. You're making statements as if you've already looked into it.
No, I don't. It's impossible to look into it because it would involve opening up votes and calling people and verifying that they voted. It would involve a lot of work that we don't have the right to do.
Then why are they making the claims?
Ability to do.
Then why are they making the claims like Giuliani saying that the machines were switching votes and all of this stuff? Then why are they, Tucker Carlson is another one. Then why are they making the claims if they are not able to do this?
Again, I don't believe in that part, by the way. I don't think the machines switch votes. I just think there was a lot of games being played with the fact that there was massive use of mail-in ballots. I believe the issue was the mail-in ballots and how insecure they are and how they're easy to harvest. They're easy. You can go to some old lady's house and convince her to vote for anyone just by giving her.
Yeah, but then that goes back to my that goes back to my original statement. Then, like I said, why haven't they demanded proof from Trump? Tucker Carlson is one who said that the million voting machine switch. Why is the right still favoring him as if his information is accurate? Why haven't they demanded? Show us what made you say that. He hasn't proved that. And they follow him. He has a huge right-wing audience. They have not demanded he show evidence for what he's been saying all this time.
Look, it's one of those things where we feel cheated. We don't know 100%. I'm 50-50 on it. And it hasn't been proven either way. It hasn't been proven that everything was fair, and they haven't proved that they cheated either. So maybe now that he's president, he'll be able to get in there and find the proof. And I wouldn't be surprised if he put some people on it.
So at the end of the day, this whole thing... So based on what you're saying, this whole thing was over nothing more than feelings. It was over no actual evidence. They just felt like they were cheated, and they did all of that.
Listen, there was plenty of evidence, just nothing that's rock solid that's gonna be used, that could be used in a court of law.
Plenty of evidence like what? Plenty of evidence like what?
Well, the fact that Biden got 10 million more votes than anybody in history, and all of a sudden the votes were there in that election, and they're gone now, and even the left are wondering where the hell all these votes went. You know, everybody's wondering why, these 10 million people that voted for Biden didn't vote for anyone this year.
But here's what I don't get, though. You can clearly see suspicion and things that may have worked in favor of Trump, or that make Democrats look like there was some possible impropriety. But when it's stuff like Giuliani, Tucker Carlson, the what do they call them, the fake electors pretending like they had the right, you guys don't mention any of that. There's so much cheating, even people pleading guilty to cheating on the right, that does not come up at all in these conversations. You can see everything suspicious on the left, but you can't see any of that.
Well, that part was out in the open. It wasn't like Trump was trying to hide any of that stuff. We knew about the electors. We knew on December 15th about this plan and what he planned to do. And
what was the plan?
Maneuvering, because the system is not set up for this kind of challenge of elections, because it's never happened before. The system's not set up for it. They don't care to set it up for it because it's such a rare occurrence for an election to be that close and to be challenged
but you can't walk in and say you have election credentials when you don't on behalf of Trump. I mean, you got his own lawyer like Sidney Powell, Giuliani walking into down there in Georgia, posing as electors that they have certifications that they do not have to access the voting rolls. And the right don't seem to have a problem with that. I mean, they literally they literally committed felonies. They were themselves engaging in election fraud. And the right can point to all sorts of things on the left, but they kind of overlook that.
See, man, we're getting flagged. I hate talking about elections. Okay, you gotta look at it like this. At the time, you're looking at it with hindsight. So knowing that we know now, it's all stupid and they shouldn't have done it.
It's a
but
crime.
Back then, they thought they were gonna find proof to beat. They thought they were gonna win. They were assuming that they were gonna win, and if they would have won the court cases, they would have needed electors, or they would have automatically lost. Like, even if they proved without a doubt that the election was stolen, if they didn't have any kind of electors, they would have lost, because they would have been like, okay, you have no electors. So that's why they did that fake elector thing, because they needed it just in case they would have won, or just in case, you know.
So they thought they were being.
Without them, they would have automatically lost.
So they thought they were.
1,000%.
They thought they were being cheated. So the way to deal with it was they cheated themselves to try to prove that they were being cheated.
No. The rules say you need electors. Even if they thought they were going to be able to prove that they won, right? They thought they had these evidence, or they were able to.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. You're using fake credentials to try to. That would be like me feeling confident I could prove that my brother, who's being charged with a violent felony, is innocent. So I break into the evidence room. I get fake credentials to go into a police evidence room, because I thought I'm going to be able to prove he's innocent. What I'm doing is a crime to go in there. They literally cheated to go in there and do that.
Except there's not a lot of rules written about this. There's a bunch of rules against what you just said. There's no rules.
Yeah, there is. That's why you call fake electors. You have to have certification to do what they were trying to do, and they faked their certification.
And they had to do that because there was no
rules. That's a crime, though. Electors. But MAGA reacts, that's a crime if you lie. That would be like me lying and saying I have credentials to go into the evidence room, and the credentials I'm presenting are a lie. They presented fake credentials.
I agree with you. It was wrong, but this is the only option they had, just in case. If they would have won those lawsuits and they didn't have any electors, they would have automatically lost, even if they won. So they needed them.
So what is it? All is forgiven because they thought they were onto something?
No, not all is forgiven. I just understand why they did it, and I'm just telling you why they did it. They had no choice. They needed electors, because if they were able to prove that it's stolen and they didn't have electors, they would have lost anyway.
And now that they could,
it's like not being allowed to show up to court, but you need to be in court to prove you're innocent. You're gonna show up to court and be like, "Hey, here's my evidence." But
here's why I'm confused. Either it's a crime or it's not. You're coming to that would be like saying that these.
It is a crime.
Yeah,
I agree with you. It's a crime.
It's election fraud. They
did it because
they're high level Republicans that are engaged in an election fraud.
But I'm also saying, if they're trying to commit a crime, why did they announce it to the whole world? Like, this was announced like weeks in advance. Everyone knew what they were doing. They were trying to test the legal theory to see if that's how you could do it. They were following things that Democrats did in the past. And, it's unexplored territory, and they explored it the wrong way.
Yeah. You and I got to disagree on it. I see in the comments, Alan says the ECA is a law. They violated that act. It is a crime. I mean, I don't think there's any book in writing that suggests that they didn't commit a crime. Even you're admitting they committed a crime. You're just saying they committed a crime and believe that they were onto something.
It's a lifetime thing that hasn't happened before, right?
Why does that matter?
Because they had no guidance. They had to figure things out on the fly. They had to figure out what to do on the fly.
You don't have the credentials. Wait, hold on.
Someone did it before, and they're like, "Oh, this is clearly a crime."
You do not have the credentials. You're Trump's personal lawyer. You're working for the campaign, and you're the one that believes that you can be the one that look into the oversight. Would you even trust let's say if Biden said the election was stolen, and someone like Nancy Pelosi claims she looked into it, would you even trust that information? I mean, Rudolph Giuliani, you expect us to believe that the evidence he found is legit when he's working knee-deep in the Trump campaign?
I didn't go that far. I'm just saying, if they would have found evidence, they needed electors there.
If they had found evidence, Margaret, if they had found evidence, they would have handed it off to somebody else so you didn't even know it came from them, because they don't have any credibility. You work for Trump. Of course you're going to say found some shit.
Now they don't have credibility.
They didn't have it then. They didn't have it then.
I mean, a lot of people were waiting on them every day to see if they have the evidence. There were people out there looking. Again, you're looking at it with hindsight.
No,
I would have said fuck off, and I would have never trusted
it's not high. Let me hold on. It's not high. Let me say this as clear as day. If you believe the election is stolen, you have a third party look into it and prove whatever you're claiming. You don't use somebody that's part of your team. Nobody's gonna believe that. I mean, that's like Fox News looking and saying we determined the election was stolen and Trump won. You wouldn't believe MSNBC on Biden. So him using Giuliani and Sidney Powell, all these people that's part of his campaign, they have no credibility. Even if what they find is legit, they have no credibility.
I mean, we're not holding everything. Wasn't just on them. We're talking about anyone finding evidence.
I'm talking about
anyone would have found proof that Trump was the real winner, and they didn't have electors. It would have been an automatic loss. It's like not having your team there to play because some rules said you lost already. Like you have to have players there just in case the evidence came in.
There's no way you could ever
come in, and that's why they lost.
There's no way you could ever hold a fair election if people from your campaign could go in the states, pose as electors, and go digging around for shit. I wouldn't trust.
The electors didn't. You know what the electors did, right? They just showed up to be there just in case they were needed. They didn't do anything They didn't do anything. They just said we're electors. We're here. If there's proof that Trump won, we'll vote for him. If there's no proof that Trump won,
I don't care how you phrase it. If you and I are running for office and you believe I stole the election or my side stole the election, so you send the top campaign officials from your side to go to polling places and say, well, we're going to look. I don't trust your people. I mean, they clearly are biased themselves. Why is your people showing up at polling? Giuliani has no business at a polling office. I don't care how much he thinks that the election was stolen. He is compromised. He is 100% pro-Trump.
You got to realize the DOJ, Bill Barr, quit after 2 weeks. He stopped looking after 2 weeks.
Okay, and?
He should have kept looking. At least spend a month on it. This is very important to us. And he quit after 2 weeks.
That's
and
like...
And anytime Trump anytime Trump tried to get someone legit to do it, they just threatened to quit instead of looking into it. How are you going to look into this, the most important thing in our history, for 2 weeks and then say, oh, I didn't find anything. I give up. And if you try to hire someone else to do it, they're all going to quit.
Because
they all threatened to quit. They stopped looking after 2 weeks. You think 2 weeks is enough time to find evidence of anything?
I think if you tell them something happened, you should be able to at least give them a path to go down. When you start talking about the million voting machines or switching votes, okay, how am I supposed to look into this? You told me this is happening. Can you at least show me some examples? Am I supposed to just let you throw everything against the wall and then I spend months looking into this stuff? Can you show any evidence where any of this is coming from?
Look, I mean, you're convoluting two things. Like, people always have weird theories. Like, look when Trump got shot. You know that one guy from, Spain or whatever that they thought did it, and everybody was posting that this is the guy. And when the cops really came in and found out who the guy was, told us the correct stuff. There's, Twitter evidence, and there's real-life evidence and real-life investigation. The real-life investigation quit after 2 weeks. They don't listen to the Twitter evidence. They need to go in there and look into it and spend enough time on it.
It's been 4 years.
The results.
I got to move it on, but I will. I got to move it on, but based on what you've been saying, if every politician exercised the rights to that level, we would never have a fair election ever. I mean, anybody could just claim anything, send fake electors that could just, hey, I'm just here to watch. Even though I work completely for the Trump campaign, I'm just here if you need me. As if you want somebody that's literally working for the campaign to be standing around polling offices saying, I'm here if you need me, when you clearly know who they want to win. That makes no sense at all.
I want the DOJ to do it, but the DOJ quit after 2 weeks.
All right. And so you send somebody like that. All right. I got to move it on.
We had no choice. I don't want to pick Giuliani. I would love to pick anybody else, but Bill Barr and the DOJ quit after 2 weeks, and we couldn't hire anybody else because they all threatened to quit on him.
Yeah. And that's for good reason. MAGA, I got to go.
When it's like
real quick.
Someone got murdered, but the cops refused to investigate, and they're telling you, no, it's not murder, it was a suicide. But you're like,
All right.
We just investigate. So you gotta investigate yourself. You're gonna hire your own PI and do your own stuff if the cops don't look into it after 2 weeks.
You can't violate the law while you're doing it, though. All right, I gotta go. All right, moving on. Like I said, this is what we're dealing with. This is why things went down that way. But like what he said, you know a crime's been committed, and you don't believe the police are using their resources to look into it. So you do your own. Well, nobody's gonna believe somebody that's working for you when you have a biased opinion. That's what I was trying to get him to understand, and he didn't seem to get that. But okay, let's say Trump was right and the election was this or that. And his own attorney general, by the way, Bill Barr is Trump's attorney general. So your attorney general didn't take you seriously and said what you're talking about is full of shit. So you go find somebody else that will look into it deeper, that wants you to win. Even if what they find is accurate, who's going to believe them? That would be like with Hillary Clinton stating that there was Russian collusion in the 2016 election. They looked into it. They didn't come back with any proof that there was collusion. So Hillary Clinton then goes out and hires her husband, Bill, to look into it. Are you going to believe anything Bill says? I mean, it doesn't matter even if he finds something legitimate. You're her husband. You want her to win. I mean, sitting Julie, and by the way, Giuliani is an attorney, so you know, me and my last guest can hash it back and forth. But Giuliani is an attorney. He knew damn well what he was doing was not going to look good by any stretch of the imagination. I'm sure he has picked people apart in court for biases, and all of this kind of shit. Nobody's going to believe what you come up with. I mean, you're at his rallies and everything. Nobody's going to believe what you present. Looking in the comments real quick, I want to respond to Will G. If there is a time to that they wanted a civil war, it's now. I hope not. I hope we don't have civil unrest. Talk about Gore's fake electors. Steve, you want me to go back to the year 2000? I don't know what relevance that has now. Other than what I said earlier, MAGA just, every time somebody gets caught, well, you know, he got away with that. Let's get to the part about I'm innocent. Not, well, I did it, but you didn't charge this other person. I'm going to snitch on everybody else. Like I said, we got liberals going down for committing crimes, like Menendez, for instance, Senator Menendez. I don't hear liberals talking about what somebody else was keeping. I mean, you going down for it. That's the whole January 60th. Well, look at Black Lives Matter. Everything you do, you can find somebody else that did it and got away with it. No matter, you could leave right now and go out and run somebody over with your damn car. Go hunting and shoot somebody in the face and bring up Dick Cheney. You could do this over and over. No case would ever be prosecuted if we allowed the suspects to just simply say, well, somebody else did it and got away with it. And I agree with you, Mike. It's snitches. Like, just go snitch on somebody else and use that as an excuse for why I shouldn't be prosecuted. That's crazy. Dencal, good evening. Just bringing up other people. Hopefully that'll work. We'll see. Dencal, good evening.
Hey. Boy, you better man than me.
I take it you heard something that was interesting.
Man, I mean, everything he said was, I guess you could call it interesting, but I mean, it was like he was just making up stuff on the fly. And every time you ask him a question, instead of like really bringing forth proof to dispute it, he just morphed into a whole nother conversation.
What did he say? I cleaned up my room. I just dirtied up my closet. That was hilarious, though.
he said the fake electors, they didn't do nothing wrong. They was just there. No, that's a lie. We seen them in Michigan. They went to the door. The police had to stop them from going. They wanted to go in there. They told them, we are the electors. We need to be in there. They wasn't just trying to be a hangout in case in case the case got broke. They was gonna beat it. No, that's not what they did.
Yeah, I mean, but he's not the only one that has that belief that they were trying to.
Yeah, I know, but like, dang, do we gotta start like coddling them, making them feel like maybe it's got some validity to it? He talking about Barr only investigated for 2 weeks and he quit. That's a damn lie. There's no embellishment. There's no whatever. What other word did he say?
Exaggerating.
Yeah, there was no exaggeration. He talked to all of the AGs around the battleground states. They all did investigations and they all came back and told him that stuff they was talking about was bullshit. That was it. Yeah. It wasn't he only did it for 2 weeks. He had every reason to continue that investigation.
Yeah, and it's not only that he didn't just do it for 2 weeks. Also, Trump hired third-party folks to do recounts and everything. Yeah,
they hired. Well, we know what they did down in Arizona. They hired the ninjas. They hired the crypto, whatever.
Yeah, the cyber ninjas. Yeah, the cyber ninjas. The cyber ninjas.
He himself hired 2 different private firms to investigate.
Yeah. I mean, I think that he was given plenty of opportunity. It was just one of those matters of, I know this election is stolen, and if you won't tell me the same thing, then you are, you're less than qualified. I want somebody who will tell me what I believe.
And if they really believe that stuff, all of those times when they had Giuliani in court, and all of those judges asked him, "Are you claiming that you have discovered fraud?" The direct word. He said no every single time.
Yeah. And I think it was Dana Perino that said that on the 5. Is she said something like this. She said what they're telling you on television, they're not telling that to judges in court. Now that was the woman on there. I think she's a liberal. I can't think of the female on there, but she said they're not telling the judges this because of the perjury laws. They're telling you on court all this stuff happened, but when they're before a judge, they're not telling them that because now you're held accountable for it.
Right, and Giuliani, they was him and the crazy lady. They was holding these mock committees that looked like official government. You know what I'm saying? Trials and stuff, but they weren't. When they interviewed that drunk lady down there in Michigan talking about she seen this and that and she signed an affidavit. An affidavit is just a note saying, I saw something. Yeah. That's all it is. And they keep saying, it was so much evidence, all these affidavit means nothing if you can't walk into a courtroom and prove it.
Yeah, an affidavit that they're eating cats and dogs, so to speak.
and what he said about the Capitol rioters, all of that was garbage too. He talking about some, with the people that was already down there at the Capitol.
I've never heard that before. Oh my God, somebody don't like you, but keep going.
Yeah, he said, the people that was down at the Capitol, those people didn't hear him say go down there. What he's not, it seemingly he doesn't understand, is that there was already a plan between Trump and his people to march to the Capitol. They held it until they didn't say anything about actually doing it until they actually had the meeting. I mean, did that come out at the January 6th hearings that they had a plea? Yes, that they had already said that they were going to march down there. And what he doesn't acknowledge is that, remember that the Secret Service told him that there were people trying to get in with weapons. And he said, they're not after me, let them in. Yeah. We'll take down the magnetometers. Well, they never did. And those people who were armed already knew what the plan were. They went ahead and started heading down there because they already knew what the plan was. Yeah, and that is true about the magnetometers. That did come out at the J6. And see, the difference is a lot of this stuff, MAGA saw the J6 hearings committee as a sham. So a lot of that stuff that came out, like Steve Bannon on October 31st before October 31st, 5 or 6 days before the election, he had already admitted that if Trump is losing, he gonna just say he won anyway. I mean, he admitted that. But if you didn't watch the J6 hearings, you saw Nancy Pelosi working with Liz Cheney and thought they're all just lying anyway. They didn't listen to that stuff. And as you're talking about, actual radio chatter, and appreciate that sub, Dan, I think it said there, Dandy, thank you. They didn't listen to the radio chatter that came out where the cops over radio was saying, I can see firearms. People are armed because MAGA don't think nobody was armed that day. Yeah, MAGA doesn't think anybody was armed there that day, but there is radio communication of cops
making it clear there were firearms there that day.
Right, and we know that. Like they've already talked about the ones that have gone to jail because they were armed. I don't understand why we have to keep having this conversation about nobody was armed. They were.
They were Antifa.
And I'll be glad when Trump pardons Antifa and get them out.
Yeah. My guess is once they get pardoned, I see somebody said that this guy's talking like Lex Luthor. He don't know what he's talking about. What does that says? Shave his head. And somebody mentioned big cover up DC Comics world Lex Luthor is Trump. What the hell does that mean? But I do agree with you that if once he pardons them, this whole talk of they are Antifa or they are part of BLM is going to go away. Because now you got to explain why the hell you just pardoned Antifa.
Well, that's only him. I've spoken to you about this before. They have been able to separate themselves from anything he says. So whatever he says, they can just say like, "Well, he didn't mean it," or just like he said, "Well, if he said he's going to deport, all of these people, and if he deports like 15 people, he can still say he deported people."
Yeah.
Like that just separates from the reality of what he's saying. He said that. Well, whenever we try to have a conversation about the things he said, they always have an excuse for either he's not going to do it, which is problematic in itself,
or he's exaggerating.
Yeah. Well, he didn't build the wall. Well, he tried.
Yeah.
He gave it a good old try. And I say, well, he even took money from military families, to attempt it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this: when you look at Biden, even among liberals and independents, the perception is he's done such a poor job at defending the border. It ain't gonna be hard for Trump to get credit for doing a better job because people believe Biden wasn't turning nobody away. So if Trump can show on television where he's gotten rid of a few violent felons, put a guy's picture up and you show the guy in handcuffs being taken to the border, here's another one from Los Angeles, here's another one from Colorado, he's gonna five of those guys, and he's gonna look like he's he's eons better than Biden because nobody was shown under Biden.
Right, but to people who don't know any better, yes. But if we look at what's going on at the border right now, the numbers are lower than pre-pandemic. But they're never going to give Joe Biden because he waited too long is going to be the complaint. Not that it's done, but that he waited too long. And so now Trump gets to come in and say, look, numbers are down because of me. And they're going to believe it without even looking at what the numbers are.
I think that, like I said, in my opinion, Biden did do a bad job at the border. I don't think it's going to be hard for Trump to do significantly better than Biden, even if Trump doesn't come close to living up to any of his promises. Because you're saying numbers are down, fair enough, but they went way up under Biden. Compared to Trump and compared to Obama, Biden's numbers are way up there. So it ain't hard to beat that.
You see what I said, Jim?
Huh?
I said the numbers right now are lower than pre-pandemic when Trump was in office.
Yeah, but like you said, it took a long ass time to get there. How much damage has been done before you got to that point?
Look, we can have that same conversation and say the unemployment rate was at 14% under Trump, but we don't use that as an example of a person's entire term.
Because here's the difference. When you look at the number of people that have come in this country under Biden compared to how many, you're right, the numbers are down, but there are millions. I don't know. It's nowhere near what Trump is saying. I do believe what Trump, 18, 20 million is an exaggeration, but there are far more people that are in this country right now on our soil that are undocumented or outright illegal than there were under under Trump or Obama. Now, you're right, the numbers are down, but the people are here now. So that's the difference.
Right. Look, we can all agree, and we understand, well, most of us understand why that great influx happened right after Title 42 was removed. But we'll people will find a reason and say, look, it had nothing to do with that. They'll just make up stuff. And it doesn't matter. Every time they want to have a conversation about Biden administration, they go back to the worst time in his administration,
and they go to the best of Trump. Right, and they go to the best of Trump, and they go to the best of Trump.
$5-6 gas. They don't care that it's $2.50 right now.
They blaming that on Trump. They're saying the only reason gas prices went down is because Trump got in office. He's Superman. He's Superman.
It's going to make it more difficult for him right now because of his whole, because his part of his thing was I'm gonna cut your energy costs of your gas in half. So if it's $2.50 right now, I'm looking at $1.25.
I have gotta sit down, maybe with you or somebody else, because Trump has made a significant amount of promises. I do want to do a video based on how many campaign promises he's made. If they come true, they come true. But I'm curious because he's made so many campaign promises. I want to see how many come to fruition or how many end up being quote unquote exaggerations. I'd be curious to do that. And you often bring up a lot of them.
I told you to go ahead. Even if you just start today, just start. And as you have lives, just add to the board as people tell you more and more stuff. I give it all.
You know a lot of them. You bring up a lot of them that I don't forget about. That's why I mentioned you, because you often bring up campaign. I've heard them all, but I'm running shows, I forget some of this shit, but you seem to remember a whole lot of them. So you're like a library of Trump promises.
Hey, I'm just listening to what the man said.
Listen, I don't watch speeches, been to rallies. I've heard it told to me directly, but I'm somewhat forgetful, I guess. But you bring up, I'm like, yeah, he did promise to do that. I'll be forgetting some. You like a library of promises.
You gotta start writing them down, man. You got to start holding them accountable. We hold everybody else accountable. We holding Biden accountable for numbers that happened 2 years ago. We hold them what happened in 2022 with the gas prices. We use that as a baseline to determine whether he's effective or not. Yeah. Not that he inherited this mess. Not that the mess got worse when he got in, and then he did all of this stuff to bring it down. They're still talking about the Inflation Reduction Act didn't work. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act went in when the inflation was around 9%. It's now 2.5%. Did it go down? Can we admit that it went down? But no, they're going to say, well, it was at 9%, so therefore he did a bad job.
Oh, and it was very convincing. Even a lot of there's a lot of liberals that believe that Biden did a bad job.
True.
So
they do. We do. Yeah, a lot of us do. But a lot of us are getting ready to see the result of not understanding or not paying attention to what's going on, and to go with the cult of personality. When we went with the guy who made the sneakers, we went with the guy who sold, he sold Christians Bibles.
I gotta give it up to the man, though. I'm telling you, to be able to do some shit like that, to sell Christians Bibles when you're not even a Christian, who else could do something like that? I just want to give it up for him. I mean, because who else could do that?
Somebody that's not very good for this country, man. That's my personal opinion. Somebody who can manipulate people to that extent, it's scary to me. But like I've told you before, I've had this discussion with some of my what I call friends, loosely, that are MAGA and listen to this kind of stuff and defend it. But a lot of them don't have shit. Like they looking for this man to save them from themselves.
But we had him in office for 4 years. Was it really that bad?
I mean, it was a continuation of what we had for many years. So I never looked at it as being, this great breakthrough in the economy, because we had seen the numbers trending from Obama from record highs back when Obama came in office. It took him a while to get it under control, but he also got a second term, and he was able to get it down to a real great position. And so the next person that takes over, I don't view them as doing such a great job. I mean, he took the unemployment rate down from 4.9 or 4.6% when he came in down to 3.4. So it was about a percentage point that he brought the unemployment down.
No. Right now,
it made it sound like he himself somehow put in this
I don't think it's the job numbers that people have an issue with. It's the cost of goods and services. Certainly the border, and then the whole transgender thing. I never could understand, but that's a big issue with a lot of folks. I mean, even some Democrats. I got members of my family that are talking about, I don't want my kid going in the bathroom with a I mean, it's amazing at how that issue blew up to where it's at, considering how few people we're talking about.
Right, and they're talking about what their kids are doing right now, but their kids are going in the bathrooms with gay people right now and have been their whole lives. But they've been able to take that issue, like you said, and blow it up and throw it in people's faces, although it affects, like, you can look at the data and says how many of these, assaults happen in bathrooms with trans people, and it's going to be 0.0.
Yeah, if there were transgender citizens going in bathrooms and harming kids, it would be all over Fox or
all over the news right now.
The fact that you're not hearing about it, because they're definitely looking for it. The fact that you're not hearing about it tells you everything you need to know. But that's what we're dealing with. All right, then, Cal. So you believe? You don't believe he's going to have a successful presidency?
I have no idea how it's going to end up. I know that a lot of the things that he's proposing is not going to go the way the people who voted for him think it is. But successful or not, maybe he will be forced to change his position when he's talking about these tariffs. And now all of these countries are now saying, well, we're just going to do the same thing back to you. Starting a trade war with the entire world, it's not going to end good for America.
Well, I will respond by when you say that things that he's promising are not going to go the way MAGA thinks. My response is what my grandmother used to say: God does everything for a reason. And the point, and I hate to bring, because I'm not very critical, but I'll say it like this: when I say God does everything for a reason, I mean, if you have a relative that is on their deathbed about to pass away, you're praying that God gives you more time with that person. If they survive and go into remission and live longer, you're going to thank God for that happening. Thank you for answering my prayers. If they perish later that night, you're going to thank God for the time you had with them. So no matter what happened, you're going to thank God. Yeah, look, God does things for us. So if Trump comes and makes promises, it's very similar to how you would be praying to God that he does what you want. If he don't do it, well, God does everything for a reason. So even if he don't measure up, well, he tried, or the Democrats prevented him from doing it.
He got the built-in excuse. He already said, people already around him is saying, he doesn't really mean that stuff. He's just using it as a negotiating tactic. So therefore, he doesn't have to do anything he said he's going to do. But people voted for him because they believe he was going to do what he said he was going to do. It's like an oxymoron, man.
I wish I had a pushback for it, but that's why I said God does everything for a reason. Because you're right. Whether he lives up to his promises or not, in the eyes of MAGA, he lived up to his promises. Did Cal? Appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
All right, man.
All right.
Peace.
And that is how it's going to go down. It's pretty easy to say the Democrats prevented me from building a wall or the largest deportation in history or whatever. I mean, it would be very easy to convince MAGA that the only reason he didn't live up to his promises is because the Democrats got in the way. I don't think it would be hard to make that case at all. Will G says Trump is definitely not Lex Luger. Why is the villain from Superman? Why is Lex Luger coming up in my conversation? Trump is definitely not Lex Luger. Trump wants to be the president of the United States to hide from his crimes. Lex thinks the president is a demotion. Yeah, Lex was trying to rule the world, not just the United States. I keep thinking of Gene Hackman played that role. Lex Luger, wow. Will G says Trump is a little bitch. Okay, let me read this right. Trump is a little bitch compared to any villain, even the wealthiest ones in comics, even the weakest ones, rather. He said Trump is a little bitch compared to any villain in the comics. So I don't know if I agree with that. Trump is a little bitch compared to any villain, even the weakest ones in comics. I don't know, because he probably has more power than most villains. He probably actually has more power. Not in terms of superpowers, maybe mind power. He has far more people captivated than most villains in super. Now that's not to say he's a villain to everybody, but I think he may be more powerful. I may be on the other side of that, Will. But real quick, Will G also says, yes, his first 4 years were that bad because we survived them with his incompetence and the leveler heads, our guardrails around him. Remember, we are inflation because of his trade war. So I do agree that surrounding yourself with yes men can come at a price. And I'm talking about anybody. I don't care if you're a wealthy rock star or an athlete or whatever. If you're surrounding yourself with yes people, you could get in a lot of trouble because they're not going to stop you from doing anything. I remember the old, I'll go back to the box. And by the way, tap the screen. If you want to share the live, feel free to do that. Maybe that'll help it out. I don't know. But tap the screen, get the likes up. Same on YouTube. Get us around about 50. We can make that happen on YouTube horizontal. Smash that like button on YouTube vertical as well. I was reading those, I used to be a big fan of Dennis Rodman growing up in Chicago during the Jordan era. And he did his security guard once did a story, and he was talking about how when Rodman would be out at a casino, he would want to tip the waitresses by putting the token in their boobs or down the slip of their back into their panties or whatever. And he had to smack his hand and stop them all the time. Because obviously that could lead to all sorts of lawsuits and maybe even prison time if they can finagle the wording right. That's what somebody who is not a yes man does, is they stop you from having what you perceive as fun for your best interest. Give me the keys to the car. You can't go driving tonight. You've had too much. Leave him alone. You ain't never going to see him again. Ain't no need to get in a fight with him. Stuff like that. And I do believe that by surrounding yourself with loyalists, yes men, so to speak, that stuff ain't going to happen. They're not going to do anything to make you upset. So if you're doing something and you perceive it as fun and you're enjoying yourself, they don't want to give you bad news or limit your ability to have fun. And I do believe that in Trump's case, that could come as a detriment, not having people around him that are going. I mean, if you're just putting in a bunch of loyalists, if you do make a mistake, they're just going to jump in with you because they're loyal. I don't want to be perceived as being disloyal by telling him he can't do that or not doing what he asked me to do. I'm going to be loyal. That can really end bad. I mean, there are plenty of areas where we have loyalists and the outcome is not good. I mean, let's say, for instance, a mob boss is generally surrounded by loyalists. Top-level drug dealer is generally surrounded by loyalists. Most dictators are generally surrounded by loyalists. Problem with that is when the top person go down, they generally go down too because you've been listening to stuff that may be immoral, may be illegal. Some cases might even be a war crime. We'll see, but I don't believe that surrounding yourself. I need somebody that's going to look out for me when I fuck up. Keep me out of trouble. You're a lawyer. Do some of that lawyer shit. If you think I'm breaking the law, stop me because they're going to come after me. Don't hire lawyers that are going to let you do the shit. That's my opinion. Looking in the comments, Will G says people that are really not supposed to owe taxes because of his tax plan. Damn. And Trump wants to make it permanent. Yeah, his tax plan for me personally has not been good because I am an independent contractor in my day job. And I used to be able to claim a lot of things that I can no longer claim because of Trump's tax plan. It has not been beneficial to me personally. Maybe you have a different story. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Going back to one of my subscribers, Alan. Good evening, Alan. Welcome to the program.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, man? Go ahead.
Not too much. So, first, this whole thing with MAGA Reacts, the ECA has been in place since
keep going.
I think the 18 or 1800s. It's only been used twice. The last time it was used was 1960. Mm-hmm. That was Kennedy versus Nixon. Hawaii was having a recount, and they knew that they weren't going to get their slate of electors in time. So the legislature approved 2 sets. It turned out they got it done in time, and they sent the set that needed to be sent. If you do something to impede or you commit fraud, that's why those people are being convicted and going to prison.
You talking about the fake electors?
Yeah, because they sent fake electors. Yeah. They're being convicted. I think Arizona's done theirs.
Most of them, without having much of a case, most of them have pled guilty. I think Giuliani is fighting it, but most of them have already taken it. And by the way, they didn't get punished much. In Wisconsin, a whole bunch of them pled guilty, and they didn't even get nothing out of that.
So that means it was a crime.
Yeah, it was a crime.
That means, and the fact that 45 called Rathensberger and everybody and said, hey, he didn't use the words, let's do this. He sat there and said, we just need to find these.
Yeah.
He implied, let's commit voter fraud.
Well, and the thing about it is they can say it gives them plausible deniability because he was just checking on the election.
He knew enough to say something ambiguous, but he inferred what he wanted. Yeah. Anybody with 2 bits of common sense could get that.
Yeah, but the problem is with that hold up in court. I mean, it's just enough to skirt the line where, it sucks, it's immoral, but, it's not a crime.
Correct, but Rathensberger and them were smart enough to record the conversation.
Yeah, because they knew what he was asking them was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Giuliani knew what he was asking was wrong. Bill Barr investigated this. Bill Barr sat there, and of course, if his boss says you need to investigate this, there's fraud. He starts the investigation, and Trump was told by Bill Barr, by other members of his cabinet, and by his daughter Ivanka. If you look at the deposition, she sat there and said he knew he lost.
Yeah, she did admit
He was told, his own daughter has admitted under oath that he knew he lost the election.
Well, he actually said it, and then he backtracked on it close to this election. Yeah, he even said it himself.
But here's the problem. They can go see those depositions for themselves, not from anybody on either side of the aisle, but they won't, because then that means that all the mental gymnastics that they do to justify what happened, all of a sudden, well, what the hell?
Well,
the man lied to us.
See, the problem is once you say this stuff and you get supporters fully invested in it, even when you try to withdraw it, they're not going to follow you because you got them fully invested. There's 3 cases of this. Trump stating that Obama was born in Kenya. He's admitted that Obama was born in America now, but the supporters are fully invested in Obama being born somewhere else. So a lot of his supporters don't believe him. Same thing when he said about COVID. Once you get the supporters fully invested in this vaccine is not necessarily in your best interest, he came around and said, get vaccinated. Well,
he said that only 2 people have ever been questioned about their citizenship or their ethnicity in an election. And both of them happen to be black.
Yeah, there's 4 people that they started bringing up as others. I've mentioned this on the program several times, and they all are people of color. There's 4 people. You mentioned, obviously, Obama being born in Kenya. Then they actually also did the same thing. They tried to do it to Kamala Harris, but obviously we also know they were saying she was Jamaican and Indian. But Bill O'Reilly on his show even stated that he told Trump personally, like, don't try this, because they were starting to birth the movement up again. He told him like that's not going to work. But they did it to Kamala Harris. They did it to Obama. Kamala Harris, they did it to Obama. Nikki Haley is also a person of color. They were doing it to Nikki Haley. And to a lesser degree, they were doing it to Vivek Ramaswamy too. Remember, they started saying he's not MAGA. They started going at running for office as a person of color is not an easy task.
But these are the same people who will tell us that they're not racist and they don't believe in DEI and all this. But Tim, we've been down that.
What is that though? What the hell is DEI? It's like woke. People come up with their own definition.
Here's what DEI is. I got the perfect definition of DEI. You and I can go to college, get advanced degrees, get professional certifications. We can have experience. We can have 10 years of experience, and we can head up our own thing and be doing very well. Well, you know what, Tim? Billy Ray Bob down the street, who barely graduated from high school, you know he gonna get the job because, you know, we oppressing the white man. You and everybody can come at me with the whole racist. Oh, that's racist. Take your white fragility down the street. Miss me with it.
Wow.
Miss me with it.
I'm being told that stuff ended hundreds of years ago, though.
Tim. Now, I live in North Carolina. You know, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. I guarantee you, there's some people who don't look like us who, if they see either one of us driving nice vehicles, you know what they're going to call us.
What they call? I'm curious about that. You might get pulled over, but what do you mean?
You use a nigga. Use a nigga with a fancy car. Use an uppity nigga.
All right. I don't want you to get the live stream banned. Use the word once.
Sorry. You know, you must be a drug dealer. You didn't get it. You didn't get it because you went to school.
Let me just say this. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm naive, but I do believe that might be something more relative to the South, because where I'm from in Chicago, there's a lot of black people driving fancy cars. I mean, there's a lot African Americans who earn a decent. There's far more of them in the North than there are in the South. Now, there's Atlanta, there's Houston, but in the North, union jobs. You know, he worked for the Park District. He's got a high level police department.
Do not believe we're qualified, Tim.
In the North, I don't think that's the case in the North anymore.
I'm not saying in the North. Okay, first of all, the first thing is most people who win the presidency have to win the South. You typically, not always, you typically have to carry the South.
Okay.
And I'm saying that a woman, first of all, she's a woman. That's going to sway some votes in the South. But if you go and you look, I promise you, a woman who graduated from the Ivy League of HBCUs, went to Cal State University Law School in San Francisco, spent 14 years as a prosecutor, was elected DA, was elected AG, was elected senator, and then became elected VP. So how is she not qualified? We can even talk about Hillary, even though Hillary has her controversies. She was a senator. She was the first lady of the country. She was the first lady of a state. She was a secretary of state.
Yeah, I've said in the program several times, and I see Gen X as yet another racist anti-Trump.
Here we go. Come on with the. You know what? I promise, Tim. People typically associate. How do most of the people that we live with are people who look like us? What did they do? So what do they say? Black on black crime. That became the whole mantra for the media. Oh my God, black on black crime. Y'all don't say nothing about black on black crime. Yes, we do. But they don't say anything when Billy Ray kills Bubba Joe.
All right. I don't disagree with that.
People want to act like race. Here's the thing. It's not. Racism isn't the issue.
Well, no, but here's let me defend it. Let me just say this. When you look at the sheer numbers per capita of black on black crime, white on white crime don't equal that. I mean, are you saying that white on white crime is equivalent to black on black crime like that?
No. What I'm saying is they're trying to make ours. They're trying to paint a perception that ours is somehow another greater, and like, oh my God, they're just killing each other. Y'all are killing each other too. People kill people in proximity.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Go look it up. Go look at the stats, and what you will find is people kill people in proximity. You don't see people from the hood going over to the other side of town.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree that if somebody commits homicide, the chances are highly likely that they committed a homicide against somebody that's the same race as them. I agree with that part, which is why I always played a retweet from Trump saying that 81% of white homicide victims are killed by black people. As I bring that up and say that was a racist thing for him to send out. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the most violent black neighborhood in America and you compare that to the most violent white neighborhood in America, there's a big difference in the number of people getting slaughtered.
Yeah, and there's a big number. There's also a big difference in the socioeconomics.
Maybe so.
No. Ain't no maybe. Go look at East St. Louis. Name me a white neighborhood that looks like East St. Louis, Tim. Name me another white neighborhood that looks like the South Side.
There's plenty of. I don't know if you realize this, but the poorest count. I think the eighth poorest counties in America are in eastern Kentucky. There's some pretty. There's just not a lot of people there, but there's a lot of dirt poor white neighborhoods.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. And guess what? Most of them are on the system. Most of them are getting entitlements, but they don't want to talk about.
But they're not taking each other's lives, though. Alan, is what we're saying.
I get you. What I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with racism, Tim. And what I mean by that is this. If you want to clean up racism, if you want to get past all this, you have to be willing to have an honest conversation. And you got to be willing to call it out.
Yeah. Hold on. Hang on one second. Meow in the comments. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone, but YouTube, you some of the stuff you're saying is so bad. YouTube is asking me, should I let it through? And I see you are using the N-word. The idiot and all of that stuff. You can call me or any guest whatever you want in the comment, but don't use the N-word because it will. I mean, like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor anything. But when YouTube in particular, because YouTube is far more open than TikTok. When they start telling me, do you want this message to go across? So not you though, not you, Alan. This time it's me. Isn't it meow in the comments? I don't mind you typing what you want, but. If YouTube is telling me, do I want to approve your message or not, tone it down a little bit. You can call me any damn thing you want, but use a synonym for the damn N-word, whatever you're trying to say. But keep going.
These ninjas around.
Right. Use a synonym. We get what you're trying to say.
And all I'm saying, Tim, is we can't fix this country until we start having honest conversation. And I don't have a problem. I served this country. I served in the United States Navy, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. I have no problem I will defend a Klansman's right to say whatever the hell he wants to say. I'll defend his right to walk down the middle of Main Street. He has every right to as an American. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is covert racism. What I have a problem with...
See, that's going to be most of it. Throughout history... We know there's been racist politicians in this country. Try finding actual quotes from politicians throughout history. I don't care if you're going back to the 1900s where they came out and said, I hate these people. They all, I mean, it's almost always covert. They don't ever come out and admit it.
But Tim, here's the thing. I don't care about the politicians admitting it. What I care about is us as the everyday American. We got to be able to have that conversation. Because I told MAGA this. Take the right and the left out of it. Take the right and the left out of it. Look at your tax bracket. That's what
you mentioned. You talking about classism.
Exactly. They have us looking at racism. It's about classism.
I don't totally agree with you there because.
Oh, come on.
Let me explain to you why. Because I mean, if you are wealthy, if it's about classism, it should be rich versus poor. I do believe there are cases where wealthy black people have stated that if they drive on a car as you mentioned, in a wealthy car, people are targeting him. He's wealthy. Right. He should be on the in crowd. I don't totally agree with that.
They don't think he got it. They don't think he got it legit. What I'm saying, Tim, is there's a multitude of things that we have to address. One of them, and I'm telling you, as somebody who came from my parents were making $50,000 as a combined income when it wasn't when it wasn't common. And so. And they moved us from one side to the other. And then we were able to go to different schools, have a different experience. And I'm telling you, there's a difference, Tim. I have seen wealthy white people absolutely crap on poor white people the same way they would crap on somebody from the hood. I've seen it. I've heard it. I've been in the room.
So it's just a matter of if you are a black person and you're among the haves, you don't have to worry about anything.
Tim, let me tell you something. Money changes a whole lot of things.
Well said. I agree with that. I'll give you my own personal example before I do got to move it on. Before I do, I will tell you this. When I lived in Australia, I bring this up all the time, different things because they relate. But the same classism you're talking about, with some racism in it, exists over there too, because that country was founded somewhat iffy like that too with the natives versus. But anyway, I'm on an elevator. And I could see the withdrawn effects of the Australians that were in the elevator. Now I'm black, they're all white, and you can see people clutching their purses and shit. One of the things I used to always do is I would take my phone out and just put it to my ear and pretend like I was having a conversation. Because the minute they hear the voice, I'm among the haves. I'm from a first world country. Because most of their black immigrants are coming from, different African nations. Once they realize how he first worked, the treatment was much better. I mean, even when I was in the immigration line, I had people yelling at me, go back to your own country and shit. The minute I started talking, people just became friendlier because it's like, well, shit, he ain't over. He's from America. He got it. He got money. He ain't coming over here to take our resources. I did notice that.
Exactly, and that's all I'm saying. Now, let me give you something before I go because I know you got to move on. But I want to know, hey, Stevie D, we went at it the other day. I love it. Hey, I'm all for it. But let me ask this, and I really want to answer from all these MAGA folks. Everybody's screaming. If we don't have a border, we don't have a country. If we don't have a border, we don't have a country. We need a southern border. Are we gonna put one on the north?
Yeah, he's talking about going after Trudeau. He even met with Trudeau.
No. This is what I said. Is he gonna put a border up there?
What do you mean a border? A wall?
The same border a wall. The same wall he wants to put on the south. Is he willing to put one on the north? And I bet you he doesn't because they look like him.
I disagree. I gotta defend Trump. You don't have millions of people coming across the northern border. You don't need a wall.
I know right now of a young man who was working for us when I was working in athletics. He sat there, and I know he overstayed his student visa, and he stayed in this country, and then he stayed until he found somebody wanting to marry him and to help him get a visa to stay.
I get your point, but what I'm saying is you don't have a lot of people making a run for it through the mountains of, what is up there, North Dakota?
If you don't have a border, you don't have a country, Tim.
All right, I get that argument.
Is that not the argument?
That is the argument. That is the argument. All right.
So based on their argument, should there not be a northern border?
I don't think a wall and a border are the same thing, but I get your argument. But no, to me, the border exists. Even if I don't care if it's just a line painted on the ground, that's a border. A wall is not necessary to say we have a border. A wall is there to enforce the border.
Interesting, Tim. Interesting.
I gotta go.
Hey, admit it. You walked right into that, didn't you?
No, I did not. You don't. I gotta go, Alan. Good talk. That was good. That's good shit. All right, let me move on. But I will say this though, and I've been to both borders and talked to Border Patrol on both borders. In fact, I got snatched up at both borders. Got too close both times when I did not have a passport and got yanked by the Mexicans and the Canadians. I was up near Vancouver, and they got this little pole thing. Kind of looks like the National Memorial. You see the little thing that goes up and comes to a point. It's a smaller one. It's only a few feet high, but it's got Canada and the United States on. Anyway, I wanted to get up to that. Now, I didn't have a passport at this time. And there's literally a line that extends from it. So you got this thing that's standing up there, kind of like a post. And there's a line painted on the ground that says Canada and Mexico. If you've seen that, Martin Lawrence has a movie like that where there's a line on the ground and he steps. Anyway, that is really there. And I just wanted to take a picture of it. And I stepped on the other side, and all of a sudden these Canadian mounted patrol, Canadian Border Patrol, they yelled out, "Freeze, don't move." Like, now I'm back on the United States side of the line. There's a U.S. tower right there too. They didn't come out and say shit. Canadian police came up to me. I had to give them my ID and all of that. They had me sit there with 2 or 3 of them while the other ones went back in the tower and ran all my information and shit. And they let me go, but I had that happen. I'll go back to the box. And once, years ago, back in the late 90s, I wanted to see what the Mexican border looked like. So I got on I-5. I was down in San Diego and drove down. I just wanted to see how far you could go and see what it looked like. I passed the last exit. Usually there's a sign that, last exit, exiting United States. You'll see it in Michigan near Windsor. I've seen it there. But anyway, I went past that exit, but I'm thinking there's got to be sometimes there's an opening in the road. You can turn around. There was no opening. So once I got up to the, it almost looks like a toll booth. This is in the 90s. I don't know what the hell it looks like down in San Diego now, but the guard stayed, and I'm like, listen, I drove too far. I just want to turn around. He didn't say shit, but get out of your car. So I get out of the car. He's fully, he's donning all this military shit. He's got all, got the rifle, got the fucking bulletproof shit on. He's in black with Hispanic words, so Spanish words. So I know I don't fucked up at this point. So he, has me stand to the side, and they lift up the trunk of the car, and they're bending all. It's a rental, ain't nothing in this car. But they searched the hell out of that car, held me for about 10 minutes, and then sent me back or whatever it was. So I've had it happen on both sides of the border. I've actually been grabbed by both of them. Looking in the comments there real quick. And yeah, I don't know who's sending all these. Who is this? They potentially, this is Damien. Stop bitching in the chat when you're nothing but a tool for a racist biatch. Wow, callers like this one. This YouTube is really playing games now. Like I said, I believe in letting people speak, but they really are starting to ask me about your messages here. And I see the guy said, blacks are scared of other blacks. Stupid black crime is greater, you idiot. Now, he did call me the N-word, though. He said N-word. Blacks are scared of other blacks. Stupid black crime is greater, you idiot. That doesn't sound like a black person using that, but we'll just continue on. Like I said, YouTube warned me of that comment. So continuing on with El Hind, is that what that says? Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, El Hind. I remember when I was 18, we didn't need a passport for Canada or Mexico. That is true. I remember. Started after 9/11. After 9/11, George Bush is the one that passed the law requiring you. Because I have been into Canada without a passport before. Never did it on Mexico. El Hind, is that what that says?
Yes, 005 to you, Handsome. I've been visiting your lives for quite some time, and I've been wanting to come up here. And did you have that mega hat on when you try to sneak across the Canadian border?
MAGA didn't. I don't even think the Tea Party was really known. MAGA didn't exist back then. Yeah, I don't even think because that was before Obama. So even the Tea Party wasn't well known back then.
Why are you trying to sneak across the Canadian border?
I wasn't. I wanted to just take a picture by the damn sign, but to get the right angle, I was across the border by about 6 feet. I mean, there's a line clearly on the ground that says Canada and in the United States. There's a white line, and on one side it says Canada, the other side, it's just a little small line. And I stepped over it to take a picture by this little monument thing, and that was enough to make them come out. I was officially on Canadian soil.
Oh, that's that.
Yeah. My caller may have gotten a call. We'll give it a second for that. See what happened there. Let me go back to the box real quick. To hell with the government. How do you feed your children? I mean, starving on a biblical level all across the country. We must prepare ourselves for the hardship. Freddie, you think people are starving like that? It says to hell with the government. How do you feed your children? I mean, starving like on a biblical level. I don't think the United States is not that bad. What are you talking about? I'm going to go ahead and drop my caller. Apparently she had a call. Real quick, I just want to make sure I can keep the... And I see in your comment, Gen X says, hell yeah, Canadians will keep out snow Mexicans. What does that mean? What is a snow Mexican? Canadian wall, keep out snow. Oh, I see what you said. Oh my God. Okay, he's saying now Gen X supports a wall on the northern border, like my last guest was talking about. He says, hell yeah, basically build a Canadian wall. Keep out the snow Mexicans. In other words, white Mexicans. Snow Mexicans. That's worse than the wet battle. Like snow Mexicans. All right, I'm learning. Let me go back to the comments section. For some reason, my YouTube is playing games. Snow Mexicans. All right. What do you think about Trump's cyber policies? What cyber policy are you? Now, he's for free speech. I'm fine with that, but here's the difference. And I'd like to know what other cyber policies you're talking about, but I'm 100% for free speech. You guys know how I run the program. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I've been MAGA friendly from day one. Liberals are welcome on the program. You hear I say this all the time. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. And by the way, I haven't said this. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, follow the program on TikTok, YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Feel free to smash that sub button, the like button, and subscribe to the channel. It helps out, brings more MAGA in, helps out the algorithm. But I'm for free speech. I think where me and some of the MAGA viewers have a difference of opinion is I don't believe free speech comes consequence free. And I do believe in Trump's case, a lot of MAGA believes that as long as he is running the country and doing what is right by this country, he should have free speech to say whatever the hell he wants and there should be no consequence for it. I disagree with that. I do believe if you're insulting people and sending all kinds of mean tweets, just like if you went to your job, if you went to your job and you were one of the top performers, you still couldn't cuss out your boss or say all kinds of negative shit about your coworkers. It would still put your job at risk. Performance doesn't excuse that. No, you can't just say stuff like that. And that's what we're being told, that as long as Trump is a high-level performer, and we'll argue whether he's a performer or not, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, but I just believe free speech comes with consequences. And the right does not. They don't believe there should be any consequences. Looking in the comments, Twitter is for free speech as long as you are on the right and praising Trump, says Blue Flame Chevy. Are you saying that liberals get silenced on Twitter? Really? I have not heard of any liberals. I you know something? I think that if you're going to have some, maybe I'm wrong in this. I know MAGA's going to correct me on this, but in my opinion, if you're going to have strong free speech violations or strong violations of speech, I do believe they come more stronger from the right than they do the left, just because of the whole Civil War type stuff and the issues with vaccines and the issue. I mean, some of that, like for instance, there's a lot of hatred of Trump coming from the left, but I believe there's hatred of LGBT and minorities and stuff like that comes from the right. So I don't know. I think you're going to get more of that on the right, but I have not heard of liberals complaining that they can't speak on Twitter. So you're the first to tell me that. I think free speech should be 100%. Let people show how gross they are, and then the public can judge, says Stevie D. Not always like that though, Stevie, because let's say, for instance, Stevie, you being a Caucasian and you come visit me, and we hanging out, we cool, and you happen to be on my side of town where it's mostly black, and all of a sudden we go out to a bar to get a beer or some shit, and somebody comes in there and calls you a pedo or calls you a racist or something. Free speech. No, it can get you hurt or force you to hurt other people where you normally would not have. Free speech should have consequences. I don't believe you should just let people lie and say whatever the hell they want, which could cause, damage to people, like Dominion voting machines or Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, or even Ray Epps for that instance. I mean, if you're saying things that are ruining people's lives and destroying folks, because you say let people speak, and it'll show people how gross they are. No, sometimes people believe them. Sometimes, I mean, you've had Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton has, claimed racism against groups that weren't being racist. People believe him, though. And now these folks got to somehow navigate through this stuff, like the Duke lacrosse players that Jesse Jackson claimed were racist and claimed that they had sexually violated this stripper who made it all up. So now those Duke lacrosse players are hoping they don't lose their education. I mean, people can make up shit about you and people actually believe it. They don't always see the person as gross. So that's the problem with it. And I do believe Trump has done that a lot. Trump has said things about people that has been completely false or unproven, and it's caused harm. Like the mayor of Springfield begging him to stop saying people were eating pets because they were getting bomb threats. So there has to be some consequence, in my opinion. You don't hear from the left because we understand the law, says Fuzzard. All of them? I don't know about all of them. I don't know. Let me go back to the box. People are more free when they hide behind their computers. That's true. Say things they would never say face to face. That is true. I do believe one thing they should do. There should be some type of license plate, so to speak, while you're online. I don't care if there's a code attached that the government has access to or whatever the case may be. But if you make some type of wild statement, there should be some way to identify you. And now with VPNs and all of that kind of shit, people can say stuff online and it's very difficult to identify who that person is. If somebody gets on here and says something awful to me, and I've had people say that. I've had a few threats being made to me, even though I play the middle fairly well. Some people don't want to hear anything they disagree with. I've had people make threats to me. If I dial and report them to the police, it's almost impossible to find out who, Doggy Poo Poo is. His name is Doggy Poo Poo. He said this about me on YouTube. They're not going to be able to find that person. So I do believe they should have something attached to it. Let me go back to the comments. And Stevie says, I agree. I think people should have to have their face on their accounts. That would be a good start. A real face. Not some shit you made up. Not a picture of a dog or a cat. Uncle Lucas. Tap the screen, folks. Get your boy up to 50,000. A few lazy thumbs here, but tap the screen. Uncle Lucas, good evening.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm thinking about Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew. I'm assuming that's not where you got that from.
No, man, no. I don't know why I got that name, man. I got it just because I always feel like an uncle to people.
All right, fair enough. So what do you think? Let's just talk about the tariffs for instance. Do you believe that the tariffs that Trump is promising to get the border secure and get these countries to behave, do you favor that? You think that's a good thing, or you think it could actually blow up and backfire?
See, and I'm going to go ahead and say, I voted for Kamala, but I kind of hope he blows up the economy.
What? You're hoping he fails?
Yeah, man, I hope he gets everything he wants. I hope MAGA gets everything they want. I hope when they start deporting people, the food prices start spiking. You see somebody's abuela getting,
So you're literally not giving him a chance from day one.
It's not that I'm not giving him a chance. I'm just hoping that he gets everything that he wants.
You're hoping the worst.
I'm hoping they get, because honestly, I think what we saw with this last election is the Democrats lost because they didn't understand how bad it could get. They didn't understand when they put people like Tulsi Gabbard, a Russian asset, in charge of all of the nation's secrets, how bad it could really get. Are they going to put Kash Patel in charge of the FBI?
That's the worst one since Matt Gaetz. Hang on before we continue. I did want to respond to a super chat because we're talking about Gen X. What he says, Gen X son knows nothing about racial tensions he might extend into the world when he is a full-on adult, and that is on Pop's teachings. You're talking about Gen X, and you're saying that Gen X himself is teaching racism? I just want to hang on a second here, Lucas. He's on the flip side of that. He wants to silence everyone else and take broadcasting licenses away. That was in regards to me talking about Trump and free speech. So you're saying that Trump doesn't favor free speech. He wants to prevent it by taking people's broadcast. Have you heard? Yeah, he did say that about CBS, didn't he?
Yeah. He's trying to go out there with MSNBC and I think that's why Joe and Mika went down there and kissed the ring, because they understand they don't want to lose their.
And that didn't work. And that did not work well for them at all. They went down there and kissed the ring of Trump, and Trump got on his social media page within that same day and said some awful shit about them. I mean, that was just stupid for them to do that.
Yeah, it's crazy looking at the right how much they complain about how everybody's coming after them, how everybody's trying to come after their religious freedom, but yet they're trying to take people's right to not have religion in their lives, right to not have Bibles in their classrooms. Like that, what is it, that dude in Oklahoma, the superintendent who's buying the Trump Bible.
Yeah, I've covered that a lot. Yeah, they definitely are shoving Christianity down throats of kids in Oklahoma. They're doing it in Louisiana and Texas as well. I think Arkansas too. And you notice how there was a big outcry about LGBT and CRT being shoved down the throats of kids in schools. The minute they started shoving Christianity, the right got real silent. They suddenly don't care about things being shoved down kids' throats anymore. So, but I agree with that.
What do you think will happen if they started buying Qurans and putting them in classrooms?
You'd have some angry parents show up to the school council board threatening violence, probably.
I know, man. They started doing that in Dearborn, Michigan. They started buying Qurans and putting them in classrooms. Oh, boy. People who don't live in Dearborn, Michigan start freaking out. Like, I can't believe
my guess is something similar to that is probably going to happen, because if you let them get away with putting Bibles and teaching Christianity, I mean, it is a legitimate argument. If my kid's Muslim, why are we teaching Christianity in schools and not, Islam? Because there are members in this nation that are, there are citizens that are Islamic. Why are we only teaching Christianity other than this is some kind of Christian supremacy or something?
Yeah, and then you'll start to see the hypocrisy of it all. Then you'll start to see, well, that's a problem.
You feel confident that Clarence Thomas and that Supreme Court will see the hypocrisy?
No, because I think that's what they're pushing for. Because I think like Oklahoma and Louisiana, they understand it's going to be challenged in court, and they want to get it up to the Supreme Court so that I think what they're going to do is kind of what they did with Roe v. Wade, push it back down to the states to say the states can legislate this. And then you're going to get places like Dearborn, Michigan, where it is a majority Muslim area, and they're going to start pushing for the Quran in schools, and then that's going to be a problem. That's
what frightens me, though. That's what's frightening me, is that Trump is coming across as a states' rights president. And, being a person of color, states' rights is horrible. The history is, the idea that we have to hope that if we bring back states' rights, none of the bad stuff of the past will come back with it makes no sense at all. But states' rights to people of color has been horrible. Like, I don't think there's anything positive that a person of color can look back in history and say, well, this was great under states' rights. It was all bad. So when they're starting, go ahead.
I can't think of nothing. Honestly, I can't. And that's where they're trying to go. They're trying to push everything back down to the states. And we all know that. Hell, I'm in Alabama. I don't even think they have.
You ain't gonna. If you're in Alabama and if the state of Alabama had the right to do whatever they want in terms of how they govern that state, you would probably be in your best interest to relocate and just leave. I mean, it would probably not be in your best interest at all.
I ain't going nowhere. This my home, man. I'm in the middle of it. I'm a freedom rider.
You can be buried there. I'm telling you. You can be buried there. There's plenty of room underground.
Hey, look, and this is why I think the problem, because my family lives out in California. They live out in California and Atlanta, and they're not in the middle of it. They saw Kamala winning no matter what, and so they're not in the middle of it. They're not talking to MAGA, and they're not in these neighborhoods. So they don't understand that these people, the second Trump won, they got to look up. Well, what is a tariff? Who actually pays a tariff? And they don't understand a lot of the issues. They just understand that maybe their life wasn't. I don't know, groceries were a little bit cheaper under Trump. So
I don't know. I mean, I think some of this stuff, like Trump is promising to bring down crime in inner cities. I think some folks are giving Trump credit for stuff that a president really can't do. Like, how is he going to bring down crime in Detroit? Like, what do you think? If under a states' rights promise, so he's in control of the federal government, and he's promising to bring down crime in your city while making it clear he favors states' rights. So what is he going to do? Order your state to do something? Like, he can't. Some of the stuff that they believe he's going to do, he can't do.
He's already talking about doing these mass deportations, right? And he's going to federalize National Guard and troops. So not every state is down with, like California. Gavin Newsom isn't going to want the federal government to federalize his troops.
I think he would lose though.
For deportation. So is he going to take over the troops there?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's like when we went into Iraq, a lot of Americans were not in favor of the Iraq War, but they were able to use national by simply saying it's a threat to national security or whatever the hell they use, but they were able to get National Guardsmen to go over and fight in Iraq. If he says it's an invasion and our country's sovereignty or our safety is in danger, which is what he's been saying from day one, is they're coming to rape and murder everybody, that's a danger to the country, and we've been invaded. My guess is he would probably be able to get Congress to authorize it. I mean, we know if anything goes to the Supreme Court, he's likely to favor him. My guess is those people like Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom that would push back would lose, because he does have the power of the federal government. And at the end of the day, they have the power to use the National Guard if it's a threat to the country.
But it's limited though. So like with that, we declared war, right? The global war on terrorism.
Okay.
And global. It was another global war. So it was like the GYD and the GROT. So like I was in the Guard at that time, and when you go and like serve in Iraq, you're on what's called federal orders.
Okay.
So the federal government's picking up your pay.
All right.
But like when you do stuff in the state, you're on state orders, and the governor's picking up your pay.
Okay.
So there's all kinds of legalese behind like when you're in the military. So what I'm saying is that the president can't just order the National Guard to start rounding up citizens. It usually has to come from the governor. The governor has to ask for the president's help. So
you were sending the National Guard to maintain the border and prevent people from coming in. In terms of rounding up citizens, you could make ICE and hire a ton of people for border patrol and ICE to do that. I mean, you don't need to have a National Guard.
People in ICE to do that right now, because I was watching a special on 60 Minutes where it was ICE talking about, we already deport criminals. Like, we already deport criminals.
Yeah, but you can hire them.
It's a complicated process to deport criminals. So there's not enough ICE agents right now.
Yeah, but you can hire plenty more. And when you look at the number of Hispanics that voted for Trump, my guess is there's a lot of Hispanics that would be willing to help deport their own and snitch. I mean, it ain't like he didn't promise that he was going to get rid of a bunch of these people, and they voted for him anyway. So give him a little bit of a reward. You'd probably have Hispanics snitching on Hispanics.
Man, I think with this election, I realized nobody hates Latino immigrants more than Latino immigrants. It's a sad thing, man.
I don't understand. I don't understand how he ran on a campaign like that and did so well with Hispanics. I don't understand that either. I mean, because he didn't do well with African Americans.
Is nobody distrusts women more than women?
I got a lot of females
vote for a woman, but it's like white women, they could not see themselves voting for Kamala. So in massive numbers, man, I don't get it, man. This country is crazy, and now we're seeing, oh my God, we're seeing Trump with he's threatening Canada with a 25% tariff.
Yeah, and Mexico.
Because of what?
Yeah, he threatening.
So that's why I hope he gets whatever he wants, man. Because honestly, I think the Democrats need to wake up. And I saw, like in Dearborn, Michigan, you saw all these Muslim groups saying, we can't vote for Kamala, and Trump's going to bring peace to the Middle East. Yeah, he's going to bring peace. He's going to bring peace over the dead bodies of Palestinians, unfortunately.
Well, some would say the Democrats needed to wake up when they were favoring LGBT and woke issues. That's when they said the Democrats needed to wake up back then, so they wouldn't be in this predicament. They're saying that the Democrats were not talking about kitchen table issues that people actually cared about, and they were talking about LGBTQ and trans shit that people didn't.
Hey, and that's why I say I hope he gets everything he wants. I hope he crashes the economy. I hope he gets.
Why do you want? You do realize if Trump fails, we all fail, right?
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to pay that price. It's kind of like
cutting off your nose to spite your face is what it sounds like.
Hey, you know what? And that's how they're willing to roll on the right. Time after time, they're willing to burn it all down to get what they want, and we saw that on January 6th.
And you want to pattern yourself after that.
Yeah, I mean, to get power, You don't think they're willing to burn it all down to get what they want on the right?
Yeah, but I don't see that as something I want to pattern myself after.
I get it, but obviously, being magnanimous and being the bigger person, like what did Biden do after Trump won? He invited him to the White House.
Yeah.
That ain't working.
No, it ain't working. And Trump would have never done it. If Kamala Harris would have won, we would be talking about a stolen election right now. I mean, that's
exactly. They're willing to burn it all down until they get what they want. And being the bigger person, being an adult in the room, handling the economy with kid gloves and doing the right thing, with raising interest rates so that inflation could go down. It ain't working. It's not working. So what he's going to do is he's going to try to lower interest rates, which is going to spike inflation. And then with the tariffs, man, we might be headed for a Great Depression.
I hope at the end of the day, him threatening to raise tariffs makes those countries bend to his will, and that doesn't happen. I hope you're wrong, Uncle Lucas. I got to move on, but I know you're not wishing the best for Trump. I hope what you're wishing.
They're going to hit us back with their own tariffs, so it's going to be an ugly thing.
And we'll all be paying for it. Lucas,
we'll all be paying for it.
I hope you're wrong. Thanks for coming through.
All right, man.
All right. I hope he's wrong, but my guess is he's not the only liberal wishing for the worst for Trump. My guess is there's a lot of people that are like that. A lot of people do believe exactly what he said, is that the liberals tried to maintain a standard of professionalism and it didn't go well. What was it? Michelle Obama's when they go low, we go high. A lot of Democrats are now like, don't do that shit no more, because going low is not hurting them, it's helping them. So he's not the only one that feel that way. Austin Johnson, hey Tim, your last caller, man. He's always high on something. Does he normally talk like that? What kind of stuff is he smoking? Is it dead super crack death? He's on or what? Damn. I'm trying to figure out who are you referring to? God damn. Will G says, if religion is going to be in schools, I want now this makes sense too. If religion is going to be in schools, I want the IRS in church. But that will be only time church and state will definitely be separated. I agree with that. If you're going to start, and they even before religion in schools, they've been talking politics in church. I agree that you should lose your tax exempt status if you're promoting politics, like the 700 Club and all of this shit, where they were clearly the evangelicals that are clearly for Trump and they're bringing it up in their churches and shit like that. They should lose their tax exempt status. But now that we've gotten Trump in office, he's not going to go around and change the tax status of folks that are supporting him. So it's not going to happen. But keep in mind, there were black churches. There's always been black churches where the likes of Hillary Clinton visit and things like that too. I mean, I'm from the south side of Chicago. I remember when she went to, she came to Chicago and went to my family's church. I mean, so it happens on both sides, but I agree with what Will G said. But it's not going to happen under Trump. I can guarantee you that. It's funny how that the party heavy on states' rights turned into a party of tyrannical federal government. Damn. Well, they got to be in office first, Will. They got to be in office first. I know there's a lot of fear for what Trump and MAGA are going to do, but they got to be in office to actually do it. They're saying, and by the way, this is not liberal fear-mongering on its face or the media alone. I will say a lot of it's coming because they're making radical promises. They're saying they're going to do all kinds of wild shit. Like this guy, Kash Patel, that Trump is nominating to be the head of the FBI. He's been quoted as saying that Trump's adversaries should be real afraid and stuff like that. He's made it clear. So it ain't like people have this frightening look on their face just because the media brainwashed them. The people he's appointing is making these wild statements. They're actually saying it. And by the way, thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Get your boy up to 50,000 on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube. Horizontal, YouTube, vertical. Vertical, we might be to get 70 if you guys would show the program. So let's smash that like button. tap the screen on TikTok. Going back to the box, you know we don't block, ban, or censor. Looking in the comments real quick, I can't believe how stupid people are. Civil rights are a constitutionally protected right. Abortion goes to the states because it is not a constitutional right. True, but they're stupid because anytime you've been enjoying a privilege, because pro-choice was a privilege, it's not a right, as you're pointing out, it's not a right. But anytime you're enjoying something that's a privilege, eventually it feels like it's a right. If I can get up and, whoa, Stevie, damn, thank you, Stevie D, appreciate that. The map Polaris, I've never seen that before, thank you. If you're used to enjoying something and somebody takes it away, it feels like you're losing rights. Officially, in regards to pro-choice, pro-life, women are technically not losing rights. I don't, to me, if you are impregnated, whether through consensual sex, whether through force, whether it's a normal pregnancy or whether something goes wrong, you're right, it's not in the Constitution that you should get to have the ability to decide what you want to do under that circumstance. My pushback is it should be. It should be. It should not be up to other people to determine whether you live or die in some circumstances or whether you have to carry somebody else's baby that you never consented to. It should be in the Constitution. But you are correct. It is not. It is not there. And as a result, a politician can look down at you and say, you're going to keep this whether you want it or not. It should be in the Constitution. It should be a protected right. Real quick, going back to the box, and I see somebody says privacy of health is protected, period. You're going to get the vaccine people. The anti-vax folks are going to push back and say, well, you're forcing me to put this liquid in my body. So you're going to have some people push back on it. Let me go back to the box, continuing on with Outlaw. Good evening or welcome to the program, Outlaw. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Can we get to 50,000? Can we get to 50,000 likes on the TikTok? Trying to get up to 50, F-I-D-D-Y. That was private companies, Tim. It wasn't just private companies, Ed. I believe in the military too, don't you? A lot of government positions. It wasn't all private entities. You're saying where you had to get vaxxed. Were the schools requiring the children? I believe the schools were requiring some children to get vaccinated to continue attending schools. It wasn't just private companies. It was more than that. Some businesses, but I do agree, some businesses you couldn't even walk into and shop unless you showed you had been vaccinated. Real quick, that was nobody forced vax unless you were in the military. That's not true. You could be working for a hospital. I mean, I had nurses tell me, because I work in a medical environment. I've had nurses tell me, I chose not to get it. And during that time, people were, I'm quitting. Or this hospital down the street doesn't require it. It was not just private entities. It was government places too. Going back to the box. But like I said, we're talking about my body, my choice. It is somewhat of a counter argument. I don't know why I couldn't bring up my last guest, but let's try Beers 723. Nurses have to get the flu shot every season, says Ocean. True. I believe it is indeed how Trump introduced the vax with that whole trying to save the economy while trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What brought you on this evening?
What's going on here?
Not much at all. We got you on here. We're talking about.
You're breaking up really bad.
I can hear you loud and clear. You sound perfect.
Hold on, let me try this again.
Maybe it's something on your end. You got full strength.
Yeah, it could be my end because it keeps on blinking.
All right. I'll go ahead and drop you. Try to request it again. You obviously got something going on over there because your signal's perfect here. Reminded me I still need my flu shot. Yikes. Yeah, I do too. And I see Ocean says both sides sound fine. Yeah, something was going on his side. We'll keep it moving though. We'll try with L Hind again. I think we were trying with earlier. And you guys are tapping the screen. We might get to 50,000. Good evening. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone died out on me.
Okay.
So you're against pro-choice, huh?
No, I'm 100% pro-choice myself. I am 100% pro-choice.
Oh, I thought you said you were not.
No, I am 100% pro-choice. I don't believe that if you're going to prevent a woman from making this choice, but you're not going to help her out at all, I don't see I don't see how that's right. I mean, if you're going to make her carry the baby to term, at least be willing to help her out. I mean, they're not even creating mental health centers to help these women out.
Well, I say if they're going to ban ABs, then they should ban the little blue pill. Yeah, exactly. So
why would you ban what is that? What is it called?
Well, when God says time for you to go sit down somewhere, and you can't function properly, then you don't need it. It's plain and simple.
So we
don't need any more unwanted children in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
you saying you saying
you know what's going on with that. You know, Elon Musk thinks we don't have enough people on the planet, but you know what he means when he says that. We don't have enough YT people on the planet. That's what they're saying. So that's the whole big thing with the AB thing and overturning Roe v. Wade, and it was a privilege, I wouldn't say a privilege, a right for women at that time when it existed with no interference. But so now they want to send it down to the states, and you know how that goes. It's just like with the schools, like you were discussing with the gentleman about sending the education back down to the states. You know how this is going to work out. It's about segregation. I mean, Marjorie Trader Green. Marjorie Trader Green, which I call her.
Trader?
Yes, Marjorie Trader Green. Said that we should have red states, we should have blue states. I think there is there's going to be a kind of division there, or that's their accomplished. That's their end game. You know, with the Project 2025, a lot of people don't understand what is about to occur. And then him putting the Bibles up in Oklahoma with the Constitution in it, and then it was elimination of some of the amendments of the Constitution. So he's basically trying to rewrite the Constitution and pick and choose what constitutional rights he feels is appropriate.
But I do gotta ask, because you mentioned like with women, more women voted for Trump than they did for Kamala. If what he is doing is taking away women's rights, how did that happen?
They're stupid.
You saying women are stupid?
You know, you voting against your best interest. You know, because having an AB, as you know, it is considered a health care. Because there are women who might be put in a position or find themselves in a position that they can't carry their pregnancy to term. And then you have the doctors not wanting to do it because they're so afraid. I mean, you're interfering with that. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, if you go back in the early years when women were giving birth, a lot of women were, unaliving at childbirth. So it was fortunate that we have this type of health care. And then you go back to when women were going to back alley.
You do realize, though, because you're saying women are stupid, but in addition to women, more Hispanics, at least men, voted for Trump also. Now, obviously, we know what's the largest deportation in history. How did he get more Hispanic votes?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, because I talked to a young man who's Hispanic or Latino or whatever you want to call himself. He's here in the United States, and he said it was basically competition. Basically, it was competition. They did not want them. That's why they voted for Trump. And they wanted Trump to deport the ones that were in here that were illegal. And so it was about competition. I mean, the whole thing about the border is blown out of proportion from day one.
Explain.
You know that half of the population is Latino and Spanish, and that didn't happen overnight. They've been coming in here for decades. And because the United States wanted cheap labor, and some of them came, and some of them stayed. And they were undocumented. So, this farce that he ran on that to put fear in people. Pretty much like the mustache man did during the 1930s over in Germany when he used the Jews for the same purpose.
Hey, you're saying that Trump is in the same category. You put him in. You see some similarities between him and the mustache man.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. You can only look at this documentary. I'm gonna give you the name of it. It's called The Longest Sword, and there's several others. And then you go look at Divide and Conquer, which is about the Roger Ailes story. You know who Roger Ailes was, right?
Yeah, it's Fox News.
Executive producer of Fox. So you need to look at that.
Yeah, I know he's dead now. I know who Roger Ailes is.
Yeah, there's a documentary, Divide and Conquer, that tells you everything, the manipulation of the media. And don't be too surprised, like you were discussing with the gentleman, about them taking over certain networks. You might only have one source of media that you're getting.
So you're talking about kind of like a state's TV direction.
Man, what you talking about? Yes, I am.
Trying to go towards. So
I am.
You think he can do all of that shit in 4 years, though?
Okay. Well, he said you didn't think he was going to sack the Capitol either, did you?
He was going to what?
Sack the Capitol. Attack.
No,
sack.
No, but nobody thought he was going to do that.
Yeah. So you can expect anything out of Donald Trump, because he said, and the next, you don't have to vote for me this time. You won't have to vote for me again. It will be fine. It will be fixed. And what do you think he meant by that?
Well, he did say that, but the crazy thing is, it ain't like people didn't hear him say it. I mean, he said it out loud.
Yeah, and he doesn't apologize for anything he ever says. So when he stands up there and tells these people, I don't care about you. I want your vote. And what do? They vote for.
So what does that say about them then? I mean, you're saying maybe he was joking, maybe it was exaggerated, maybe it was taken out of context. You really believe
basically most of the times when he has a passive aggressive personality. And if he says yes, he means no. If he says no, he means yes. It's just like, the thing of the insurrection. He says, go peacefully. But then he's got his sycophants behind him saying, and fight like hell. Or a couple of times he may have said it himself. So he blows dog whistles at times to drum up his base. He's been doing that forever.
So let me ask you this. And I see somebody in the comments, Jason Miller says January 6th was done by the Democrats who hired actors. Where does this kind of stuff come from?
The Democrats did what? I didn't catch that.
He said January 6th was done by the Democrats who hired actors. So the Democrats on January 6th went to the Capitol building peacefully and patriotically and had a love fest.
Yeah. And they wanted to unalive the vice president.
Right. And
that was all mega. That was all mega. They were there before any of this happened. They took a tour of the Capitol. This was pre-planned. And then they had other craziness on the outside, on the perimeter, people with weapons ready to come in to Washington.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. On my mother's birthday, I had to see all this, and she's a true patriot. My father fought in World War II. I didn't appreciate that one bit for them to come into the.
Why do you think so many patriotic Americans did not hold Trump responsible for what happened on January 6th?
Patriotic? Who are they? Who are these people? You mean MAGA? I'm pretty sure it was MAGA.
People that say they care about their country.
Yeah, they say that. They do absolutely say they care about their country, but they have no idea what patriotism is. I do, however. I grew up in Washington. I take offense to the fact you're going to drain the swamp. You're going to come in here and call my nation's capital a swamp, and you're going to sack the Capitol. Here's a disdain for Washington because Washington sometimes is not for the richest of the rich best interest. And the taxes that they're obligated to that they don't want to pay. And I think that was the whole thing with this campaign, that that the Biden administration was going to hold them accountable for taxes, and they didn't want that. So what most retailers did, they jacked their prices up. They held their prices high to make it look like Biden was not doing his job to get Trump into office.
Well, it damn sure worked. I want you now. You mentioned Trump, in your opinion, having similarities to the mustache man, Adolf Germany, 1930s.
Yes, I do.
Will G in the comments says, "I'm pretty sure Trump will set the military back to pre-segregation." Do you believe that's a possibility?
Yes, and he's trying to exclude women out of the military, which they are a very intricate part of the military, and they do all sorts of things in the military.
I haven't heard that. I heard wait. I heard one of the guys was the Pete Hegseth is talking about women shouldn't be in combat, but I haven't heard of them suggesting that women shouldn't be in the military.
Well, women already been in combat. They've been in combat.
Yeah, but that's not kicking them out. If you say women can't be in combat, which I disagree with, I believe if a woman can prove that she can do the job, she should be allowed in any position. But what I'm saying though, if he gets his way, and women are no longer allowed in combat, that's still not kicking them out the military. There's a lot of non-combat roles.
Yeah, but I want you to Google Michelle Howard. Just Google her.
What am I looking for?
Howard. Google her.
What am I looking for about her?
Just look. She'll pop up.
Is she a really attractive woman or something?
No. You'll see what her role is.
Michelle Howard?
Michelle Howard.
That's probably going to be a fairly common name, you know. Is she a black woman?
Yes.
Okay. We're getting
She's
somewhere.
in the military.
Retired Navy 4-star admiral.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, please.
Yeah.
What did she command?
She commanded forces in Africa, Allied Joint Force Command, Naples. She previously was 38th Vice Chief of Naval. She did a lot. That's what I'm just saying. Yes. She did a lot.
She commanded a warship.
She did a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. You see all them ribbons?
Well, you don't make an admiral without getting a bunch of ribbons. You
daggone straight. You see that? These are the women they want to put out the military. You see that?
Yeah, I don't. No, a female, not a female, but a combat in the Navy. I think I think people view that as a little bit different than combat in the Army and Marines. I mean, they're talking hand.
They have them in the Air Force too. They have women pilots, fighter pilots.
Yeah. But even that case, I think
Trump is just trying to turn. We're gonna make America great again. To what point? You say make America great again. When was America great for African Americans?
I don't think.
Well,
I get asked.
You want to go back 100, 200? You want to go all the way back there? Make America great? How? What are you gonna do?
Well, I get asked that question.
The clock back. We're supposed to be advancing here technologically. We're supposed to be advancing. He wants to kill the chip act.
Well, hold on. Let me just say this. I get asked that question a lot because me with the hat behind me, and folks ask, particularly people of color, when was America great? Like what you just said. My response is this. When they say make America great again, they're talking about, prayer in schools, for instance, or, the nuclear family. They're not factoring in the African-American experience. It's not even on their mind. So, because obviously being a person of color.
This is the problem.
Huh?
This is the problem.
Some would argue that.
We're supposed to be advancing here. We're not supposed to be going backwards in time.
No.
The world has changed. If we don't get on board with the world stage and move forward, we're getting left behind as we speak. China is, advancing.
Yeah, but the belief is, as you say, the world is changing, America is advancing. They believe those advancements are not in their best interest.
Well, that's just old-fashioned and stupid.
No.
I mean, you want us to go back when women carried parasols and did curtsies. What are we talking about here?
Some of that.
Barefoot and pregnant, that type of thing. We're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, Will says if if Trump wants to de-wokeify, that's a new word. If Trump wants to de-wokeify the
They come up with
military,
all kinds of silly
hold on,
stuff.
hang on. Now, this is that's him saying this, I think. Well, maybe Trump did say it. If Trump wants to de-wokeify the military, it will be bad. There are still white supremacists in the military, and they want to take recently relaxed standards away, like protective hairstyles for people of color. So he's saying that there are white supremacists in the military as we speak, and they want to go back to those previous standards that you and I are talking about.
Yes, absolutely.
Then why the hell is there so many people of color voting for Trump if what you're saying is true?
Because they've been brainwashed. You know, there was a influencer on TikTok that said that Russians were contacting him to pay him to put out bad content about Kamala Harris and favorable content about Trump. So you had a lot of interference in this election. It wasn't what they say it is, that blacks didn't come out, women didn't come out democratically. That did not. It was a lot of stuff behind the scenes that people didn't like. They had boom threats in every swing state. People had to leave the polling stations, and they didn't come. One poll worker, stated that.
Yeah, I am aware. I have saw a few articles that the Russians were deeply involved in this election. They were deeply involved in pushing misinformation about the LGBT community, about Hispanics, people of color. I've seen that. I have seen it. They were trying to and by the way, America, in regards to Russia, a divided America is good for them. It doesn't matter who wins, Kamala or Trump, but us fighting against each other is in their best interest.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the end game. Wow. Divide and conquer. Can you see that? Why? And you have to say to yourself, why is Trump doing what he's doing with the military? The things that he's doing. Look who he put in charge of the military. Who did he put in charge of the DOD?
Department of Defense. Who did he put in there?
Pete Hegseth.
Oh, Hegseth.
Okay, what is his background? What is his qualifications?
He didn't climb up. I don't think any of these people were qualified. I think, but his qualifications are he's loyal.
Yeah, he's on Fox and Friends or whatever, and then he was a major at best in the National Guard. I mean,
well,
can you see our generals, our 5-star generals? And admirals like Michelle Howard, do you think they're gonna stand fast and take orders from a major?
Well, they can be court-martialed. They can be court-martialed if they don't. That's what's going to happen.
I'm saying, they can also leave our best of our best and brightest, brave men and women might start leaving. Then where does that leave our military? It leaves us vulnerable. And then you're talking about pulling us out of NATO. Yeah. That's our allies. I was talking to a young lady in the live, and she was saying that our allies don't even trust us anymore. She was from Sweden.
I don't think it's that they don't trust us. I think they're concerned about Trump. I think they're concerned about Trump.
That is what she is saying. She's there in Europe, and this is the chatter that's going on over there that they can't even trust the United States anymore.
Yeah, I gotta move it on, but my guess is some of them may start trying to have alliances around us if they don't feel like we have their best interest at heart anymore, or Trump starts to get too friendly with the Russians. They may start trying to have alliances around us.
If he starts getting too close to the Russians, he's already been close with the Russians. Do you get it?
All right. Well,
and some of these things that he is doing is because of Mr. P over there. You know what I'm saying?
You said because of Vladimir.
It all indicate. I've been doing this. I've been watching him for a very long time. Since the first, I protested his inaugural, by the way. And no, his inaugural wasn't larger than Obama's. But I was downtown on Independence Avenue when my sign said, "Welcome to New Russia." People were shocked because they interfere. That's why, these people, I say, oh, how MAGA loves to sail down the river of denial. And it's not in Egypt. Well, these people are so out of touch, and they will believe anything this man will tell them. And
at the end of the day, he won fair and square. I get your point, but he won fair and square, so you got to give him that.
No, he didn't. I'm gonna say we're gonna agree to disagree. You play devil advocate.
You think he cheated?
Yes, I think there was some manipulation there from the boom boom threats, from Elon Musk's money and everything else. I don't. It just went to. It was just so bizarre. And they're talking about burning ballot boxes and all these other things, but how you cannot discount all of these things.
All right. I don't want to rehash it because, like I said, I don't think Trump has proof that it was taken from him either.
I didn't even get into Project 2025. The last thing I want to say to you is the reason why Donald Trump kept saying he had no, idea about 2025. He's not connected to 2025, although he is. I've read it. His name appears several times in 2025, and that I found out that the Heritage Foundation is under a 501c, and they cannot have any affiliation with any presidency or a president or
Well, he's claiming that he has nothing to do with it. So. I mean, we're going to have to see what comes out.
You know what, liberal? I've been watching for a long time. Sometimes I've been screaming at you.
Once again, it's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, contacting you from the land of the band.
Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Don't know what she did there. You're welcome back on the program, but whatever you clicked, I started getting all kinds of stuff, so I'll move. I don't know what happened there. Looking in the comments, I wanted to hear what she's about to criticize me on something. I like to hear how the folks feel. So I wanted to hear what she had to say, but something happened with her equipment over there. Let me go back to the comments. She was a Russian spy. Big dog, what the hell are you saying there? BP, he wasn't. Somebody, let me see here. Yeah, the caller is right on cracks is actually. Well, be nice to my guest. Trump said it, that they had a way to win. That ain't enough to say he cheated, though. That's not enough to say Trump cheated. TDS is a treatable condition, but they have to want the help. You can't just fix stupid. That doesn't know it needs fixing, says attrition. You know my take on Trump derangement syndrome. I think it's a bullshit diagnosis by MAGA because, as I've said, you could be a fan of Trump, a supporter of Trump, down with Trump, and tattoo his face on your forehead, and they won't tell you have Trump derangement syndrome. You could paint his face all over your damn car or wear his clothes like a freaking uniform, and they won't say you have Trump derangement syndrome. The only way you can have Trump derangement syndrome is you have to dislike Trump. So the diagnosis that somebody has Trump derangement syndrome is biased in itself. Deranged is deranged. You can be deranged in favor of something too. You could be a stalker, not willing to let go of your ex-girlfriend and be deranged trying to get her love back. You can be deranged in favor of something. Yet anytime someone suggests you have TDS, is somebody who does not like Trump. So the diagnosis is biased. So I don't work with it simply from that standpoint. Damien says, you don't have it, Tim. Don't worry. I get told I have TDS when I'm critical of them. Facts is facts and lies are lies, says Marlene. That is true. It's funny because I have a white Democrat. Oh, it says it's funny because I was a white Democrat, a white liberal. Well, most of the liberals are white. We will never have to vote again. He did say that, T-Advice. He did say that. People acting like Trump became a fascist in 2016. Bro, nobody removed your abortion rights. Nobody removed your right to vote. Non-American POV, I hear that all the time that women did not lose rights or whatever. Well, technically, you didn't have the right to terminate a pregnancy. It was not an official right. So technically, women didn't lose rights, but they certainly they certainly lost privileges. How about that? They certainly lost privileges at least. And some folks say that, ABs are not banned. That is flat out false. Well, no, once again, technically, if you can catch it in time, you can still have one. Like some of these have a heartbeat bill or they have a 6-week ban. Oftentimes the ban is before women even realize they're pregnant. But hey, because if you had it caught it in time, you could have had it done. So technically it's not banned. It's playing games with words. I mean, that's all that is to me, is it's playing semantics. Let me go back to the box. We'll try to get one of my subscribers, Gerald MC. Good evening. Welcome to the program here. Massachusetts, Steve. Shout out to you down there or better yet, up there in Massachusetts. Gerald, good evening.
What's going on? What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Oh, you know how it is, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So, hey, you know how it goes. So I'm asking that question. Do Trump promising these tariffs, do that concern you at all?
A little bit, but then not a lot. I'll say a little bit because if you really think on the economic side, it's going to drive the prices up because no company, we're a capitalistic society. Ain't no company going to take the hit. They're going to pass it on.
What about the notion that they will adhere to what Trump is demanding and leave it at that, though?
I don't think he doesn't have the right to tell them to do that. He can't tell them to take a hit on the profits.
No. He can tell Mexico, if you don't secure the border. What I'm saying is, what about the notion that Mexico might actually adhere to his request so that the tariffs never have to be implemented?
Well, if they adhere to his request, then you're going to lose your migrant workers. Still going to drive prices up. The other problem is, think about what Mexico is going through. Where do most of their weapons come from that those gangs are using?
Yeah.
From us.
Somebody brought that up.
Who generates most of the gangs, most of those cartel people's profits? It's our use of their drugs.
Yeah, that is true.
We generate more problems for Mexico than they're generating for us. Think about it, just from what we're using. I mean, think about all the drugs that people are using. The cartels would not even be here if they couldn't sell because they're about capitalism too.
Yeah, that is a good point. And I said that before, that the only reason that stuff exists is because there's a huge demand for it in America, whether it's fentanyl or hard drugs, child trafficking, or cheap labor. Those are the things that they cross the border to give us. Cheap labor, hard drugs, and even in some cases, human trafficking. And no American is complaining that they forced me to engage with a kid, or they forced me to take cocaine, or they forced me to hire an immigrant. No, Americans want that stuff. So I agree with you that you can do whatever you want to Mexico. As long as the demand here is so high, it will continue.
It will continue. And then what do we give them back? Guns.
Yeah.
All kind of weapons that they can use.
Yeah.
It's not that simple. It's just not a simple answer.
No, because the problem is in-house. And I used to use the example of, let's say you got a promiscuous daughter at home, and you don't want her getting up at 2:00 in the morning to go outside and get with boys. So you build a huge wall around your house. If she gets up at 2 a.m. and unlocks the door and lets him in, the wall is useless. And that's what it is. The demand in the house wants what's outside. And that's what we have here in this country. We want those drugs. We want the trafficking. We want the fentanyl. We want the cheap labor in this country. So Trump is blaming the immigrants, but he's not really tackling the fact that there's this huge American demand.
Yeah. And some of the rich richies who are making money off of that demand. Yeah. You remember back in the cocaine days where all those banks in Miami came from.
Yeah. I also wouldn't doubt that a lot of his corporate donors and lobbyists are making money off that cheap labor too.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
It's always like that. We want high wages to make products, but we want the product price to go down.
Yeah, you can't get both.
It doesn't work.
No, you can't get both. One of the others got to give. And by the way, hold on for a second. Will G in the comments says, with the war on DEI, if they will take people of color out of prominent positions and put them in lesser roles, most definitely they want the good old boys all at the top again. Do you now? Will G believes that Trump is all about white supremacy and has all these racial overtones. Do you see any of that from Trump?
I see the racial overtones from Trump, but here's what I think. And this is just, and I'm not a Trump fan either, but I think he'll say anything to get a vote. And when he gets in there, it's going to be all about him. It ain't going to be about, if the white supremacist line helps him out, he's down for it. If it doesn't help him out, he ain't got nothing to do with him. I just felt like he was saying stuff to get elected.
So you believe he was?
If he gets there, I don't know.
So you believe that he may have just been dibbling and dabbling potentially in racism just because it'll help him get votes, but he may not actually be like that.
Maybe not. If it benefits him, he will.
Wow.
If it doesn't benefit him, he will not.
So then that would mean that a lot of his supporters must be that way.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Man,
it's hard to say.
I mean, if what Will is saying, where you got to actually portray that this is what you're going to do, then there has to be some of your supporters that want you to portray it that way.
Right. But who are the people that Trump cares about? The super rich. Those are his real care people. The rest of them are pawns in a game. Now the queens and the rooks and all of that, those are the people he really cares about. He don't care about the pawns, but the pawns are still on the table. They still get a vote.
Well, he did say he loves the poorly educated, so are you sure? He may care about the poor.
Okay, so what program is he putting in to help those in that situation? Think about this. We're talking about taking education and using vouchers, okay? Let's just start with education, because in my mind, education is the only thing I think you ought to get for free. Everybody ought to get a free education. That's the only thing. If you did that and everybody got the same education, not separate but equal, none of that bullshit, but everybody got the same, which is not easy to do,
right?
Where would we be? Where would the minds of all of these people be? And how much further would we be? So let's say we take that out of consideration. We're going to get rid of the Department of Education, and we're going to do this voucher system. We're going to push it to the states and let the states do a voucher program.
Okay.
What happens to that kid that needs, like a Down syndrome kid? They don't have to. The private schools don't have to provide for those guys. It's like they can't turn them down. They can turn them down.
But what about the notion that he may get rid of the Department of Education, but it may end up being like a states' rights thing, so your state can still do that? I believe he can do it now anyway.
But what do you think the southern states, the SEC states, would do?
Might be time to move from down there.
If you're looking at educating your kid, I mean, our governor right now is talking about how much he loves a voucher program, that he wants to give parents vouchers to go to these private schools. But the only people going to those private schools, like the one down the street from us, it's $35,000 a year.
Wow.
To go to that school.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy part, Sim. Here's the crazy part.
Yeah, the voucher.
In my city.
Go ahead.
In my city, the high school, the public high school, beats the private school on test scores. But they're still paying $35,000 to go to that school to keep their kids out of the public school. But the public school, every year since I've been here, I've been here 11 years. Every year they've had no less than 29 students making a perfect score on the SAT.
Now, where are you at again?
I'm in Tennessee.
I get a lot of Southerners that it's always a Southern state, man. Well,
I mean, it's amazing. But now you want to give them a voucher to go to the private school, right? So these public school students who are really good students, who are making these high grades, but can't afford to go over here. They have a really good education. Heck, then we just built a $95 million high school. And that bad boy is amazing. You walk in there, you're like, holy crap. This is some space age crap. But then you're going to take all the good students and migrate them to where? The private school. The students who have special education, the students who have special needs, the students who are slow will be left at the public school.
Yeah.
With no funding.
Kind of going back in time with that one.
Yeah, I just don't agree. I don't. If he's going to send it to the states, he's got to put some rules around it. some kind of way. There's got to be some outside control, because I guarantee you, I know in this state, those voucher programs are gonna extenuate all of the rich kids.
Yeah. So you kind of sound like one of my earlier callers that said it ain't about race, it's about class.
Yep. Yeah. That's exactly it. It is about class. It is about class. And I'll give you another example of what happened here.
Okay.
We're in a kind of a well-to-do area, and let's just say the median income in my suburb of where I live is probably about $150K. That's the median.
You live in a nice suburb. You live in a nice suburb. There's no denying that.
But the school system is excellent, right?
Okay.
But there's one part of town that is the poorest. It's in our same city, but it's the poorest area in the whole county. It's surrounded by all these well-to-do people. So right now, which I think is wrong, and this is a mistake, I think, on the Department of Education, they're not allotted funds to support the poor kids. So, for example, until this recent high school, there were no computer labs that you could use at the school, because all the rich kids had computers at home. So why would you buy it?
Right.
And there was 5% of the kids who, like 3% of the kids who had no access to internet, who had no access to, they were doing all their homework on their phones. And it was a sad, I didn't even recognize it until somebody took me on a tour and said, let's go I'm going to show you this area. And then on Saturday, we're going to go to the library. The library was packed with black and brown kids trying to do their homework on the library computers. Mm-hmm. Because the school system couldn't get money. The school's too well to do.
How do you respond to something like Angle Fed in the comments says the simple question is, why do Democrats live in red states if they don't like the governance? In other words, if you don't like what they're doing down there, just move. That's what they're telling women with the rolling back of AB privileges as well. If you don't like it, just move. How do you respond to that?
I was transferred to this area. I never thought I'd been in the state, but I got transferred here. And if I wanted to keep my job, right, I needed to.
So you didn't have a choice employment, Roz.
No, I could have changed jobs.
Now, where did you come from? Where'd you get transferred from?
Well, I went around. As I got promoted, I started out in South Carolina, went to North Carolina, then Detroit area. I wasn't living in Detroit City. I was living in, actually back then it was Southfield in Farmington. I lived out there. Then I got transferred back to Arkansas, in a little city called Conway, Arkansas. Then I got transferred to Memphis to the headquarters.
So you've been predominantly in red states with the exception of the Detroit suburbs. Exactly. Did you notice any difference when you were in Southfield?
Southfield was cool. I mean, I was young and stupid then, so
whole different story then.
I was looking for a place to drink, a place to go to work, a place to have some fun.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Yeah, what do you do? What is your profession?
I'm an engineer.
Okay. All right. Well,
but now I'm in management. That's my degree is in engineering and mathematics. I'm statistics. I think I told you that before.
You may have. I was just wondering, because you mentioned all of the.
Yeah, I majored in statistics. I got my master's in statistics.
Okay.
But then I got into the management side, so now I'm operations, and now.
No. With so many folks talking about racial issues on the channel today, now you living in a middle class, upper middle class suburb. Do you have any? You don't have any issue with the police, or you don't have any Karens? Do you have any issues with any of that in your area? Because you live in a red state.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you do.
Yeah. Hell yeah. It don't change, brother. It don't change.
I just wonder.
It don't change at all.
Cops too.
Huh?
The cops too.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't change. It does not change.
I'd like to think there is a world out there where that's not happening, but apparently.
Nah. I mean, there's always, they got the little Nextdoor app. There's always people coming on with about how they were treated in line and how they were treated at a Walmart or something. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I walked out of the store one time, and I had just gotten I was buying gifts for people, for my kids and stuff. And I went and got cash. I wanted $100 bills. I was going to put everybody a $100 bill in their little gift with it. And I had it all ready to go, and I'm walking out. And this guy comes running out. Don't even know who he was. Hey, screaming at me. Hey, you man, stop. And I'm looking at this. I said, is he talking to me? And he comes running up to me, and then this other guy looks over and looks at him and says, what the heck? Hey, what you doing? I said, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm walking to my car. Where'd you get that basket? Wait, what? What are you talking about? He wanted to see the money I put in my. I was like,
Just a regular citizen?
Yeah. Like he gonna do a citizen's arrest or some shit. Like I'm supposed to just stop when he say stop. You heard me, stop. What the hell are you?
Yeah, that could lead. Yeah, I mean, if I got hundreds of dollars on me, somebody running up on me like that, I think it might be a hit. That would make you put your hand on your pistol. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'm in a state where you can just carry like I mean, it's like it don't matter. You just carry that crap.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, Gerald, I do got to move it on, but man, you stay safe in some of them communities like that. You might have too much for your own damn good.
Wait, I got to tell you this one story before you go.
Real quick, go ahead.
About the red state deal. So, some of my drivers, they went to. I run a delivery service, right? Because it's the big A to Z company, a delivery service. They drove up in a neighborhood. 2 black drivers, one pregnant girl and a young black dude. The black dude was training the pregnant girl how to do the route, right? Pull up in the driveway, deliver the guy's package, starts backing out. The guy comes out cussing at him. Get off my, and I don't want that, and I mean, going off on him. So, of course, the young dude, he bows up and starts talking back at him. So the guy goes in, and I got this all on video. The guy goes back in his house, because all these vans videotape everything. The guy goes back in his house, shoots at him as they're backing out, goes through the windshield, misses the guy by about 12 inches.
Damn.
And the guy jumps. He jumps like this. He jumps to the side, and he kind of giggles. He jumps to the side, he kind of laughs. And then, it's just stress, basically a stress reaction. He kind of laughs. So they pull off, they get off the property, and they go call the police. Police comes out, they arrest the guy. You know what the prosecutor said?
What?
Oh, we don't want to prosecute him because when he shot at you, you didn't react correctly. You should have had a more stressful reaction. I'm sitting there going like, what the heck?
And that was black and white.
It was. And he said it was self-defense. How's it self-defense? And they're backing out of his driveway, and it's 22 seconds later after they had the argument. Wow. The Tennessee law strictly says, one, you can't protect property, and you must have an escape before you can shoot somebody. They avoided all of that and gave it up to, he kind of giggled.
I'm not coming. I won't be coming to visit you anytime soon. Gerald, I gotta go.
Come on, Gerald.
I gotta go. No, I'm good. Thanks. Moving on. And I wanted to point out something in regards to what he was saying. We'll go to the next guest, but I got my own little soundboard now. Department of Education is being overhauled by Linda McMahon. Yeah, and I don't know how Linda McMahon from the WWE got that gig. I don't know where that's going to go to. Well, what are you going to work for? You're going to, what does this say? This is from James. Well, what are you going to work for? You're going to go to a top fucking, what is all these? I got a lot of folks using the N-word. I don't know why, but I guess I'll leave this one alone. But something about to go top a fucking train, N-word, you going to go fucking work in a field. No, you're fucking not. You're used to sucking dick on them little podcasts. Like, now you talk about Trump derangement syndrome all the time on the program. That just sounds deranged. There's no punctuation. Words are misspelled. It's just a bunch of anger. Now that, and I see in the comments, Trump's bastard child says that's MAGA. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. That person is just angry. Lord Geotron says having Trump makes America a winner again. Well, we got like less than 50 days, we'll find out. We will find out. Less than 50 days, we'll find out how much of a winner he is or he makes America become. Will G, by 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 the you say by the was, so I don't get that one. By the way, I guess. By the way, Trump wants to invade Mexico to take on the cartels. I do believe he has said something like that. I do remember hearing him say something like if the Trump has talked about using the military against the cartels. I don't know. A lot of America might be okay with that if he words it right. But I will continue on. It says, by the way, Trump wants to invade Mexico to take on the cartels. I tell you, I believe he coordinated with the cartels and now wants to thank them by doing away with them. Damn. I do believe that if Trump can, remember, what is her name? Lincoln Riley. We've seen that all over television about the immigrant killing Lincoln Riley. There's not as many immigrants in this country that came here illegally that are taking the life of American citizens. If there were, you would see Lincoln Riley's on Fox and OAN and Newsmax all the time. They're eager to find them. There's not a lot of them. However, you could easily find plenty of people harmed by the cartel. If you could get all of that outrage towards immigrants by posting a few cases like with Lincoln Riley, imagine how much outrage you could get against the cartel. There is a lot of legitimate mayhem they have caused. So the point I'm trying to make is I think if Trump wanted to go after the cartel using the military, he could plaster a lot of their evil deeds on TV and probably get a lot of America to be okay with it. Like I said, using Lincoln Riley as an example, look at how much value they got out of the death of Lincoln Riley in terms of political value. That's just one person. You can come up with a ton of people the cartel is harmed. It would be far easier to find that. Will G, look at how much political value they got out of the Haitian migrant shit. And they didn't really produce any evidence of that. Imagine if they actually had an issue where they could show you a ton of evidence how much value. Same thing with LGBTQ harming children in bathrooms. There's not really any case of it happening at all. Yet they've gotten a lot of political value out of the possibility it could happen. Imagine if they had 10 or 15 cases to parade in front of you. They can parade a ton of cartel shit. So my guess is he would get authorization from the American people to use the military against the cartel. Everybody knows somebody that has died of hard drugs that may have came across the southern border. My own father perished from crack use. My own dad. So I think it would be pretty easy I think you could easily put sob story after sob story after sob story on TV and do that the right way and get him to get authorization. So if he wants the cartel, it's kind of there for the taking. Will G says, won't be surprised if the Mexican invasion turns into another Iraq, Afghanistan. No, big difference. Big difference. Location. There's a lot more people that are going to sympathize with any kind of conflict with Mexico because we know these people. Afghanistan is one of those, it's way over there. We didn't, America had no main connection with Afghanistan. You start going into Mexico, the connections are way stronger. I mean, you're going to have a lot of Puerto Ricans and Venezuelans and all other people from other Hispanic cultures saying this is wrong. We are heavily connected to Mexico. It's big difference between Iraq and Afghanistan on that. I don't think those are the same. I think there would be a big difference. I think you would have a lot more American pushback to going into Mexico if it's not done right, as opposed to Afghanistan or Iraq. Plus, any atrocity that's committed in Mexico would get back to the American people a lot easier than something happening in Iraq or in Afghanistan. The government could hide that a lot easier, I believe. If we had a U.S. soldier go into Iraq and, commit a bunch of war crimes, and that actually happened a few times, but I think it would be a lot easier to hide that than if it happened in Mexico. I just don't see it being anywhere near the same. I think that the heartstrings for Mexicans would be a lot stronger because a lot of Americans know Mexicans. Looking in the comments, PP Slick states, this guy is uneducated. PP, I appreciate the comment. That's why you're here. If you feel I'm getting something wrong, as opposed to simply typing a useless statement like I'm uneducated, point out where, correct me, and we can talk about it. We can debate it. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't mind dissenting opinion, including your own. So I'm all for free speech. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. That's how the program's been ran from day one. I always will be. That's why we are indeed MAGA friendly as well. So let me know what you're thinking that I'm uneducated on. Never know. You might be right, and I may concede. Always 0 to 100, says Winston. Yeah, it happens like that. I hope Trump deports all illegals, including anchor babies. Well, an anchor baby is not technically, Greg. An anchor baby is 100% legal. In fact, if you are a foreigner and you come to America and you give birth on American soil, I'm not even for certain a foreign country has to take that kid. Wasn't born here. You got all the paperwork. He was born in your country. So if, let's say you're from China or something like that, and you come to America and you give birth here at an American hospital, I'm not 100% sure there's any law that requires China to take the kid. Wasn't born there. So you talk about anchor babies. First of all, it goes against the law we currently have in place. But like I said, you also got to be for certain that the country you're sending the kid back to will actually take it. If you're born here, you are an American. Nate, that is 100% true. But as my other guest stated, Trump is trying to turn that around. Trump is against anchor babies. He is trying to. The Trump administration will try to pass laws to make it so that is not true. I wanted to talk about something else and get your opinion on this. Now, I'm going to plead ignorance on this because I don't know. I 100% don't know. But people are claiming that Pete Hegseth, the guy that Trump is appointing for Department of Defense, is somehow, some way a Christian nationalist, white supremacist, or something of that nature. And they stated it because of his tattoos. On the screen behind me is a picture of a shirtless Pete Hegseth. These are some of the tattoos he has on him. I don't necessarily claim that I recognize them, but I'd like to get your opinion on them. Now, you see on his chest, there are several crosses. I don't know what those crosses mean, but you see on his left pec, I think that's left. Yeah, that's his left pectoral muscle. There's several crosses there. On looks like his left arm, there's a U.S. flag, what looks like a M16 or something of that nature. Some type of a long rifle is on his, some type of carbine is on his left arm right under the U.S. flag. In fact, it is mended into the U.S. flag. Now, folks are saying that these tattoos make him some kind of Christian nationalist or some type of white supremacist. Now, that's not, I mean, he's tatted up in other areas too. Here's another one, and I'll get your opinion on this one. This is on his arm. Now, he does have the Gadsden flag, which is the chopped up snake like I have on this cup I'm holding up. He has but his is chopped up in regards to the 13 colonies. Join or die. Think of the join or die where the snake is chopped up and the states are labeled there. So he has that on his arm. I don't know. This is a German phrase. I don't know what that means. DEUSVULT. Now, he served in the American military. I don't know why he has that German phrase on his arm, on his bicep. I don't know what that means, but like I said, people are saying that this guy is some kind of Christian nationalist or white supremacist based on his tattoos. He is going to be the head of the Department of Defense if Trump gets his way. So he will be in charge of our military. This guy with these tattoos, he has something else on his forearm there. I can't, but it looks like it's either Hebrew or Jewish writing there, right? There's also a big cross with a sword inside. I mean, these are some interesting symbols on his arm. If Trump hired him, we know he is not on the up and up. Says, stop playing with me. You said, so anybody Trump hires is not on the up and up? I'll leave it at that. But I don't know what this stuff means. Now, some comments. He says Christian Crusade tattoo. Maybe. You wait all the truth comes out. I know the truth. Why don't you state what the truth is there, Betty? And people saying he's Christian. Hell, I was brought up Christian. I don't know any people from my hood that got these tattoos. I mean, so most of America, I think about 70% of Americans are Christian. How many people you know that got these tattoos? So there's a little bit more to it than being Christian. But let me see what his shirtless photo again. How many Christians you know that have this stuff on them? Now, also on his left shoulder, which I can't see clearly there because it's turned to the side and he's facing forward. So I don't know what exactly is on his left shoulder there, but it's some kind of shield, and below it there's a scroll with some writing in it. So I don't know what these tattoos mean, but I believe he was prevented from being at Biden's inauguration because of some of this stuff. Now, Dog7 says it's for Christian nationalists. The crosses in what is Doors Vault? What does that mean? That's clearly not in English. So what language is that from? It looks German almost. What DEUSVULT? Be curious. I may have to Google that and see what does that mean. This is going to be our Department of Defense, our head of Department of Defense. Let me go back to the box. Somebody let me know. The whole election wasn't about the qualifications of candidate. It's about supremacy. You saying the whole election was that way, Jennifer? The whole election is about supremacy? American supremacy? Is that what you're talking about? American to be a supreme country. Let me know what type of supremacy are you talking about. Trig, good evening. Welcome to the program. Trig, what do you think these tats mean?
I'm scared to even wonder what they mean.
We can guess. You can give me a synonym or something. And no guess at all, huh?
You know, I mean, it's like, why in the world would you even be considering putting somebody in a position like that that's got this stuff on him, right? It's like, I mean, you know, somebody was saying this is like white nationalism or, you know, some Christian nationalism. I'm not even sure. Like you said a second ago, that sounds like some German something, you know.
It is, yeah. I've never heard of it. I mean, the stuff is obviously not in English. So, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, it sounds like you belong to some type of fraternity or something. I don't know. I've never heard of any of this stuff.
I mean, and then that one symbol that's on his chest, what is that?
Yeah, that one really looks questionable with the crosses on his chest. I mean, it ain't a
and with the dots around it and stuff like that. I mean, man, you know.
But are his tats, in your opinion, worthy alone of disqualifying him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You got to, you know, we got to do better than that. You know.
Yeah. I'm asking in the comments, by way of yes or no in the comments, wire in or yes or no. How many of you folks agree with my caller that these tattoos alone should disqualify him from this position? I'd be curious because they are all over his body. I mean, like for instance, if you were trying to join the military today, and you know you had to go through MEPS or whatever, you were trying to join it, and your recruiter saw all these. Would this disqualify a young recruit from joining the military? I'd be curious to know.
I believe it would.
Wow.
I believe it would. I think that, you know, I think we need to be doing it better. I mean, you know, if the motto that they've been spewing for like forever is saying "Make America Great Again," right? How is this making America great again?
Well, how is it harmful? I guess would be the counterpoint, though. I mean, is his tattoos alone somehow harmful to the nation?
We don't know that yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't. I mean, like I said,
I mean, I can see that, you being the devil's advocate and saying, yo, is this going to be harmful to... How would we know?
Yeah.
And then I don't think nobody's questioning what's going on with the tax that's on them, right? So we don't know.
Well,
we don't know.
I wonder, has he ever explained it? This is what's on his shoulder, by the way. Now, because somebody in the comments said it was Latin. I had a few years of Spanish. I don't know a whole lot of it, but I know I can recognize some Spanish words. Now, on his left shoulder, there is what looks like a sword and some kind of shield. Below it, it has the words N-E. That's a word. Now, N-E is not a word in Spanish, by the way. That's not a Latin word. N-E, then it says N-E, then the next word is D-E-S-I-T. And the last word is V-I-R-T-U-S. Is it, well, when he said, is it like, I guess it could be Latin as opposed to Hispanic. He's saying this is Latin. Ne disset virtues. I mean, what is that? He said people were saying it's Latin. When I heard Latin, I thought Hispanic, but I do understand Latin is a different language. It could be that. I guess it could be Latin.
Type it in and ask the computer what it is, Tim. Type it in. Because right now, you know what? I mean, I've never seen nothing like that. Never.
And this is indeed our Department of Defense.
It's nothing. It's no Masonic nothing. There's no Knights of Columbus. It's none of that.
This is military. Says it's the model for the 187th Infantry Regiment of the United States, which translates to "Let valor not fail." That's not bad, and they got the same picture. So that's from his military days. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right, what about the crosses?
Okay, now you're scaring me. The crosses ain't military. The crosses ain't gonna be military. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, if we gonna dissect what's going on this guy's body, all right. So I'll give you that one, that he's got military something on the right. But please tell me what it is that the cross is with the what you call it that's around it, right? Because I don't know what that is.
And I see Will G in the comments says any gang affiliated tap will disqualify you. Trump also wants to make a capitalist in charge of the Navy. So do it the Navy be operating on a for-profit basis. I hope not. Won't be surprised if the Mexico invasion. I saw that one, but when I looked it up in regards to the crosses on his chest. Now, I don't know this particular news or media publication, so I'm not going to say they're on the up and up or they are, whatever.
What's the name?
But it does have an article title. It's asking, did his tattoos bar him from the National Guard? And somebody says, Hexef Jerusalem Cross and DEU's Volts tattoos are rooted in the Crusades and have modern day ties to far right and white supremacist groups. So this article is claiming it has ties to white supremacy. But like I said, I don't know the source.
Wow. So so what? Do we disqualify him right there?
Well, that article is from a source that I don't recognize. I'm not gonna Poitner, whatever that is, Poitner.org. I don't know if that's a reliable source. It could be an anti-Trump source. I gotta play devil's advocate. So I don't.
Here we go. Here you go. I'm gonna need you. You just pulled it up. You just read it, and then you like, I gotta play devil's advocate.
Here's what would make me tend to believe it more is if I saw somebody standing up next to, you see these Klan rallies where they're on the porch of a town hall or something like. If I saw people standing there preaching hate and they had the same tattoos on them, then I would believe it. That's what would make me believe it. If I saw people who were actively participating in hate speech wearing those tattoos, that's what would convince me.
You know what? How about we just go with another person, right? Just just push this guy on out the way and, man, let him find another person like they did with Gates, right? and just let's be done with it. Let's whether or not he's part of a white supremacist or whatever like that. Let's not work with that.
But let me say this: if his tattoos are based in some type of supremacy, there has to be other people that have them on them. He can't be the only one with that. I mean, if that tattoo meant something like that, what I just suggested that would convince me, it has to be somebody else out there that have that, and I haven't seen that.
You know what? I think that the reason why he put it on his chest so that he can cover it up when he wants to.
Okay, but like I said, somebody is standing around shirtless. He can't be the only one that's out in public without no shirt on wearing that.
So basically what you need now is to find out whether or not he got some friends that's got the same stuff on.
Exactly. And what are and
okay, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. So until you can find that, his buddies and stuff has the same identical thing, then but guess what, Tim? If we wait that long, guess what's going to happen? It's too late.
Well, you can't just take the guy down based on an accusation because he does have some patriotic shit on him too. Like, for instance, that is from his infantry.
I get the emblem that's on his arm. I get
He got We the People on him. He got, he's got the flag on him. I mean, you can't just, you got to prove it. You can't just take the guy down. He ain't guilty until proven innocent. He's innocent until proven guilty. Right? Am I not right?
Look, in this climate right now, it don't matter. Everybody guilty till proven innocent or guilty or innocent before proven guilty. It don't matter. Right now, the climate is too hostile, and we need to fix it. And the one side ain't gonna do nothing, and the other side is gonna cry wolf. I don't know. All I'm hoping is that, man, you know what? We can just get through these few last years and be done with it and start over.
What do you mean by start over? A few last years? What are you talking about?
Look, I'm just hoping that, man, it just don't get so bad that, I'm so afraid of where, we've heard somebody screw saying that, this might be the last election you'll ever have.
Well, he did say that. But folks...
So, I'm worried to death about that, right? Because what does that mean for my kids? What does that mean for everybody else? And then when you figure didn't we just go through this a few hundred years ago with King George?
You don't really think Trump is trying to tear the country up that bad, though, do you?
We'll see.
Here is that symbol. Hegseth controversy compounds Vatican institution concerns over their religious symbols. This is similar to what he has on his chest. That's a symbol from the Vatican right there. That's pretty much the same thing that's on his chest right there.
But why doesn't he have it in
a circle,
red ink instead of in black?
I don't know. I don't know what his tattoos obviously.
You just said it's from the Vatican, right? So if you're talking about the Vatican, that's what's on that thing right there. That is from the clergy from the Vatican, right? It's in red with pieces of black in it. So my question is, why is his all black?
Well, who gets tattoos of red ink on anybody?
I'm gonna need you to figure out that you understand that we do get red ink on your body.
Yeah,
they got all the.
Are you gonna blame the guy because the color is the wrong color?
Okay, you know what? You tripping to that. You done lost your damn mind.
I think based on what I've seen so far, I can say
get this guy a pass.
Hold on. I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not trying to automatically convict him either. Based on what I've seen, I can analyze two things for certain. One, he has tattoos that make it clear he is pro-military because he has his infantry patch on him. He's got his rifle,
I'll
and
give
he's
you that. He pro-military.
he is also pro-Christian because he has Christian symbols on him. He has the American flag on him. He's pro-American. I'll give him he's pro-American, he's pro-Christian, and he's pro-military. I can't say he's some type of supremacist. I haven't seen anything yet. Unless some folks might say, if you are pro all of those things, it's quite natural you're going to be a supremacist. I don't know, but from what I've seen, he's pro-American, he's pro-Christian, and he's pro-military.
You know what? I really don't have time to be wondering if this guy has come in and just made us lose our minds or not, or whether or not we gonna go into, some kind of a mad war against whoever. I don't have time for that, right? Right now, I'm worried about if we gonna still have a democracy at the end of it all.
Well, we'll know in less than 50 days. I'm moving on, Trig. As always, thanks for coming through.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself.
You too. A lot of folks I got to get more MAG on the program. A lot of my lib callers are painting some pretty frightening prospects for this country. Man, I hope they're wrong. I don't know if they are because Trump hasn't became president yet. And I will play something since we got a little bit of a moment between callers here. I thought this is worthy of entertaining. I saw it online. You know how it is. You see shit online and you hear things that are interesting. This is a TikTok page. Let me see if I can hang on a second. I gotta find out how to rewind it because I want you to hear it from the beginning. I think it is interesting because we talk about now. This Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, if I can say his name properly. Obviously, him being Christian. I want to. Why does this start? Okay, let me bring it before I go there. I want to check the comments, make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Wilgie says, "Oh, any gang affiliate." Yeah, I've heard that a long time ago. That if you got gang tats on you, that can stop you from getting in the military. I look at Hegseth's tattoos, and that's the question I asked. Would those tats stop him from getting in the military? Based on what I've seen, I gotta say I don't think so. I think he would be okay. I mean, you're certainly not going to get kicked out for wearing the American flag or having a picture of your M16 below it. I mean, his tattoos, the biggest one of concern is obviously the one on his chest. But, I mean, we see that there's a whole lot of Catholics that wear that symbol. You're not going to get kicked out for wearing a symbol of Catholicism. On his arm, he has the American flag with a carbine in the last stripe. You're not going to get kicked out for that because they're going to hand you an American flag and a carbine when you join the military. So I don't see why that would stop him. I mean, he got his infantry patch on his shoulder. I don't see anything. I mean, he has a lot of plausible deniability. I mean, he has a lot of it. So unless I see more, it is what it is. I know a lot of folks, because I've had folks tell me that even this Gadsden flag that's on my cup here is a symbol of white supremacy. Now, the issue is some of these groups do adopt normal symbols as their own, such as people say the Confederate flag's about pride and heritage. Well, the white supremacists really like that flag. We'll leave it at that. They really like that flag. So, but based on what I've seen, and I see in the comments, just Jay says, who cares? It's a tattoo. The fuck you mean, who cares? If he put Black Lives Matter on his arm, I bet you the right would not favor him joining the military with that. What do you mean, who cares? If it's a tattoo of something that could be harmful, people have a right to care. Based on what I've seen, like I said, I see him having deniability, and I don't see where any of these are evidence of white supremacy. I don't see it. Like I said, when I looked them up on quick glance, they are checking out to be okay. I mean, he's a Catholic, he's pro-American, he's pro-military. I don't see it, but I haven't seen all of his tattoos. I believe he got something pretty big on his back as well. I'm a combat vet and a federal agent. Stupid people make me sick, says BP Slick. Well, I'm assuming you're around a lot of them. We're not going back. These fucking undocumented illegal criminals are 100% Trump 2025. Okay, I'm assuming you're trying to mix Trump's name and Project 2025 together. BP03 Felucia here. I'm feeling real fucking unappreciated, says Joe. State how? My audience on YouTube is going really sharply to the right. I welcome all you folks in the program. You know how I am. I am MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor, but we do push back if we hear something weird or challenging. Okay, I want you to hear this clip. I bring this up sometimes in religious conversations, and looking at Pete Hegseth reminded me of it.
And Jesus said during slavery, like I'm talking about the uncomfortable, explicit details of where was God and Jesus at during slavery. Like I'm talking about the uncomfortable, explicit details of it. Let's just think about how the families got broke up, right? You got mom, dad, sister, brother, grandma. When they decided, oh, let's split them all up so we could change the whole narrative of where they came from. Where was he at? Like, nowhere did he step in knowing the after effects, all knowing, send grandma to Mississippi, send dad to Louisiana, send a daughter after.
Hold on, let me hold this one up. SGB in the comments says Biden just pardoned Hunter. Is that true? I just said a comment. Somebody said that President Biden has just pardoned Hunter Biden. Is that true? Somebody on YouTube is saying yes. Real quick, I'll go back to that comment, but I do want to, now everybody believed it was going to happen, so it's not like it's a shock, but I just want to see if I can, he should have did it right away in my opinion, but we knew it was going to happen. Yep, it is all over the internet. So yeah, he did just pardon his son. Biden pardons, this is Fox News, Biden pardons son Hunter ahead of exit from Oval Office. Yeah. I don't know why he didn't do it immediately. I mean, you're going to leave your son in the wake of the Trump administration. You know, they don't favor this guy at all. They may burn him at the stake. So shout out to him for doing that. Don't know why he took so long in the first place to do so, but yeah, what did he give him? A full, every statement. The full and unconditional pardon comes weeks before President Biden leaves office and transfers power to President-elect Donald J. Trump, who spent years attacking Hunter Biden over his legal and personal issues. Shout out to him. He should have did it. I know I would have done it. I would have done it right after Kamala Harris lost. I would have did it. I wouldn't want it to interfere with whether she can win or not. But the next day after she lost the election, I would have done it. I mean, it ain't like he's going to gain any points with MAGA by not doing it. So why would you leave your son out there? They're going to say you were a crook or you were demented or you were sleepy or whatever. I mean, they're not going to change their opinion on you at all. So why would you not do it? I would have done it myself. So shout out to Hunter. He is now in the free and clear.
Where was God and Jesus at during slavery? Like I'm talking about the uncomfortable, explicit details of it. Let's just think about how the families got broke up, right? You got mom, dad, sister, brother, grandma. When they decided, oh, let's split them all up so we could change the whole narrative of where they came from. Where was he at? Like, nowhere did he step in knowing the after effects, all knowing, send grandma to Mississippi, send dad to Louisiana, send a daughter after they do you know what to her to Alabama. Then we could say, you know, your ancestors, we went and grabbed y'all from Africa, knowing damn well grandma and them was already native to here. Like, he didn't think to step in, because now we got a bunch of lost people or buck breaking, for example. Take the strongest slave, torture him in front of everybody, hold him down, and they did you know what to him to assert their dominance. Because that wasn't like a 1 second thing, that whole process, he didn't step in and go, hold on, y'all going too far. This shit went on for years. Nowhere in there did he step in. The lynchings, the whippings, the barbecues, they would literally set our ancestors on fire and eat them. The cannibalism, nowhere in there did he stop in and be like, all right, hold on, y'all going too far. And then using the so-called religion to justify it, obeying your master. You know, y'all did something wrong, and we punishing y'all because y'all need to go through this, but y'all gotta forgive us. Otherwise, y'all not gonna make it to heaven. And they get.
I'll stop him. He only goes about another 20 or 30 seconds, but I gotta say, I've said this before in the program. When there was this whole Back to Africa movement, and you know, even when I came up in the 80s, when people were wearing the medallions, I'm sure some of you folks may remember. Public Enemy and De La Soul and all these folks wearing the African medallion in their videos and things like that. For people who remember the 80s and 90s, I'm surprised the African American culture did not, once they gained freedom, reject Christianity. I'm really surprised because we are Christians. Most blacks grew up Christian. I'm really surprised at once, because even when we came, I'm about whites now. When the white colonists defeated England and separated from England and no longer was being ruled by the king, they stopped adhering to any of the rulings and teachings of the king. I mean, for a few years in this country, which you don't hear about much, we actually stopped celebrating Christmas because it was something that came from England. They wanted to separate from England so much that the American colonists literally stopped honoring Christmas for I think about the first 3 or 4 years. Like I said, they don't tell you about it, but you can easily look that up. They stopped actually celebrating Christmas in this country. That's why we don't drink tea. We're not a Commonwealth country. We don't really honor the Queen. We really wanted nothing to do with that culture because we felt the English was trying to oppress, taxation without representation, all that shit. They were trying to oppress the settlers that came here. So we really separated from the English, and that separation, to some degree, at least in our culture, remains to this day. I'm really surprised that once the African American community, talking about the descendants of slaves, I'm surprised they kept a hold of Christianity. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to realize that it wasn't in your best interest. I mean, I'm really surprised that they once African Americans gained freedom, that one of the first things they didn't do was drop the whole Christian religion. Because keep in mind, when they were brought over from Africa, they weren't Christians. That religion was hammered into them. And I'm one who has always said, being brought up Christian myself, is that was one of the things I started asking. If God is all knowing, all powerful, and he created us all, he should be in your heart. Jesus Christ should be in your heart. Somebody shouldn't have to force it into you. If you put two human beings on an island and you just went over and fed them and let them grow, they would not know anything about Jesus. People don't know unless you come and teach it to them. They don't know nothing about it. So that's one of the things I've often said is I'm surprised that once blacks got free, they didn't separate from this. I mean, because there was some control aspects to it. There's no denying there was some control aspects to it. So the idea that they kept it, and I do see a lot of validity in what he was saying, because I'm the same way. Like, I get that man has free will and things like that, but at some point, if we are all God's children, you don't step in on nothing, no matter what. I mean, I'm your child. I'm honoring you. I might be praying that you save me right before somebody shows up and slaughters me. Like, you're not gonna help me out at all. Nothing, no matter what this person does to me. No matter how much I pray to you, you're not gonna do anything for me at all. You're gonna give this person total free will, no matter how much torture, rape, whatever they want to do. I do understand where he's coming from on that aspect. Because, like I said, I grew up Christian, and that's what has kind of made me stray, is when I started asking those questions. It doesn't make any sense. Free will to that point. If you can step in and stop it, why would you let somebody slaughter one of your children like that? Or in this case, as he's pointing out, hundreds of years, millions of kids. So he made a good point, and I just wanted to run it by you because I often say it makes me question the same thing. I see in the comments, not against says TDS equals Trump derangement center. That is true. Steve Gallagher says it's a fantasy. And well, they say atheism is the fastest growing religion in America. But thanks to Oklahoma, that may change. Now that kids have to read the Bible. So maybe that is an effort to change some of that, is to no longer give kids an option of whether to hear about God and Christ. Now that it's in schools and it's required, you're going to know about it whether you want to or not. So we'll see. Same as people unalived by cancer. Yeah, like I said, I just, if he is all knowing, all powerful, and all loving, how could you stand by and watch that? How can you stand there and watch suffering the way it is on the planet? I'm not just talking about blacks or I mean, we can talk about World War II. We talk about all that shit. How could you just sit back and watch that? Why not do something about it? These people are praying to you literally when they die. Why wouldn't you help them out? You got to assume that some of the Jewish knew where they were going. They could see the smoke coming out of the ovens. Like, they're praying to you while he's taking them there. Why won't you step in and help these people? That makes no sense to me. Looking in the comments, the only thing Dems need to fine tune is to be louder and more aggressive. Sounds like what is the woman on the West Coast? Maxine Waters. You sound like you're talking like Maxine Waters. Says the only thing Democrats need to fine tune is to be louder and more aggressive. You reduce Harris. Oh, you notice Harris did talk about you said you notice Harris did talk about anything woke. The right did. The Harris campaign was mostly center right. You're saying Kamala Harris didn't talk about anything woke. They found a quote of that she really didn't. She really didn't. You are right. The Republicans did a really good job of pinning woke issues on her, like her saying that she was going to follow the law in regards to transgender surgery or whatever in inmates. She wasn't running a campaign on doing that. They found a clip of her when she was asked. By the way, that gender affirming care exists already. And Kamala Harris stated, I'm just going to follow the law on it. If the law says that they can get this stuff while they're incarcerated, her words were, I'm going to follow the law. But the right was able to twist that and make it sound as though she was promoting giving inmates transgender surgeries and shit. And it worked. But you are right. She wasn't promoting a whole lot of woke issues. They were being pinned on her. And they worked very well. I think out of one of the biggest lackings of Kamala Harris qualifications is she didn't know how to speak to the crowd like Trump did. Trump and the right did a way better job in dictating the messaging. Even if some of it wasn't true, they were able to do a much better job at that. Because Donald Trump, his first term as president, he made that law for prisoners. Yeah. And the Democrats paid the price for it. That is true. That law came for the gender affirming care for prisoners came out during the Trump administration. And Kamala Harris was asked, what would she do about it? Well, I'm going to follow the law. And they made it sound like she created it. And it worked very well. Got to give a shout out to Trump. It worked very well. Well, if you teach kids that there is no life after death, they have no will. That sounds like if you put religion in schools, it'll help kids maintain a moral standing and they'll do good and they'll be better human beings. This is one thing people always say, once you took religion out of schools, people went awry. I push back on that for several reasons. Mainly being the further back in U.S. history you go, the more religious America was. Is that a time when you look back and say people had more moral high standings than they do now? All of the oppression and mistreatment. The further back you go, the worse it was, at least for people like me, at least for women, at least for non-whites. I don't buy into that. When I see the comments of the 1970s, I can't see the rest of it because it's blended in, but you're saying that's what I think. I think that makes sense, and I have no other choice but to make a racial statement here. I think that makes sense for white people. I just do. Because, like I said, the further back in history you go, the more religious America was. And it ain't better for no other group. I know some folks don't like to hear the racial shit, but fact is, you go back to those eras when religion was in schools and it was taught to more, religion was in the home. America was a much more religious country. It ain't better for none of those groups. None of them. America, right now, as we speak, December 2024, I don't think there's a time in history that a person of color or even a woman would want to go back to. I don't even want to fucking go back to yesterday. There is not one single point in U.S. history that I think is better than it is right now as we're speaking. Because I have a choice to do a lot more than I did the further you go back. Not one day in U.S. history where I think it's better. It was better during that time than it is now. That's why I threw the racial statement in there. Because for one group of people, it is true. It was better. If fact, let's just be clear. If you were white, you had less people to compete with for jobs and shit like that. We talk about DEI hires where people were getting jobs and it wasn't based on their actual test scores or how they did on the aptitude test. It was simply based because he's black or because she's a woman. Well, most of the country's history was based on the fact that you're white. I knew if I applied for to be a police captain or to be a principal at a high school, doesn't matter how smart I am, the white dude's gonna get that. It's a guarantee. You couldn't get it. It was off limits to you. Same thing, female in the military. Doesn't matter how great her service has been in the military. She's not gonna become a general. It's off limits to her. She can't do that. Even if the guy that gets the gig is less qualified than her, he's gonna get it. We've always been a DEI country. From day one, we've been appointing people based on something that was God-given versus their actual talent. It just became an issue when people of color started benefiting from it and women, but it's always been there. Looking in the comments real quick, if God steps in for the believers, he'd have to step in for the non-believers as well. And what would faith be worth? Why is faith necessary? At the end of the day, we want people to honor God. I don't see how does anybody lose out if he actually comes and shows himself? You get what you want. It ain't. I don't think it's about faith. I think it's about honoring a man. So if he comes down, and by the way, I wanted to respond to more of that. I didn't see where the rest of it was, but you said if God steps in for the non-believers, he'd have to step in for you said if God steps in for the believers, he'd also have to step in for the non-believers. Let me tell you something. If God stepped in for the believers, you'd have a hell of a lot less non-believers. If it's one thing that can guarantee people become religious, it's actual evidence. You remove the faith aspect and replace it with proof, you got a planet full of believers at that point. That's the only thing that's creating a bunch of non-believers is not based on anything but faith. You remove the faith aspect and everybody becomes a believer. Wouldn't that be the world God actually wants? I don't see why it's not about faith, it's about us all honoring him, right? So I don't see that one. Look at all the wars in other countries, all religion-based, and that is true, says JoJo. I do agree. There's probably nothing more that starts a fight better than my God is better than your God, or your teachings are wrong and mine are right. And that's why I say I don't believe that belongs in schools. I really believe that's going to be bad, is to put that in schools. Because if you got the 10 Commandments on the wall, the Christian kids can tell the Muslim kids or the Jehovah's Witnesses or any other kids, see, this is proof your religion is bullshit. Mine is, you don't see the state forcing your religion on the wall, do you? In fact, you can't even put your books in the library. You probably can't even go to the library and find the Quran. They won't even let you, especially in a state like Oklahoma or a state like Arkansas. They probably ain't even gonna let the Quran be in the library. So you could tell the kids your religion. The kids could tell the other kids your religion is fake. I can go to the library and get a Bible. I can go down the hall and the Quran's on the wall. Our textbooks, our lessons are coming out of the Bible. Show me where your Quran is if your religion is real. And you don't have an answer for it. You don't have an answer for it. I mean, it does create an issue there. So then the kid got to go home and tell his parents about what he talked about in school, and his mom got to tell him, no, your school is bullshit. I mean, and I don't know if the Muslim mom shows up to the school council meeting or whatever, but if she does in a state like Oklahoma, it ain't gonna be good for her. But I do believe it definitely creates a lot of room for a lot of conflict forcing Christianity on kids. One of the things I've said, why is it that a child should have to wait till they're 18 to decide about gender concerning issues. But when it comes down to what God they want to worship, we can teach them this immediately. Isn't that also a serious decision? We're going to force Christianity on them. We're going to put Christianity on them at a very young age. For the most part, damn near as soon as they can read. But when it comes to gender issues, they can wait till they're 18 to make a decision on that. This is where I believe we have selective outrage, because I really believe, just like with gender issues, learning about LGBT, same should apply to religion. But the goal is to indoctrinate you at a young age, because chances are, if you didn't teach kids about religion when they're kids and left it up to them to decide when they get to be 18, 19, you would have even less Christians in the country. It would be even less. You got to tell them that they're going to hell and all these damning things when they're young enough where it may affect them. But when they get older, this doesn't make any sense. They're going to push back. So I do believe that it's done for a purpose. It's done for a purpose. So we are, in my opinion, we are in favor of indoctrination when it is something we favor. And that's a good example of it. I think there is an article about how evangelicals think Jesus is too woke and communist. Really? An article that says, well, I would tell you this. And hold on, before I go to that, Steve says, listen to yourself. Your mother would be proud. Steve, well, my mom's deceased, by the way. My mom was very Christian. I don't know. She might challenge me on some of this. She might go, Tim, you weren't raised like that. Because I wasn't. I wanted to be a pastor myself. When I was a young man, if you had asked me when I was 5, 6 years old, 7 years, what do you want to be when you grow up? I would have said a pastor. I was in the church most Sundays. I was in Bible school a few weeks every summer. I was in the church. I was definitely a Christian for sure. And just as you get older, you get more educated, you start asking questions and the answers don't make sense. And people tell you just got to have faith. And it's like, that doesn't make sense though. So that's what caused me issues, as I started having questions, and the answer was always the same. Well, just pray on it, just pray on it and you'll figure it out. And I did that for years, and the answers didn't make sense. And then I started going to other, mosque. I've let Jehovah Witnesses in my house, kept them in there I put it this way. I was so desperate to find answers that the Jehovah Witnesses in my neighborhood started avoiding my house. I would be the guy on the point, like, come in, let me talk to you for a second. And take them inside and be in there for 2 hours. Well, we do got to go. We have other teachings. I was that dude. So they started avoiding my crib. I started having people like, no, he's going to hold us up too fucking long. Because I ask you a question, you give me an answer, it doesn't make sense, I ask you another one. And because it's all based on faith, there's going to be a lot of it that doesn't make sense. And yeah, they started avoiding my house. But I was that guy, are they coming around this weekend? So I'd be standing there on the plate, come over, let me talk to you for a second. And we got to go. You in the comments says you were definitely in the minority. Yeah, I was. I was in the minority, because to be religious, you got to have faith. You don't supposed to ask questions. If you ask questions, it does fall apart. If you start asking questions, you are problematic. In fact, I've been at service and have had pastors tell me, let's wait till after service and we'll talk about that. Because they give you time to speak and say something. And I always had a ridiculous amount of questions as I got older. And they started trying to, because my questions can cause other people to say, he does. That is interesting what he's saying. And then before you know it, they're asking questions too. And if you're in an environment that's based on faith, they can't have that. That don't sound good, because like I said, it's all based on faith. So, but I did have lots of answers like that. Looking in the comments, do you know sin? Are you sinless? Guess you are better than God. Joe, what the hell does that mean? Do I know sin? Being human is damn near a sin. It's impossible not to sin. Are you sinless? I think I answered that question by saying it's impossible not to sin. And then following up by saying, guess you're better than God makes, I guess you're answering your own questions or something. I don't know. He done as much for you as a person than anyone. Yeah. But when I start saying, show me evidence of it, okay. Or, I mean, I don't, like I said, it's all about faith. So I'm fine speaking to anyone religious, but I do believe in asking questions. And a lot of that stuff falls apart when you do. I'm done with the poor and stupid, says BP Slick. Bye. I get guests like that all the time. That's why I believe in free speech. I do believe in letting folks, I believe in us having a dialogue between each other. But unfortunately, like what he said there, I'm done with the poor and the stupid. There are some people who believe what they know gives them a hierarchy over everybody else. In other words, if you don't think like me, then you're stupid. You'll never get that from me. I don't believe in talking down to my guests. That's why, like I said, I'm a strong advocate of free speech. I'm willing to admit I don't have all the damn answers. Never will I ever come across like that. But I do get guests like that all the time. You're stupid, you're dumb. Well, because they believe they know more than the average. You'll never get that from me. But I invite the guests to give their point of view. It is what it is. You can interpret what you want from the Bible, no evidence at all. And that's where the problem comes in. That's also, I believe, where it opens up the door for the nefarious to use the book, to use the teachings to control people. Because, yeah, you are right. You can use the passages. If you're a good speaker and you know how, you can interpret those passages to mean anything you want them to. And there's always, no matter what side of the issue you're on of something, there's always a biblical passage you can refer to that fits that narrative. Whether it is pro taking someone's life or saying thou shalt not kill. If you believe that killing is wrong, then thou shalt not kill. It's good. 10 Commandments makes it clear killing is wrong. But if you do have the need to take someone's life, such as delivering the death penalty in criminal cases, well, then it talks about an eye for an eye. Or it talks about, following man-made laws. You can pick what you need to pick to make it make sense, up to and including killing. You can pick the passage you want, and it'll fit the narrative. Up to, whether we're talking about oppressing women or whatever you want, you can come up with passages that make what you're saying make sense. And if you believe that God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and you believe that those are his words, then that's good enough. Hey, if God said it, then it is meant to be. So all it takes is for a skilled interpreter to pick the passage and make his, you ever had a pastor speak and you're like, damn, he's talking directly to me? That's how it works. They was killing left and right in the Bible. I was in awe. It is a violent book. For folks who talk about LGBT issues and for folks who talk about CRT and race-related issues are too much for children, but they're okay with the kid reading the Bible. The Bible has a lot of violence. It talks about sodomy. We talk about Cain and Abel. That's obviously murder there. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of that in there. There's a lot of that in there. But people are okay with that. Jesus was real, says Brian. This is Brian TV. Jesus was real fake. I'm torn, but I'm not to the point where I believe it was fake. But I am at the point where I do believe that some of the stories just are impossible in terms of being real. Here's one of the things I will say also. When you think about, you ever played a game in school where you whisper in somebody's ear a message, and then they have to whisper it into the next person's ear, and so on and so on and so on. And then after about 5 or 6 people, maybe 10 people, the teacher will say, okay, what was the message? And the person who received it last has a message that is completely screwed up from what the original message was really about. All of the details and stuff get lost in translation from person to person to person to person to person. Well, think about the Bible. When the Bible was created, the English language did not even exist. So clearly there's all types of person to person, because this isn't teaching. This isn't God writing himself. This is supposed to be in the words of God, right? So a man wrote down the teachings of God. And keep in mind, when man heard God speak, paper and pen did not exist either. So when you look at a thick ass Bible, when you look at a Bible, how thick it is, that wasn't written down word for word, because paper and pen didn't exist back then. You're not going to write all that on the wall of a cave. So you know there's some hellified interpreting taking place. And we know man is heavily flawed, as you've seen in the whisper in person's ear, and it gets passed on past. So I think it should be obvious that at least some of those interpretations are not exactly as what was passed on. I mean, when you think about the size of that book, and you got to record all of that from him at a time when pencil and paper does not exist, yeah, some of that was not interpreted exactly as is. I think it's just looking at how man is. There's no way to think that would all be 100% accurate. If man had to write all that down at a time when there was no pencil and paper and keep it until pencil and paper, or the ability to ink was created, which is there's a gap between that. So that information had to be stored somewhere. All of that, yeah, I do believe that either things were added or misinterpreted, rewritten. I mean, like I said, not only was it created before a way to write it down, it was also created in a different language too. So they had to translate it from the languages. There's a lot of room for error, for human beings to be in charge of all of this. There's a heap of room for error. Speaking of fake, I think Trump, what does that says? Faked his part in the first shooting because he had a wealthy WWE donor, and we know. You think he faked that first assassination attempt? Said, I think Trump faked his part in the first shooting because he had a wealthy WWE donor, and we know WWE is fake and uses fake blood. I don't know. Let me go to the next caller. I will say this. I've had so many viewers come on the show and talk about how quick Trump's ear healed, and that you don't get hit in the ear with a high-powered rifle and it does that little bit of damage. I've had a lot of people who do believe that's fake.
It's a miracle.
A miracle, huh?
Yes, first one ever recorded.
So you believe that's a fake assassination attempt?
Well, all I know is that they ain't talking much about it. For a man who's been almost attacked now 3 times, they sure ain't making a big deal about it.
That is
What
true.
do we know about the people involved?
Yeah, once he won the election, because he was saying that, I took a bullet for this country and all that. Once he won the election, they sure hasn't mentioned much about it anymore. It kind of went away.
No, we still talk about Reagan's thing, and that's 40 years, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
We ain't mentioned nothing about this a couple weeks ago. So you're talking about religion a little bit. So my thing is, we got Mary, right? Who was Jesus was born of a virgin, so they say.
Okay.
So that makes him. So if there was no male involved, then where did the male chromosomes come from?
Like I said, when you start asking questions, man. I mean, yeah.
So Jesus must be what? Is he?
It makes no sense.
What is it?
Yeah.
There's no male chromosome.
That's the same thing about pulling a rib from Adam and making Eve. Yeah, when you start asking questions, some of these stories don't hold up. It's like, what the hell is that? I mean, it makes no sense at all.
The other one I asked one time was Noah's Ark. And I know there's a pretty big description of the ark in the Bible. Almost exactly how it was built,
right?
The size and everything. Okay. And there was one opening at the top that was roughly about 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay.
At the top of the ark, that was the only opening. So once they're all sealed up in there, every animal on the planet and the people on the planet, the 8 people who was in there, once they're all sealed up in there, and they were sealed up, I think, for 40 days before the rain even started. So I asked one of them where all that methane gas went, because it is deadly.
Yeah.
And they said, well, God created the winds that went through that 2x2 opening and that cleaned it out. That was one of their excuses. The other ones were the animals were all asleep. I said, well, I sleep, and I think I fart when I sleep. I think I still do. So they came up with all kind of excuses, and I was just like, all right. So every animal on the planet, methane gas galore, and everybody's all right. And they were
I will say this. There's no way in hell you're ever going to get two animals of every type in the same area and they're going to cooperate. It would, by the time the 40 days ended, it would just be lions walking around inside of there. Like, you really think there's rabbits and all of this food is walking around and they just chilling, huh? Like that, it makes.
So did you hear the latest about Hunter?
Yeah, he got pardoned.
Yes. Finally, a brave move by somebody on this side.
Yeah. Should have been sooner. Hunter Biden should have been pardoned sooner. I mean, like I said, the day after Kamala Harris lost, I would have pardoned him.
What do you think the reaction is going to be from the man the color of your shirt?
About him pardoning Hunter Biden? Something, Trump won at this point. He might attack him. I don't know, though, because at this point, you've kind of won, but he does like to rub salt in the wound, so he may still continue to attack Hunter Biden. But if it was just simply to win the election, because what did he tell Joe Biden when he met with him? Sometimes politics can be dirty, which, in my opinion, I took that as Trump trying to apologize and say, yeah, look, I had to do what I got to do, but that's how the game is ran to win. But after you win, if you keep attacking, then you just been an asshole. So at this point,
well, you heard his thing. So you heard his Thanksgiving message. I mean,
yeah. And then you win. You do win. He did say, him talking about the lunatic left and the radical lunatic left and shit on Thanksgiving Day. Yeah. So I guess Then if that's the case, go ahead.
I think he should come out with a line of Hallmark cards.
What like insulting cards?
I really think he should.
Happy birthday, hope your ass is dead next year, something like that.
Sorry, I missed your birthday. I thought you were dead.
Yeah.
How long before you think he announces that the 2025 inauguration is going to be pay-per-view only?
Oh, damn. Hey, I don't think he will do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he took pictures, with him with the right hand up and sold those or something. But I don't think he'll make inauguration pay-per-view. But at the end of the day, I got to give a shout out to him. People say he is not a successful businessman. He's had 6 bankruptcies. He's making a killing off of his campaigns. The merchandise, he's making a killing off of that shit.
You got the guitars now.
Are there MAGA guitars out?
You didn't see that?
No.
He's got Gibson guitars, and Gibson. I think it's Gibson. The design is Gibson, so they're going after him now for they're trying to sue him now for using the design.
I want me a MAGA guitar.
Well, the guitar, I think it's $1,500 for
a
guitar.
I can't do nothing about that. Then he must.
If he signs it, it's $13,000.
Yeah, I see some on Yahoo Finance. This is from November 21st. That's what a couple of days. Trump selling $11,000 signed MAGA guitars. Yeah, and I see what you're talking about. Guitar brand Gibson hits Trump with a cease and desist. That was 4 days ago. I want you know how much money that would be worth? I want a MAGA guitar. Shit.
Well, I think the ones that don't have an autograph has his name in the fret. Donald J. Trump in the fretboard have his name in there.
That man killing it with the merchandise. God damn, he killing it. Yeah, I see it. So it looks like it's got a USA flag on the base of it, and I see it. God bless the USA is in there. Man, he is killing it. Just selling shit.
See, but the thing is, man, I don't understand how people can bitch about the price of eggs and bread and stuff, and be throwing out $10K for an
I was just about to say that the whole claim that the economy is shot and the country is doing horrible. You making a fucking killing off of all optional shit. Ain't nothing you selling a necessity, yet you're probably one of the biggest merchandising companies around right now. So yeah, the whole nation of the country is doing horribly. This shows that ain't necessarily true. Like, you ain't having no problems at all selling shit. You could go out and grab a hamster and say it's a MAGA hamster, and people will be going to PetMart to get it. So yeah.
So he's got a new Bible out too.
Really?
And this one is $90. And on the cover of the Bible, the leather cover in the front, his name is inscribed in that. So under the Holy Bible, it says Donald Trump.
You know, I like having political artifacts. Because some of them become worth money. I often sometimes.
Oh, no, you better not pull out no guitar.
No, I ain't about to pull out no guitar. But this is a political artifact. I bring it up all the time. I'm bringing up. That's my own. Actually, I got two artifacts in here. One is this. The whole birthing movement about Obama. That's that was one where they were saying Obama was born in another country. This is the. I'm holding up to all my different platforms. So this is the Made in the USA mug. This is from the Obama administration. And I bought this from his website. Now, this was during the birthing movement. On the back, it says Made in the USA under his name. On the back is his birth certificate. And this is the loan form, the one that kept saying he won't release. So he put the loan form on the back. So I did buy this. This has BarackObama.com. So this was for the time he was in office. But this is his actual.
That was from his official site.
Yeah, it's got the signatures of his parents, mom on there, and every damn thing. So this is one of my political artifacts. And then, of course, this is more recent. You'll instantly recognize this one. Dark Brandon. So now this one is probably going to fade into the annals of history. I think the Obama mug may be more popular, and I got a heap of Trump shit. I mean, it's just crazy. But talking about politics, I get crazy shit sent to me. Here's something I've been meaning to, because I owe these people an advertisement. Now, you ever been literally covered in liberal tears to the point where you're starting to have an odor buildup? Well, I want to submit to you Right Wing Naturals. This is a soap. This flavor. This scent is called Razzle Dazzle. On the back it says it does have an American flag. Right Wing Naturals provides superior American crafted personal products for men. We started this company for modern conservatives who want to buy products from a brand that shares their values. You know what that means. We believe that being a patriot should never be out of style. And they sent me this bar. This is the Razzle Dazzle. This is Kingdom of the West. Smells good. It's a soap. And this is Dark Horse. So conservative soap. So you get all kinds of wild shit, but this is grifting season. So I've had a few political.
One of my trade.
You want to unmute? I'll give him a second to come back. I don't know.
One of my trades of profession is makeup artistry. So I think that he should put a line out of that orange shit he's putting on his face and see if they all start wearing it.
No, I don't think they're going to. You're saying that if he tries to sell the orange tanning cream, you think MAGA will start painting themselves orange? Maybe on Halloween. I don't think they would do that normally.
Yo, man, how many ear patches did you see?
Yeah. Well, Nelly made a killing off of that with the eye patch. Remember rapper Nelly? His friend was in prison and he was wearing a eye patch on his eye or something like that until his friend got out of prison.
Yep.
Yeah. So Nelly started that, but I don't know about painting your face orange. That maybe QAnon Shaman might do it. Oh my! Let me move it on. We're getting too crazy here, but QAnon Shaman might do it.
All right, bro. Take it.
Have a go. I wonder how long will it be before QAnon Shaman is invited to a rally? He probably already has been. Did he run for Congress? QAnon Shaman didn't he run for a political office? Real quick in the comments, that's MAGA buying two of everything. Hey, MAGA merchandise is so hot, you can sell it on bootleg and make money. There are bootleg sellers on TikTok and places like that. That merchandise is that hot. There's a site on TikTok, for instance, that is selling MAGA hats, and they claim they're only like $1.99 each or whatever. You click on it, and then they charge you like $15 for shipping. Even if you buy 10 of them, you'll pay like $20 for 10 MAGA hats, but then it's like $150 for shipping or some shit. But they're making money off of even bootleg. Even MAGA merchandise is so hot, you can even make money selling it on bootleg. I'm assuming that there are people that hang around some of the rallies that sell MAGA t-shirts and shit. Bootleg, and they're making money off it. I'm sure MAGA has the Obama mug on display. Wait a minute, what? I'm sure MAGA has the Obama mug on display next to their family Bible as a victory relic. I doubt that. I really doubt that. But he was victorious. Trump wins. He always wins. Speaking of relics, and not only does he win, you can actually indicate how much Trump wins by simply purchasing a Trump was right. This one says Trump was right about everything, which is false. But here's a Trump was right hat. Let me go back to the box. Crazy. I think I've made him a few bucks here. I got a lot of merchandise myself. Tyson said he benefited from Trump. It's always been that way. I definitely believe Mike Tyson benefited from Trump. Even if you're a person of color, if economics in the bottom line are your biggest issues, I've said this before many times. There's a lot of reasons for people of color, for black people to vote for Trump. Everybody ain't dealing with racism or police brutality or the woman's right to choose. Some people it's simply about money. I mean, and somebody like Mike Tyson, hell, Tim Scott. Tim Scott is another example. Former South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. He's making a killing rolling with Trump. If he denounced Trump, he wouldn't be shit in South Carolina. I mean, he might be decent. He might do okay in the private sector, but I guarantee you he's making a whole lot more money rolling with Trump. Clarence Thomas is absolutely doing it. So, I mean, there's reasons for people of color to vote for Trump. We can argue whether they are the best morally, but there are reasons to vote for Trump if you're a person of color. Timothy Lee 850. Good evening, Timothy. Just not good enough to be in his cabinet. He's in charge of some. There is Tim Scott does have a position. It ain't on Trump's cabinet, but he does have an executive position within a Senate or something like that. He has a position out there because I looked it up. Mr. Lee, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, man? I ain't think I would get in here. I don't know what to say now.
Well, what brought you on? What made you want to come on?
Because you always talk negative about the Bible.
Okay.
And it's like that's the only part you focus on. And you say all the time that you yourself went to church or whatever as a kid. But why you only speak negative about it? Like, when you say Bibles in schools. When I'm a Christian, and at Sunday school we don't teach kids about covering your neighbor. They learn they have coloring books saying Noah and all that, and like you were just talking about Noah, why did the animals not eat one another? Because God controlled them. How you think they got on?
But that's why, that's where I have an issue. If you're going to, you're going to give us 40 days and 40 nights of rain so that Noah has to create this ark and try to save humanity and save the animal kingdom all on his own, and you're going to prevent the animals from eating each other while they're in there, as you said it, God did that. Why not prevent the rain from coming to begin with? Why not prevent from putting people through this stuff? Here's the biggest question I ask all the time. Why wouldn't you just get rid of Satan? Simple as that. Why would you allow this person to exist, the devil? If you can just simply get rid of him, your entire creation would be better off. Why would you leave him out there? Even with free will, fine, you give human beings free will. Why do you need to leave this tempting source out there that you know for certain is trying to convince people to go against you? If you can get rid of him, why not do that?
Someone else asked a question, and I heard a wonderful explanation. It was, if you been dating this person for the last, let's say, 6 months, and y'all in love, everything is wonderful, you can't say anything bad about this young lady that you dating.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out that she was paid to hang out with you. The only reason she with you is because somebody been paying her to be in this relationship with you. How would you feel about it then?
I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy.
Okay, so that's how it is with the world. If God had everybody like robots walking around forcing them or making them love him, you want that. You created this world. You want the people to fall in love with you because you created it, not because you forced them to. And the people who out there doing harm, like you always say, well,
you don't know. Hold on. You don't have. You could give people free will without Satan being around. You don't need Satan. I mean, free will is free will. You can get rid of this one entity and still let people have free will, couldn't you?
But Satan had free will. Satan was an angel.
So he's going to let Satan be around too because he got free will.
He was an angel. Why control him? You're supposed to love me. Satan rebelled against God and thought he was better than God and took a couple of his angels and they why you. So
here's what I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand. If you're going to one day punish me for my sins, or if I'm a non-believer, or if I don't follow the teachings of God, I'm going to go to hell. Where are you going to send Satan? Okay, because he clearly don't.
He's already in hell,
right? And he's happy.
He just want company. Yeah, he just want company, and y'all and the people who choose to listen to Satan, it's going with him. But Satan already have been sent to hell. It's. I understand the people who say, well, why, like Dan Cowell, I think it was, if maybe I'm wrong, say, well, how they listen to a person who don't even exist and giving money to pastors and doing all this. But then you got to look at it. Y'all go to concerts with butt naked people running around dancing, rapping about nothing, giving them money, or you go to a therapist to tell you how you feel. What's the difference?
I hear your point about giving giving money to something you like, but I could go into a spiel about these.
But that's straight negativity. All they speaking is negative crap. What woman who want to go see what's that lady named, the rapper Nicki Minaj? She talking about her body parts and slapping them and they juicy. Why would a woman want to go see her half naked?
Because maybe a woman like that.
I'm saying, but her man taking her there. It's just, and one more thing, like you said, back in why we want to go to back in the past when Christianity was
more prevalent. Yes.
But look, I'm the man. The day is my birthday, Tim, and I'm the same age you are. I'm 53. I turned 53 today.
Oh, happy
December
birthday!
1st.
Okay.
Yeah, and
many more.
And what. The way I was growing up, the women had more respect for themselves. Yeah, everything wasn't bad back then, but at least my sisters and mothers and, man, you can go to women walking around butt naked with their kids. Butt cheeks out and dancing on. You on TikTok, man.
Let me say this in regards to women that had more respect. To me, that is also a Christian moniker because in this country, we frown on nudity and sexuality. You realize how many other, like for instance, I don't want a man going in the bathroom with my kid, transgender comments because of whatever. You realize how many countries have no issue showing children genitalia and the kids don't turn out fucked up? I don't know why that is in America that we believe that if a kid sees genitalia or something like that, they're going to turn out ruined. There are plenty of countries on earth that show that does nothing to a kid at all. I mean, people hunt certainly in African countries where they're barely wearing anything over them at all. The kids ain't getting ruined by that. That's something in America.
It's not sexual. Because now, like I said, I'm 53 years old. Daggone, when I was 12, 13 years old, standing in line to buy me a piece of candy, you might have a woman standing in line beside me breastfeeding her kid. I didn't think nothing of it. Or I'd knock on my friend's door to come visit my buddy. His mom opened the door with her Brazil on. But I'm just talking about when you walk around provocative, making it sexual in front of your kids, man. I know you. I remember you was yelling and talking about how porn whore was getting rid of it. You like you were going crazy about porn.
I don't like. Yeah, I do indulge in a little bit of.
I'm like, come on, dog. It's porn. It's why?
What are you anti? What are you? Are you anti-porn?
Hey, I had so much porn, man, it was ridiculous. But now I just left it alone. I gave away, had all my stuff, and you don't need that. You can watch, man. Porn is down the street now. I go to Walmart and see porn.
That ain't what they ain't doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing in Walmart to compare to Pornhub. What Walmart are you going to?
Hey, but see, once you see a one butt naked woman, man, you ain't time to go done with it. You've been looking at it since you said you were 12 years old, had your own VCR.
Oh, yeah, I've watched porn for a number of years.
Porn is done. Yeah, me too, man. It's done. Now it's like, I seen that. But hold up. My thing is, when you talk about the transgender, and you go to the pastors and all of that, if a pastor is messing with SA and a kid, usually it's a male pastor, SA and a little boy. Doesn't that make him part of that alphabet squad?
Yeah, it does.
And that's who it is, partly. Whenever you hear about a pastor, SA and a kid, it's usually a male pastor messing with a little boy. So it really...
But they also were messing with nuns, too. In the Catholic Church, nuns were getting it, too. It ain't just same sex. It's both.
But the majority of the time, it's little boys. It's little boys been SA by male pastors. So when you try to make it look like
because it's easier to get away with. If you are a male pastor, it's probably more acceptable to take a young man under your wing and have people thinking you're helping them, as opposed to having this little young girl around with you. That's not going to look right. So they're probably easier targets. Young boys for pastors probably make for easier targets because the family isn't going to the alarm bells are not going to go off as easy. But if you got a pastor that's my age hanging around with an 8-year-old girl, it's probably going to cause alarm more easier. So the boys are what you can get access to easier.
Yeah, but I don't even call him a pastor, because pastors don't supposed to act that way. So once he started acting like that, he's not a pastor no more.
Yeah, but the churches knew he was doing. The churches were hiding that stuff. They were helping actually.
But that's just like the police officer. When they mess with somebody, I had an officer in this area that he was waiting by the club just so when women come out, he know they've been drinking in the club.
Yeah.
So when they come out, he pull them over and he do what he do. And he did it so much that he pulled over the wrong young lady, and her dad was somebody important. So he lost his job. But he just went to the next city over.
That has happened to me before. I've walked out of the club. I remember telling the cop, he had me blowing the breathalyzer. I told him, if you get anything other than straight zeros, your machine's fucked up. I've never had a drink in my life. I said, I don't care if it's 0.00001. There should be nothing on this. And it was clean. But that happened to me. The minute I walked out, they pulled me over. And it was simply because of what you're talking about. Somebody was fishing for DUIs.
Exactly. They know what you're doing in there. Yeah. They looking at the cars in the parking lot. Yeah. It's crazy. This world is crazy, man. And like I said, I listen to you. Like, I've been listening to you for about 2 years, man.
Thank you.
I enjoy you, and sometimes you upset me. But because you
well, look, like I said, I'm surprised. So you mentioned me being negative in regards to Bible and religion thing. I'm really surprised, particularly with African Americans, that once they gained freedom, they didn't get away from that. I mean, this religion was forced on you. You didn't become Christians organically. This was when they brought them over here from their homeland. Whatever religion they practiced, they were told, if you keep practicing this, we're going to kill you. You have to. This is what you are going to believe in now. Their names, everything, their language, all. If you continue using any of that shit, you're over with. I mean, they completely took everything culturally away from them. Up to and including, like I said, their name, even your own family, everything about you is going to change once you get here. So I'm really surprised that they kept honoring this religion that was forced to. I mean, because you mentioned God being in favor of free will and all this. Your religion, if you are all of this, why isn't this in my heart? Why did I have to have this guy come to my homeland, kidnap me, and then force it into me? I don't think God would want. Is that how God wanted us to learn this?
Well, they say everybody on this earth before they leave, they would know the true God. And if you are in Africa and you worshiping goats and chickens or the sun god, maybe it was not forced, but told to you so you can know.
Yeah, that's hard for me.
Some accepted it and some didn't. But if you would have never left that area, unfortunately, you left in a horrible way. Mm-hmm. But you did get to know who God was, because I challenged my pastor in church, which is a white man. And I tell him, the people in the Bible.
You would say that. You would say, oh my God. Speaking of white, there is a white pastor that's been all over social media, and he is saying that something similar to what you just said, is that one of the benefits that blacks received is the teachings of Christ. And he said something like, if you hadn't been brought over here, and he prefaces it by saying, I'm not saying it was right, is what he says. He says, but if you weren't brought over here, you would still be over there practicing your voodoo or whatever, and you would not have been taught about Christ. He is trying to use that. And you believe that.
Yes. I don't knock anybody else religion. You believe whatever you want, but once you start, like, I got a Muslim guy who worked with me, and once he started telling me, like, it was probably like 7 months ago, it was in the news that kid didn't want to practice Muslim or whatever, and the father or the parent or whoever it was harmed the girl, and he was telling me, if you stop, you stop practicing that religion, they got the right to keep off you, unalive you. And that's when I said, well, now I can't.
I mean, I honestly don't see any difference. Okay, if I'm practicing some religion and some guy tells me, if you stop practicing this religion, I'm going to take you out. Well, isn't God himself said he's going to do it to you eternally? He too said he's going to cause all kinds of mayhem to you. So God is pretty much telling you the same damn thing.
I was saying, I was telling him, why are you taking God's place? I don't. If somebody in my church stopped going to church, I'm not going to take them out. I can say, hey man, sorry brother,
your God is going to do it.
But that's between you and God. That's just like I tell my kids, man. I'm not punishing you. You punishing yourself, because you know what I told you. The rules in this house. As long as you obey the rules, man, you good.
I gotta say, some of the stuff you're saying is why I'm frightened of religion. I mean, it's just all threats and punishment. Whether you, that's all it is. It's either you do what I say, or I'm gonna make your life miserable. It's all. I mean,
you making your own life miserable. Like you said, that what made me laugh when you said, well, if I, like the slave masters and all them people, they had Bibles and they studied the Bible. So I left church because I felt like, if I'm going to go to heaven, why I want to go to heaven with them? Yeah. They're not going to heaven just because they had a Bible in their hand, and you chose not to study the Bible or continue the practice of whatever religion you was. Now you're going to hell with them if if you believe that, because they wasn't going.
It's true. I'm just going to tell you. I got to move it on, but I'm just going to tell you, it's a complicated subject. And the whole free will thing is where I have a problem with, but that ain't gonna change, obviously. And it is what it is at this point. I'll keep asking questions.
I got one.
Real quick.
You know how you say, well, they put Bibles in schools and stuff, and other, people probably practice voodoo or Hindu, whatever, in that school. So how they gonna force these Christians? How they gonna force them to study the Bible? And I look at it like this, Tim. If you and I work together, and you invite me to the Super Bowl party at your house, and you got this big, beautiful TV that or theater in your house with nice seats, popcorn, everything. You say, Tim, come to my house, man, and we're gonna watch this. But the way I sit down and watch TV is butt naked. Are you gonna let me come to your house and be butt naked and watch your TV?
No.
Because that's the way I watch it. Okay, then. So if the people coming over here to America, and I voted for Kamala Harris, don't think I'm a Trump supporter.
Let me just interrupt you. Hold on, hang on. You land the plane. Go ahead.
They come over here for all the stuff that they want, good jobs, freedom, whatever reason they came over here. They also got to accept that this is Christianity over here. So you can't come over here and get mad because you go and everywhere you go.
I get it. So how do you respond? Wait, how do you respond to people who were born in this country that are born Muslims being forced to learn Christianity?
Because this country, that's what it was.
It was also founded on slavery. You want them to go back to slavery too? It was founded on that too.
Was it founded on slavery?
Yeah, from day one, from 1776, the time we became a nation officially, we had slavery going on. Yeah, it was founded on it. Founded on racism, founded on women's oppression. You want to go back to all that too?
No, you ain't going back to all of that.
So why are you going back to Christianity?
It ain't going back to Christianity.
It is if it's in schools.
Just like right now, is the black man free? Is he really equal? All
right, okay. I got to move it on. Different conversation. All right, Timothy.
I understand.
Good talk.
Man.
Good talk.
Love your show, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Come back anytime. Looking in the comments real quick. Thanks, says Johnny. Thank you for the super chat there, Johnny. I meant to respond to that. Thank you very much as well. He was favorable. He was favorable to Bibles in schools, and he is a Kamala Harris supporter. So that's what I said before. There's a lot of African Americans that were brought up Christian as well, and believe that America would be better off if Christianity was somewhat forced on other citizens. I'm not one of them, but I'm sure there are plenty of black people that agree, obviously whites too, but there are plenty of blacks that agree with what my last caller was saying. I'm not. I just believe Christianity in schools is not going to go well, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times before. A far leftist that's extreme in his religion too. That's why Stevie D, I'm hearing the same thing when he's talking. I was hearing him talking. I'm like, yeah, I heard the same thing. He is a left winger that was to the right religious. He was that. That is a great way of describing it, because I'm like, damn, he probably should be MAGA, or he probably should be at least an evangelical. We can all twist the word for our own benefit, says Johnny. True. And that's why I'm not a fan of having it in schools, is because you're talking about young, impressionable children being taught what the Bible means, and we don't know if the teacher has their best interest at heart. To me, you as a parent should be the one that is interpreting the Bible to your children, because you could tell me what a passage means. I could go to 10 different churches and each pastor would tell me something different. Just about every passage in the Bible can be interpreted some other way. So I don't believe some strange teacher should be the one telling it to your kids. It just doesn't belong in schools. You could probably go to school in one part of Oklahoma, and let's say you go to school let's say you're in, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. That's a real city. Let's say you're in Broken Arrow and you're in school until you're in 4th grade and you've been learning the Bible the whole time. And then all of a sudden you end up moving to Lawton, another city in Oklahoma. And because the whole state is teaching the Bible, you may find yourself telling the class something that this city completely thinks is false because you learned your interpretations in Broken Arrow. Every school, every teacher is going to be interpreting it differently. So you may show up with these interpretations you got from your last school, and they don't resonate at the new school you're at. I mean, it could create all kinds of room for issues like that. I don't know. Who told you it mean that? Who would tell you the passage? Because like you just heard my last guest talking about, the way you could keep all the animals on the ark is that God somehow told the animals to get along with each other. You go somewhere like, where the hell did you hear that from? So this is what we're talking about. The interpretations can go wild depending on who's telling you. This should be your parents. Your parents should be teaching this, not some somebody in school. I can tell you it is. Even people that are totally in favor of Christianity being taught to kids in schools, I guarantee you're going to have some parent that is a deeply devoted Christian going up to the school and talking to his teacher about a way a Bible passage was interpreted. You're going to have Christians arguing with Christians. This don't mean that, it means this. Guarantee that's going to happen. Somebody is going to come home and tell their parents they read the Bible, and my teacher says this means that, or sitting around the dinner table and something comes up and, well, God said don't do that. This is the passage. And the parent going to look at them like, what the hell? Who told you that? This ain't what it means. I guarantee that's going to happen. You're going to have Christians pushing back against Christians on the interpretation of the Bible in schools. Don't be teaching my kid that it means that. It means this. I mean, isn't there passages about it being okay to beat a slave? Isn't that in the Bible? Okay, well, my kid came home and they're playing slaves and they hitting each other. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but what I'm saying is it opens the door to a lot of that. Austin Johnson, thank you for that support of the program. I want to go back to the box. Like I said, to me, in schools is the wrong place for it. I just don't want to see kids argue with other kids. My religion is better than yours and all of this other stuff. If religion is real, why do we have all the same number of ribs? Huh? If religion is real, why do we all have the same number of ribs? I don't understand that. You have to explain that one to me. Stop using me to get a lie across. You've been reported. Said, oh my God. Somebody in the comments on YouTube, he's using the name God. So this comment is coming apparently from God. This says, stop using me to get a lie across. You have been reported. Who the hell is God going to report me to? Couldn't he just ban me on his own? I mean, if I'm talking to you folks and I suddenly have a heart attack or the bottom side of my face starts drooping and I'm having a stroke on the camera, then God got me. I like that. That was good. It was creative. Tim, that was a different slavery. They didn't have prisons for prisoners of war. There's a good example of what I'm talking about in regards to interpretations. The Bible talking about beating slaves. Draco says, Tim, that was a different type of slavery. They didn't have prisoners for prisoners of war. See what I'm talking about? How you can interpret this to mean something. Now, obviously, the Bible does not talk about prisoners of war. So he's getting that interpretation from somewhere else. See, this is what I'm talking about, how you can interpret it to mean something else. All right, let me go back to the box. We'll go back on the topic. We're actually talking about tariffs. We're meant to get into a religious conversation, but my last guest wanted to challenge me, which I always invite, about my statement. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Will says the religious right are complete hypocrites. Just wait. When all the bullshit happens, laws are made and established, you will catch the same crusaders being dirty as fuck. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. That's always been that way, though. That ain't just with the right. A lot of folks, pastors and even black churches, sleeping with people and violating all the laws. Married pastor that's sleeping with one of the nurses or even the deacons or some. 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. That is absolutely going to happen. How many pastors have been caught? You know, like the Tammy Faye and the Jimmy and Tammy Faye Bakers, they've been caught doing stuff. Even Joel Osteen, who's obviously a huge pastor, Joel Osteen, during Hurricane Katrina, was it that one? No, it wasn't Katrina. It was a different weather system. Wouldn't even let people in the church to seek shelter from the weather system. That was Joel Osteen down there in Houston. Caitlyn Jenner was at Mar-a-Lago taking pictures and everything. And what does that say? Hands on Trump and Elon is apparently okay for them now. Yeah, Bruce Jenner, I don't know what the hell that is. He definitely is not, he or she, I guess you go with Caitlyn Jenner. She is definitely not an advocate for transgender at all. It was more than just Satan that disobeyed God. And I'm not religious enough at this point to know the answer. Who else disobeyed God? All man does, really. I mean, if you're sinning, I guess all man disobeys God. He was trying to He was trying to get right the fallen angels, and now I'm not going to be able to pronounce this one. Nephilium, apparently. Okay, that one you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, you're above my pay grade. You know more about this than I do. I can tell right now that 75% of the people on this show is not benefiting from Trump's tax plan. Now, I brought that up. Getting back on track, how many of you folks, because Trump did change the tax plan, because for me personally, I bring it up that it's made it so that I can't claim as many things as I used to. How many of you folks are benefiting from it? Because he's right, I'm not. I am not. And I see your comment there, Johnny. Let me go back to the comments, to the box from Lewis. Good afternoon. Tariffs.
Hey, how's it going, Terry?
Hey, what's up? We went way off the deep end there, but in regards to Trump tariffs, is this anything you have a concern? Do you think this is actually going to be good where it will secure the border and get people to act right?
Here's the thing. I honestly hoping, just like one of your last
Oh,
guests,
no.
I can't remember which one of them.
I know what you're about to say.
I hope he fails. I don't want him to succeed. I usually support the president no matter who it is, but I don't want this to succeed because it's going to hurt our allies. It's going to hurt the two most important countries to us, which is Canada and Mexico.
How?
People don't realize.
How? If Trump, okay, wait, hold on. If Trump, he's demanding that they seal the border, otherwise he's going to impose tariffs. If they actually do protect the border, they don't have the tariffs. How does it hurt them?
Well, my thing is this. They can't seal the border, just like he couldn't.
They can do a better job at it. How about that?
Not. Well, they are doing a better job now. We actually, people crossing the border now is down lower than it's been in 50 years. So right now, we are protecting the border. I think the problem is not protecting the border. The problem is actually getting people processed when they get to the border. It's not. Everybody keeps saying it's people crossing the border. No, when those people come in and they go through asylum, we need more judges over there so that we can get them processed before they even come into the country. That's really where it is. We need to get them vetted and before they even come in. And people think people are just walking into this country, we're patting them on the back and saying, okay, we'll see you in 6 months, or we'll see you in 6 years.
But I think they have a legitimate reason to think that. Under the Biden administration, they were just walking up and claiming asylum, and they kind of were getting a pat on the back and being told, we'll see you in 6 months.
Bobby will tell you, he worked on the border. He has a website now. Go on there and just go on to Bobby. He'll tell you.
Bobby who? Who's Bobby?
Bobby is a border patrol agent. He's not a border patrol agent now. He's going to school to be a lawyer. But he actually will tell you they do a quick venting. They run them through all of the international services, do fingerprint checks and all that stuff, and run them through all the services. A lot of those people coming from those countries, you're right. They don't have the technology to put people into the system. But my thing is that, let's just face it, Tim. It's just a scare tactic with this criminals coming across the border. What people don't understand is that if it wasn't an ocean between any of the South American countries,
be the same problem.
They would go that way. Right. Why would you come here knowing how we're treating these people coming here? Why wouldn't you go in the other direction?
I don't disagree with that. Just about every first and second world country has an immigration problem. We are not, we don't have a pattern. It's just easier to get here.
We're not the only ones with this problem. But the ones that are coming from South America, the only reason they're not going to Europe and going to some of those European countries is because of that big ass ocean.
Yeah, they can't get there. That is true. That's true. That is 100% true.
If the Atlantic Ocean wasn't between them and going somewhere else, this would be the last place they would come because we treat our immigrants and migrants worse than any other country.
Well, we didn't under Biden, though.
We still did. We still treat them because I'm not talking about how the government treats them. I say how the Americans treat them.
How the other American citizens treat them.
Absolutely. When immigrants go to other countries, they get the same pay for what they do as the people that are there already.
If you enter a country,
I lived in Germany. I even lived in Australia. And I'm telling you right now, I was stationed in Australia. I can tell you right now, those people who come to Australia as immigrants get the same pay If you're working in a field, you're gonna get the same place as an American working in the field right next to you.
But if you're in a country and you're getting the same pay as an immigrant in the field working right next to you, that means you have worker rights.
And you know how they do it? This is how they do it. They use hiring agencies. They use Delco. They use those companies to keep track of it. That's how they use those people to take care of them. That's why I'm wondering why we don't have temp agencies on the border to process those people and track those people. That way, when they do get hired by American companies, they have to pay those temp companies the same thing they would pay Americans. Now, the temp companies don't pay them the same amount, but they get the same amount for monitoring those people, tracking those people, making them go to their meetings, doing all the things they should be doing, keeping them out of trouble, and all that stuff. That's what the temp agencies do.
Well, one of the issues is we are a capitalist country. So even if they try to do things like you're suggesting, immigrants are always going to get exploited because people know they're coming here desperate, and there is no reason to have to pay them the same as you pay an American. You know they will work less.
Well,
so
I don't think you should pay them what Americans make. I'm gonna tell you why I say that. I'm not trying to be cruel to them. I'm just saying I don't think they should get paid. I'm just saying that's one thing they could do. I'm saying that I think they shouldn't get what Americans get, and that's why I feel like if one of those guys can come over here and take your job, Tim. I don't know what you do, but I think there's something in the
medical. I'm in the medical field.
Huh?
In the medical field, I supply
so my
medical
thing's
stuff.
like this: in the medical field, if somebody can come over here that don't speak no English and can't even count to 12 in English and take your job, you don't need your damn job.
Damn.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Because if you're worried about them taking your job, then you don't need your job because they're coming over here desperate and they're willing to do a lot more and most of them can't even speak the language. So if they can come over here and take my job, they can have it, number one, because they're better. These people work harder than most Americans, and that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that they're going to come in here and they're going to work their tails off and they're going to surpass them. That's really what it's all about.
Mm-hmm. Well, under Trump, we shouldn't have to worry about him anymore. So you don't believe it. So you don't favor the largest deportation in history.
Absolutely not. We've done that, Tim. Go back to 1954. We've done that. We've done Project Wetback or something like that, where we deported over 1 million, and over 3/4 of those were actually American citizens.
That's
we
crazy.
sent them back to Mexico before.
Yeah. Well.
And guess what? Guess what happened after that? We went into a mini depression.
Yeah, but I gotta say this. This is why I always give Trump credit. It ain't like he didn't tell you what he was going to do. So even though you're saying it doesn't work and you don't recommend it, one thing we can never say is he didn't tell us he was going to do this. He made it clear over and over again. It's going to be the largest deportation in history. As people have brought up in the comments, he's talking about getting rid of anchor babies, even reversing naturalized citizens. I mean, he said all of this at rallies. So
Tim. This is going to be just about as big a deal as build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. It ain't going to happen. Trust me.
You really think that?
It ain't going to happen.
You don't think he's going to have it? So you don't? You believe that the largest deportation in history is just it's not going to actually happen.
It's never going to happen. No way. These business people are never going to let this happen. It's just not going to happen. That's who's going to stop him. If his buddies are going to say, "Look here, dude, you lost your freaking mind." It's a good campaign slogan, but this is not happening. You know what I'm saying? It's just you'll be breaking up too many families, man. You'll be breaking up too many elders.
You think they care about if for some reason the largest deportation does not happen under Trump? I think it would be more financially related. Whereas we can't find all of your supporters are complaining that there's nobody that's going to do these jobs on farms. I think it would be far more financially related, where some of your farmers that supported you are saying they need them, but it ain't gonna be because of families getting separated.
No, I'm saying that. That's why I personally think it shouldn't happen. I'm saying because of the aspect of that you'll be sending away a lot of good people that actually are here, like parents, siblings, anchor babies. If you're talking about sending all those people away, this country's gonna shut down. And what I mean by shut down, you won't have any workers. We're already 7 million jobs unfilled now in this country. We're talking low wage.
What about the ones here? What about the ones that are here that are not working? Can you send them out?
Oh, they should go. They should go anyway.
I think you could probably deport enough unemployed And I think immigrants that have criminal records, I think you could deport enough of them to satisfy MAGA's urge to see people getting kicked out. There's probably hundreds of.
This is the thing right here, though, is that that's not as many people as you think.
Doesn't matter. Hold on. It doesn't matter the number. I'm saying you can parade them on TV and make that. Lincoln Riley is only one person killed by an immigrant, yet MAGA thinks it's thousands of. You don't need it to be a large amount. You can make it look that way.
But what you don't understand is we deport thousands of them now.
They want to see it.
They need to just put it online because it happens all the time.
All right, and that's what Trump will do.
ISIS says that it costs so much money to deport one person that, number one, if they tried to even deport 1,000 a month, it would be astronomically impossible. It's cost about $100,000 to deport one of these people.
Yeah, but as Trump's borders are stated, how much would you put a price on safety? I mean, yeah, it costs a lot of money, but these people are coming here to rape and murder everybody.
Jim, do you feel unsafe because of Mexicans?
I'm telling you what they. No, I don't. I'm not dealing with immigrants at all. I'm telling you what they got people believing. If you think these folks are here,
they got mega believing that. You're right. Yeah. Now, Tim, let me get back to this. I know this is off topic a little bit, but the next time somebody bring up to you, like they always bring up to me, because I was raised in the church, brother. I mean, we went to church twice on Sunday. My mother used to take us to Sunday school, then to church. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I'm telling you something, Tim. That was when I was a child. As I've gotten older, I've learned different things. When I was a child, I played with toys. Right?
Okay.
And I believe comic books. So now that I'm an adult, I don't play with toys, and I don't believe in comic books. That Bible that we have was given to us to control us. And that's why I won't ever follow that. I'm not saying I don't believe in God and I don't believe in a creator. I'm just saying I'm not going to believe a book that was created to control me.
Oh, all right. And that's what I said. I'm very surprised that once African Americans gained their freedom, they didn't go away from that.
Get one of these so-called super religious people up here. Ask them this. Where can we find the remains of anybody mentioned in the Bible?
All right. Noah's Ark is another one, but yeah.
Noah's Ark is a joke. That boat would have to be as big as the freaking earth to put every animal, every male and female animal. just the birds alone would just the ducks alone would take care of that answer.
Well, it didn't say. It just said two of every animal. It didn't say all of them. Just two of each animal. But there's a lot of animals.
Tim, you know how many animals that is, though?
2 mammoths, two elephants, 2 rhinoceros. Yeah, I mean that's what it said. I gotta go though. I'll leave it at that.
That have to be bigger than a city, brother. Trust me on that.
All right, man. Appreciate it. 40 days of that too. So food got to be in there for him too. I gotta go. All right,
man.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with him. The whole Noah's Ark thing. Under scientific scrutiny, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you got 40 animals of all species in here. They're all getting along. They're not trying to eat each other, which leads to the question, what is they eating? 40 days and 40 nights, what are they eating? Where does the waste go? As somebody mentioned the meth thing, it doesn't hold up under the science test. It doesn't make sense. But people do believe it. Will G, I still can't pronounce it, the Nephilim are mysterious beings or people in the Bible traditionally imagined as being of great size and strength, or alternatively beings of great power and authority. Now, I've heard about people that live to be 700-800 years old. Is that what that is? He says the Nephilims are mysterious beings or people in the Bible traditionally imagined as being great size and strength, or alternatively being beings of great power and authority. Like I said, you're above me on it. And also the origins of the Nephilim are disputed. Yeah. Some, including the author of the book of Enoch, view them as the offspring of rebellious angels and humans. Others view them as descendants of Seth and Cain. Wow, you really into this. You really got knowledge on this, Will. I think Trump wants another dig at Obama, as they call Obama the deporter in chief. Why? Obama's gone. Why? I don't think Trump wants to fuck around. I mean, he's going to speak negatively of Obama for the rest of his life, but that's kind of the end of that. I mean, Obama's done his 8 years, and Trump's about to do his 8. I don't know what Trump's legacy will be. Oh, I just hit something wrong. I don't know what Trump's legacy will be. It depends on this because I do believe had Trump not got reelected, his legacy was going to be terrible. But now that he's been reelected, he got a chance to straighten it out. I mean, right now, in this one, when I say legacy, I mean 100 years from now, what are you going to be talking about? 100 years from, we talk about Abraham Lincoln, he freed the slaves. You talk about FDR, you talk about, Social Security, or you talk about, helping defeat the Nazis. Some presidents, they just fade away and there's nothing to discuss. Like Jimmy Carter, for instance. 100 years from now, there's not going to be any mention of any significance about him at all. I mean, I don't believe he's done anything in regards to Jimmy Carter as president that 100 years from now you'll still be talking about. Ford, other than pardon me, Nixon, he's probably another one. Richard Nixon is the criminal stuff. That's all. I mean, so some of them, they get remembered and others really for nothing. George H.W. Bush, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, maybe. 100 years from now, nothing. George H.W. Bush, nothing. Trump, a lot. But like I said, it's negative. It's 2 impeachments. He's the first guy to have his home raid. All of that's going to mean 100 years from now, $2 gas, that ain't going to mean shit 100 years from now. Might not even, probably won't even be using gas. Nobody's going to be talking about what the price of gas was when Trump was president. So right now, unless he does something out of these next 4 years, his legacy is negative stuff. There's a lot of presidents that have good and bad economies that come and go. Getting impeached twice, being, the overseer of what took place on January 6th happening, you saying the election was stolen and all of that happening as a result. No other president has done it. I think the good Space Force, and so far, he is responsible for Operation Warp Speed, but the way he brought it out, I don't think he's going to get much credit for that. Space Force, maybe, but his legacy right now, unless he repairs it, it's mostly negative. It's mostly negative. Trump's going to lead the country ready for a takeover, says Mike the Sailor. I hope you're wrong about that. Yeah, no new wars doesn't mean anything. Saving $6,000 a year. Well, in regards to no new wars, Stevie D, how many presidents have been in office when there were no new wars? That ain't something you talk about. It really ain't. He's not the only president that, like I mentioned, Jimmy Carter. Was there any new wars under Jimmy Carter? I mean, we know about the Iran hostage scandal, but that wasn't a war. There were no new wars under Jimmy Carter. Nobody's going to bring that up. That's not necessarily an accolade. Now, if he gets in there and he puts an end to a major war, like FDR or maybe like Ronald Reagan with the Cold War, that'll get remembered. But just simply saying there were no new wars under this president, that's not much of an accolade. There's a ton of presidents that have had that. That's not something 100 years from now people are going to be bringing up, unless for the next 100 years, every president after Trump is dealing with a war. Well, last time we had a president in office where we didn't have any new wars was Trump. That's the only way that would come up. So that ain't much of an accomplishment. And you said saving $6,000 a year on the average per family, nothing. Once again, that's a good economy, Steve. I think that plenty of presidents can point to how much money they saved each family. Every president that has had a good economy can brag about how much money they saved the family. When I say legacy, I'm talking about shit that you did that nobody else did. Like Gorbachev tearing down this wall like Ronald Reagan did, or ending slavery, or beating Nazis, or giving folks civil rights. I had a good economy under my presidency. Ain't that what you're supposed to do? I don't believe that's 100 years from now, but nobody's going to be talking about that. I just don't see that. Certainly at the level of being impeached twice, or, what happened on January 6th, that stuff's going to be far more, because that is stuff that nobody else has did. But a good economy, that's kind of what you're supposed to do. Now, if he gave us a good economy where we came out of a depression and all of a sudden people were living lavish, yeah, maybe then. But okay, you say he saved families an average of $6,000 a year. The way people were living under the Trump administration, actually, is it? I mean, okay, let's say we didn't compare it to how you were living under Trump. I mean, under Biden, because people say I was living way better under Trump than I was under Biden. What about comparing how you were living under Trump to how you were living under Obama or under Bush or under Reagan? It ain't that much of a difference. It's not that great for people to be talking about it 100 years from now. That's what I'm saying. It has been 2 years after tear down this wall that they tore down the wall. Well, the fact that he got on stage and said Gorbachev tear down this wall, the wall came down in 89 and Reagan left office in 88. So I get your point, but he is known as the one who ended the Cold War. Ronald Reagan is. He gets credit for that. So, and that'll be talked about for a long, long time. Like I said, I don't know anything Trump has done really that 100 years from now, 50 years from now, people will really be talking about other than negative stuff, him being on social media and that kind of stuff. But he has 4 more years, so we'll see what can happen. We can still write our own ticket, says late. Yeah, plenty of time to change that. That is true. There's plenty of time for Trump to change that. But right now, that's why I said if he didn't win, it was going to be negative. It was going to be negative. He was going to go down in history as somebody that says the election was stolen and did a lot to prove it and didn't. Maybe now that he's in office and he controls the mechanisms of government, maybe he will show us how the 2020 election was stolen. And by the way, 3 assassination attempts might be something we talked about forever. Nobody has had that happen. Speaking of fake, I think Trump faked his part. I saw that already. Said Trump faked his. He believes that the first assassination attempt on Trump was something that Trump faked, and bringing up that now that he's appointed one of the heads of the WWE, WWE is fake. He believes that. It's crazy. And people in the comments said they believe it too. Trump constantly wants to upstage Obama. He does. Some similarities. He is a great speaker. Trump is a great speaker, just like Obama. Now, they do it differently. But you do walk out of a Trump rally, just like you'd walk out of an Obama gathering, really being entertained by the speech. Trump's speech is different. I'm going to tell you that. His speech is totally different. It ain't about hope and change. It's more about doom and gloom, and I'm going to fix it. But people do walk out of Trump's rallies feeling empowered, just like you might walk out of an Obama rally feeling that way. They both are really good at talking to a crowd and selling themselves. So there are some similarities, but and I see in the comments, Alan Quinn says Obama did not lie. He said, if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor. That wasn't true. Obama wasn't 100% honest, but yeah, I think Trump has been caught in more falsehoods than Obama. Nobody ever accused Obama of embellishing alternative facts or exaggerating, which really are all synonyms for lying. But in Trump's case, because he does this stuff so much and you don't want to say he lies, people have come up with all these other terms. But if you're, I got the largest inauguration crowd in history. That's either true or it's not. Or he's exaggerating. It's a lie. It's a lie. That was a concession in the bill, but I'll give you that one. Thank you, Alan. Yeah. I compare it to 1,000. I don't quite get that. Anyhow, folks, we didn't get to 100,000. I was asking you folks to tap the screen, but you know how TikTok works. I do appreciate the 73,000 on the likes. Only former president they attempted to lock up multiple times, assassinate multiple times, and reelected by a major majority. Draco, good point. Now, him winning the popular vote, that'll be talked about for a while because that's uncommon with Republicans. I think Reagan won it, but that's not common for Republicans. He also won some areas that have never went red before. So in those areas, that certainly would be talked about. I think there's a border town down in the southern, down in near the southern tip of Texas, it's 90% Hispanic, has never voted Republican. They did this time. It has a 90% Hispanic population, and it went red. There is a county in, not town, but these are counties we're talking about. There's a county in North Carolina that I think is 50% black. It has a large black population. It has never went red. I think they said since Reconstruction. So it's been a Democratic area since Reconstruction. It went red. So he certainly, in regards to what he could get credit for, is that he definitely won areas and won in ways that Republicans do not normally win in. Getting 50 some odd percent, getting the majority of the Hispanic male vote, absolutely will be discussed for a long ass time. Because my guess is after this largest deportation in history, that ain't gonna happen no time soon. I guarantee the next Republican is not, if Trump does what he's promising, and there is another vote, he's not gonna get majority of the Hispanic vote. That's something that won't happen for quite a while. So, and there are some accomplishments. Those, what he did in this last election are some things that he will be remembered for quite a while. Draco, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Trump is the man of peace, says Marlene Munez. What is your definition of being a man of peace? Trump is the man of peace. The fuck your feelings guy? The mean tweets guy? Man of peace, huh? Less than 50% of the popular vote, says Steve. I don't know what you mean by that. Obama talking to the brothers was super organic and not racist at all. Well, maybe you're a racist talking to racists. It could be organic that way too. If you know how to read the room, such as, Mexico being an island of garbage, that comedian saying that, something had to make him think that this would be the crowd to say that too. Now, obviously, he did not read the room correctly because they didn't, even the people at the Madison Square Garden rally did not find what he said to be humorous, but Trump knows how to read the room. He knows how to read the room, just like Obama does. That's why I said they have similarities. But Trump is a man of peace because he only threatens one person at a time. Who said that? Oh, man, I can't. Oakview, Trump is a man of peace because he only insults one person at a time. Blessed up Kev, I always appreciate that. Awesome content, thank you. Trump cabinet is showing his true nature. Trump's hiring loyalists. I don't think anybody denies that. Trump is not necessarily looking solely based on qualifications. He's seeking loyalty. And he's getting it. So we'll see what happens. But I think Trump is looking to run the country his way without input, without people telling him, no, that's wrong, or you should do it this way. He's looking to do it his way. And the best way to do that is to get people in there that are not going to push back and not going to counter you. So we'll see what happens. Trump wants to destroy within. No, I don't know about all that. You think Trump's about to destroy the damn country? I don't know. That's pretty harsh. Anyhow, thank you folks for tuning in. And by the way, if you enjoy this type of dialogue, whether you think I'm full of shit or not, whether you agree with the guest or not, this is what we do. You can be a guest as well. You can state your point. Free speech is always welcome here. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section, including the host. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. That's how we run this program. So if you hear something you don't agree with, or like I said, you think the host or you think a guest is full of shit, this is the program where you can say that. Mike the Sailor, thank you. Appreciate the love. Thank you, Mike the Sailor. This is the program where you can actually say that. So feel free to subscribe or follow if you're on TikTok. Monday through Friday is when we're generally here. But for now, I got to step away. It's time for dinner. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. You guys take care. And same to my YouTubers on my vertical end. What does that say? Bye, Felicia. Oh, my bad. Bye, Kamala. Biatches. Trump 20. What is Trump 2025? They don't move from 2024 to 2025. Is that Project 2025? you're lying about. I gotta go.